Choice to re-engage and to grab Mr. Blake before he got into the vehicle. The DA talked about this, what Officer Shishki was thinking. He was thinking, I had a person with a warrant who had actively resisted. There's a child in the vehicle. Will this person leave? Will they flee? Now, from a policing standpoint, someone may ask, well, why didn't they grab him earlier when they're walking around the vehicle? Well, based upon training, you do not grab someone that is armed with a knife. Their procedure is to step back, as I've mentioned, and to create distance and to give verbal commands, which they did during this. But if you notice, as soon as as soon as Blake got to the vehicle, Mr. Blake got to the vehicle, the officer grabbed him. In the officer's mind, and the way I interpreted the reports, in the officer's mind, you cannot leave. You cannot leave with that child in the vehicle. Now, someone won't say, well, it was his child. Keep in mind, the officer didn't know that that was his child, but it doesn't matter. Because any officer worth their salt, they're not going to let someone leave under these circumstances. Not leave. You could have a pursuit. This is the stuff that Amber Alerts are made of. You've got the undertones of a domestic. There are reports upon reports and incidents upon incidents where you have a domestic situation where children become victims. In the city where I was a police chief, one of our quadruple homicides had the undertones of an incident like this, where there were 2 children that were killed and 2 adults that were killed in this. So a police officer is not going to allow for him to get into the vehicle and leave. That is critically important. And then the last decision point, which is this idea that the police officer is in close proximity, he is holding on to him. And these are the 3 factors that you would consider under those. And I outline this in my report. And they are this. 1, was the person armed? Did they have the instrumentality to put someone in imminent danger, themselves or someone else? And the answer to that was yes. Blake had a knife. He had the instrumentality. Number 2, was the opportunity there? Yes, they were in close proximity. They were right there. They were no less than 2 feet away. So the opportunity was there. And these are the things that officers are trained on. So you had a weapon, you had opportunity, and then the question of intent. Intent is one of those things that either someone can say or they can demonstrate by their actions. The fact that Blake turned his body in that regard and thrust a knife forward, that was an example of intent. So the decision point to shoot was based upon those reasons. So let me go to, again, for sake of time, let me move to the decision to shoot 7 shots. And this is probably the question that I have been asked the most. Why 7 shots? Now, first, officers in the state of Wisconsin are trained to shoot until the threat has stopped. That forms the basis. So what you have is a situation where Officer Shishki is standing there, Officer Arenas is standing there, and the Mr. Blake thrusts the knife forward. Officer Shishki decides to shoot, and he's going to shoot till the threat stops. According to Officer Shishki, he did not stop shooting until Blake dropped the knife. Now, that encounter, in terms of when the shots started and when the shots ended, was roughly between 2.5 and 3 seconds. 2.5 and 3 seconds, which he got off 7 rounds. So at one point in time, which is very difficult to determine, at what point in time did Blake drop the knife? Was it at 4 shots? Was it at 3 shots? Was it at 6 shots? Which is really hard to determine. But in 3.5 seconds, it would have had to have, in 2.5 to 3 seconds, it would have had to been within that time frame. So that's how quickly those 7 rounds went off. Adding to the complexity of this is something that is referred to as the perception reaction time cycle. And in short, what that is that when you decide as a police officer, that you need to stop shooting based upon what you see, feel, and understand in terms of the stimuli, that this is no longer a threat. So you have to articulate that or think about that in your mind and then have a physical reaction to stop. The experts in the field say that that takes somewhere in the neighborhood, that gap time takes somewhere in the neighborhood about 1.5 seconds. In that time, you can get off another round, and that is the reaction time. Adding to the complexity would be things like officer readiness, meaning training, experience, age, all of those things come into play. Also, stress, auditory exclusion, time distortion. This is a stressful environment that the officer is operating in. So that is why I concluded that it was in an acceptable range, a range. So the range works like this. There are those things that are under in terms of use of force, and there's those things that are excessive. The accessible range falls right within that category there. So let me move to the last thing that I would like to comment on in terms of kind of a framework that you use here, is that, as I mentioned, if I didn't, I'll clarify it, the officers involved in this use every one of the intervention options to try to restrain Blake during this situation. It was everything from presence, dialogue, hand techniques, diffusing techniques, to tasers, to eventually, unfortunately, really unfortunately, was the use of deadly force. In all of those situations, there's this thing called proportionality. And proportionality works like this. One, did they use the proper option for that particular situation? Did they use the taser when it was called for? Did they use dialogue when it was called for? Did they use hand techniques? It needs to match the certain set of situations that the officer is involved with. That is proportionality. That you obviously don't use a baton to hit someone when the situation calls for dialogue. That's the type. Then it is the amount. Was the amount proper? And in all those situations that we saw, that the amount was proper. Then the third thing, and that is what America is looking at, and this is why I want to end on that, is that even if the officer does all of those things, there is still something that is called the eye test. Does the American public see it in that way? And that is always a question that we struggle with in terms of proportionality. It may be legal. It may be within policy. It may be with training. But there is still a question with the public in terms of proportionality. So I will leave it at that and turn it back over to the DA to see if there are any questions for Q&A.
Yes. Can I ask a question?
Sure, go ahead.
Derek Monroe, Rapidly TV, Berlin, Germany. According to your policy, which dictates basically shooting someone until the threat is stopped, why is it showing up that it's supposed to shoot to kill? Why one shot was not sufficient to immobilize someone, either leg or arm? Why did it take 7 shots to stop the person?
Yeah, I'll let Chief Ray answer.
Okay. First, this has evolved. When I first started in policing, we were trained to shoot 2 rounds, recover, examine what is going on in your environment, and if the threat is still continuing, then you shoot 2 more. What has happened, or what had happened over time, is that between the time that the officer would lower to the low ready, the threat at times would still continue and the officer was in jeopardy, and many times the officer would get hurt or killed. So the training evolved to the point where, right now, is that you shoot until the threat has stopped. Now, many people will think that officers shoot to kill. That is not what they're trained to do. That is not the philosophical underpinnings of what officers are expected to do. An officer is expected, when they're using deadly force, to use deadly force to the point where the threat has stopped. Does that make sense? Or is it?
Well, but it's very subjective because the threat has stopped. The whole world was looking at this. The European public look at this simply as a matter of extreme excessive force.
Okay.
Where it takes 7 bullets to stop somebody. It's just not acceptable in many different cultures. Maybe it is acceptable here, but frankly, for a lot of people outside of the United States who are looking at this, that looks like a prime example of the police abuse.
I would totally concur with how this came across. I felt that way. But the flip side of that is that it is not necessarily true that in a use of force situation that it would only take one shot to stop a threat. What you want to do is to stop the threat. That is the intent. That is the approach behind this.
Question from Adrian Broadus here from CNN. What is your message to members of the Black and brown community, those who were expecting at least an attempted murder charge? You said at the beginning of your statements, as a father, it was tough for you to watch. And the district attorney, I would ask you the same question. At the beginning of your presentation, you outlined so clearly you don't know what it's like to walk in the shoes of Black and brown people. So let's speak to that, please. Thank you.
And the question is, what is it like? Could you?
Well, the question is, what is your message to members of the Black and brown community? They see you there, they saw you as someone working closely with the case, and most likely put their trust in you.
My message is this. This was a difficult case. It was a difficult case when I was asked to get involved in this. It was hard for me to get involved in this for a variety of reasons. One, because of my work and my profession. One, because, being born and raised in the state of Wisconsin, living here and dealing with many of the issues that Black and brown people deal with, dealing with this on a national level, going into cities like San Francisco, Memphis, when all of these high-profile, Cleveland, when all these high-profile incidents have come up. I would like once to be able to provide some perspective in one of these incidents to say that this works. The criminal justice system works. It works for you. It works for everyone. But our ultimate obligation is truth. My ultimate obligation in looking at this was to look at the facts and to determine those facts and to share the facts. The reason why I got involved in this is that I wanted to be an outside person that looked at this. And there were decisions that were made by a number of people. We focus on the decisions that were made by the officers, which we should. They are the guardians of democracy. They are the ones there that should take the lead and do the right thing. They're trained. But there are also decisions that are made by people that are involved in this. There are decisions by the person that called. There are decisions by Mr. Blake. And some of these decisions place us in jeopardy. I listened to Mr. Blake during those audio conversations. I felt bad as a father, a man with so much promise, and this happened to him. Seems like a bright man. I looked at the eyes of those eyes of the child that sat in the back seat of that car and wondered how that was going to impact that child and wondered what the future was going to be. The criminal justice system is a difficult system. It is hard. It is harsh. It is difficult. It has the history of racism on top of racism, and we are trying to work through this. But we cannot work through this by just trying to find a decision that is comfortable with people. We've got to find the right decision. It's got to be grounded in truth. It's got to be grounded in facts. That's the obligation that I was given when they told me to look at this. 30 years and I have struggled with this. It has been a stressful endeavor to be involved in policing for 37 years and to be an African-American male. And I feel it in the worst way. That's why this is so difficult, but I was not going to step back from it.
All right, this is Andrew Kraft, and we've been listening to, for about the last hour here, Kenosha police officials and the district attorney there in Kenosha, as they have announced that no charges will be brought against the white Kenosha police officer who shot Jacob Blake last August. That black man, he was shot at several times, close range, back in August. We want to just recap for you and quote, "It is my decision now that I announce today before you that no Kenosha law enforcement officer in this case will be charged with any criminal offense." That was from the press conference from earlier. Kenosha police officer Rustin Shesky, who's white, shot Blake 7 times in the back after Blake slowly walked away from officers and toward the driver's side of a parked vehicle. He opened the door and leaned inside. Investigators later said a knife was recovered from the floorboard of the driver's side of the car. Blake has since been left paralyzed by that shooting. Michael Gravely, the DA there in Kenosha, Wisconsin, also said no charges would be filed against Blake for his role in the encounter. We're getting reaction, though. We want to take you now here on NewsNOW from Fox to a press conference that the family of Jacob Blake and their attorneys held earlier, just moments ago. It's wrapped up since then, but we want to play it out for you in its entirety at the moment. Before we do that, we are getting, this is about 30 or so minutes ago, reaction from attorney Ben Crump. He says Kenosha DA Michael Gravely will not charge the officers involved in the August shooting of Jacob Blake. We are immensely disappointed and feel this decision failed not only Jacob and his family, but the community that protested and demanded justice. So now we're going to go back out to Kenosha and listen to some of Jacob Blake's family members and his attorneys for their reaction to this news today, that no charges will be brought against that white police officer in Kenosha who shot Jacob Blake.
Three justice systems in America. There's one for black and brown people, one for police officers, and one for the rest of America. And we won't stop until there is actually truly one nation under God with justice and liberty for us all. And we won't stop until we get there. At this time, we'll take your questions.
This question is for you. You've obviously been vocal from day one. You've been in the street, being a voice for your nephew. Your reaction to the decision?
Well, it's a gut-wrenching experience, bro. First off, you got to live and survive through getting a phone call we had to answer, right? So that's heart attack. Situation number one. Then you have to allow yourself to digest rocks and glass is what we received today. It's clear that, I don't know, I wasn't present, but the racism that we heard that was down south has come up here and stretched its legs into the government. And so now we have a systemic system that's ran top heavy up here, feeding bad things down to the people, in which police officers look at our community as terror bait. As they shoot our people, as they put their knees on our neck. This is bigger and greater than little Jake. It really is. This is about all the little Jakes. And that's why the people keep coming out and supporting us. You know why? Because it could have been them. I heard it from my class roommate. The other day he said, you know, it really gets to me. He said, man, you seem more upset than us sometimes. Why? He said, because I realized it could have been me. Next question.
Yes.
Hi, Jill from the Kenosha News. How did Jacob Blake himself learn of the decision, and what was his reaction?
Jacob did learn of the decision from a phone call with Mark Gravely. He did call about an hour before he went public and informed him of the city's decision. And I will say that Jacob is, he's very disappointed. I mean, how do you feel being paralyzed, shot in the back 7 times? Never had the mens rea of wanting to cause any harm to anyone. He just wanted to get away. He wanted to bring himself to safety after what took place before the video. And that is what, we will show as we continue to pursue justice for Jacob. But it's extremely disappointing to sit paralyzed, never walk again, and to be able to hear that the officer is not even going to get the opportunity to go before a jury of his peers. I mean, that is just a grave injustice.
What do you think about all of the marching and the activism that's taken place today
Could you say the first part?
I'm from ABC 7 in Chicago.
How you doing, sis? Good to see you. Can you say the first part again?
What is Jacob's reaction to everything that's transpired over the last
Little Jake or Big Jake?
Little Jake.
Well, I mean, could you imagine being shot and paralyzed, trying to see about the safety of your kids? It was a tremendous day for him and an impactful day for him. And we just want him to focus on getting better. And as an uncle, when I go to visit him, we just watch football. Just want to leave us alone for a second and just concentrate on his well-being and himself. So we'll talk in a couple of days and find out how he really feels, but we want him to focus on getting well.
When Attorney Lamar, Aaron Davis, and Milwaukee,
Yes.
Remedies, next step, where do you all go from here? Where does this case go now?
Well, I will say that we will definitely, the legal counsel, myself, Attorney Ben Crump, Patrick Selvey, we will be looking at bringing a civil action in the near future to seek justice for Jacob. Today was about social justice. Today was about having criminal charges being brought, but we will definitely pursue other endeavors as it relates to civil justice. Well, what we're saying is that there was an altercation that the officers had prior to the video starting. You know, we maintain the belief that Jacob was essentially brutalized well before the video even started. What you saw in that video was Jacob getting up after being almost attacked by these officers well before the video starts. So I think that goes to his mens rea at the time, that he did not have the fortitude to harm anyone. And for an officer to say that he thought that he was going to get stabbed, where? Show me in the video, where did you feel like you were going to get stabbed? I think that this is just preposterous. And I think that the precedent that this sets is dangerous, not only to the city of Kenosha, not only to the state of Wisconsin, but to our country. If officers can justify shooting someone 7 times in this circumstance, we have a lot of work to do, and it is dangerous not only for black and brown people, but us all.
And to answer the question before, I'm sorry, I talked to Jake, my brother, not a minute ago, and he wanted us to emphasize that we'll be in D.C. Trying to sit down with the lawmakers that make a difference in every state, because this needs to be handled at a federal level. It needs to be investigated at federal level, and it needs to be taken to the feds so we can change some laws, so our African descendants can live in peace.
Question here. The district attorney is saying right now that Jacob had a knife and was reaching towards the officer when he was not. Any response to that?
I think that, again, we don't need to hear a 2-hour explanation for what our eyes could see.
Right.
People across this country were not protesting and gathering peacefully, advocating for justice for something that, you know, requires a 2-hour justification. I think we all saw what happened, and I think the facts speak for themselves.
At what point? New York Times.
I won't go into that right now. I will say that he remains in serious condition. I mean, he's still, paralyzed. This is life altering. He has a long road ahead, and he will never ever be the Jacob Blake that he was once before.
Young lady behind you.
And not only that, but to say to ask your question again, sir.
I asked what his health prognosis is.
Before that.
The district attorney was saying that he had a knife.
And our point was, when did he pull it out when he was running away from the man? At what point did he show a knife to attack this person and make him think that his life was in jeopardy? At what point in the video that you saw did we see that?
All right, young lady, and identify again.
Cassie Williams with Fox 6. Kind of similar reaction to what the DA is saying. Another part of it was saying that cops were responding to it as a domestic violence situation, and that's the situation that they were put in. Any reaction to that? Do you think that's how the situation was?
I don't think that the allegations of a domestic situation even require a response. What is proven is that obviously what charges have been brought? None. He hasn't had any domestic charges that occurred on that date. So again, this is another attempt that we see not only in Kenosha, but across the country, is trying to justify the unjustifiable, as Attorney Ben Crump often says.
Correct.
This is just another instance of that.
Correct.
You know, they say, oh, if he would have just complied with the officer's orders, he wouldn't have been shot. That's preposterous to think that. Not following a law is called obstruction in the state of Wisconsin. That is not, it's a misdemeanor. It's 9 months in jail at the max, and a fine up to $10,000. You don't get shot 7 times in the back for not following an order. So this logic that we have is dangerous, and we're here to address it today.
Right. Well, yeah. Milwaukee Public Radio. On the civil action, are you thinking civil rights violation, or what can you tell us more about legal argument?
We will talk further about any civil remedies that we will seek later, obviously with my co-counsel Ben Crump and Patrick Selvey. We will say that we've definitely investigated and it's in the works. I think that there's no question that there was a civil rights violation that happened back in August of 2020.
Any other questions? We'll take a couple more before we hear from some community leaders and business owners.
Mr. Blake, Sean Gallagher, TMJ4. What would you have liked to see an officer do in this situation?
I'm sorry, who are you directing towards, sir?
Mr. Blake, actually.
Okay, I'm sorry. I just want to, you have to keep in mind that just like a fireman's trained to put out fires or a mechanic to put in a motor, these officers are trained. Please keep that in mind. They can't have the same mindset that a normal citizen has or can say. They're trained. You're trained for people that may do things that are unexpected. He could have been drugged down to the ground. There was multiple police officers there. Why would the first instinct of any officer be to draw a weapon next to 3 children, less than a foot from 3 children that he was supposed to be saving? He could have shot and hurt himself. That can't be the way they train him at the academy, is it? So he snatched the T-shirt of the young man and shot him 7 times in the back. What would he have liked to see? Them take him down if they thought there was something he needed to go in front of a court and adjudicate. That's the proper way that police should be policed.
Do you hope to see Officer Shesky lose his job?
We want to see him lose his job. We want to see him be indicted, and we want to see him have his day in court before he goes to jail.
All right, over here.
Hey.
Are you guys is your family going to be protesting in the streets today or in the coming days?
Well, we've been working with the beautiful relationship that we have with LOC leaders of Kenosha, the Collective, and many other organizations. All of us are known in Kenosha and other organizations that have been tremendously good to the Blake family. And as we're encouraging the whole nation and the world to stand up and have a non-violent civil uprising, yeah, we'll be in the streets soon, and we'll let y'all know about it.
Yes, right here.
Kate Chapel, NBC Chicago. When he was announcing that there would be no charges, within the same sentence, he said there would also be no charges against Jacob. Curious if you had thoughts on that and bringing that up.
I think that when we look at no charges for Jacob, why would he have charges? I mean, what did he do wrong? I mean, he walked away. You know, it's arguable whether there was obstruction or not, but I think that would be even more asinine to have charged someone after they've been shot 7 times. I think he suffered enough punishment for more than enough individuals unjustly.
Any other questions?
Could you spell your name?
Yes, B''I''VORY, Lamar, L-A, capital M-A-R-R.
Thank you.
We're going to have some of the leaders of Kenosha and some of the other organizations that have been standing strong with us, just to give you some of the insight of the community feedback.
You just introduced. This is Tanya McLean from Leaders of Kenosha, and she's been instrumental with many different organizations, business owners, volunteers coming together, putting on non-violent violence intentions, efforts, and initiatives. So take it away, Tanya.
So I've been reflecting on this decision. We kind of knew it'd go this way based on what we've seen in previous cases throughout this country. And I've just kind of been looking to others who have gone through this struggle, Black and brown people throughout this country. And I was reading something that John Lewis wrote in one of his last speeches before he died, and it's just so fitting for today, so I'm going to share it. It says, "People on every continent have stood in our shoes. The truth does not change, and that is why answers worked out long ago will help find the solutions to the challenges of our time right now. Democracy is not a state. It is an act, and each generation must do its part to help build what we call the beloved community, a nation and world and society at peace with itself. We must also study and learn the lessons of history, because humanity has been involved in soul-wrenching existential struggle for a very long time." And so the fight that John Lewis, Martin Luther King, who he was inspired by, and others have fought, we're standing here with the same exact story. How sad is that? So now the lynchings that we had in the South, the burnings and all that, people are, police officers and people that don't look like us are able to assault, murder, kill, harm Black and brown people. It's just unacceptable. I was listening to Gravely talk inside, and there were a few things that he said that just really, really, really upset me. He said that basically all of us that have been out here peacefully protesting, calling for change, and to back it up a little, before we hit the streets, many of us were out here in boardrooms, on committees, trying to fight for change. So for him to say, like, basically it's just starting because of what happened with Jacob, that's not true. But he basically said that we were calling for the firing, the indictment, and the prosecution of Shesky because we're trying to advance our cause. And what is our cause? We just want to be treated like each and every other person that doesn't look like us. We don't want to come outside and be harmed and have to worry about being murdered. I have 2 African-American sons and 3 grandsons. I don't want them driving. I have so much anxiety now about it. It's very stressful, and people don't understand. And like Justin said, where is the empathy? And then he said that Jacob and all of us, we're seeking healing through a jury trial. The last time I checked, how is that healing? When you have 12 people that you absolutely don't know that are going to decide your life, and more than likely will not look like you. And then he said that we have been trying this case on the screen. Thank God for the screen, because if the screen wasn't there, we wouldn't even be having this conversation right now, because we know how that goes. So for Gravely to say all these things about people who care about Black and brown issues in this community, to just sum it up as something as basic and asinine as this, I'm deeply, deeply offended. And Gravely is definitely entrenched in the systemic racism, and he is perpetuating it based on so many of the statements that he made earlier today. He talks about healing. How in the world can you do that when you feel this way about people who are trying to make change? Of course, we want to advance what we're trying to do out here and seek justice for Black and brown people. What is so wrong with that? Absolutely nothing. So again, we're going to stay committed to seeing things move forward in this community on our terms, on our demands. We're not asking anymore. And if you cannot, then you have to go. And Gravely, that this decision is just, it's disheartening. And it did no good for this community. The lack of transparency throughout the last 4 months is just unacceptable. And he will be held accountable at the polls the next go around he has. So thank you very much.
After Tanya, talk one more time.
Tanya, Tanya, McLean, MC, capital Lean, and I'm the executive director of Leaders of Kenosha.
And we're going to hear from Kenosha's business owner, Jillian. Do you want to say anything?
Come on, this is a dear friend of ours since we've been up here And as a business owner, she just wants you to let you know how she supported the Blake family.
Yep. I've been here since. Oh, sorry. I've been here since it happened. I am a black business owner in Kenosha. I also have 4 children. So, like he always says, it could have been one of mine. So I guess I'm just disappointed in the decision. It's not justice. Read justice, that's not justice. So that's all. I'm just disappointed in the decision that was made.
Again, my name is Alvin Owens. I'm also a business owner. I grew up here. My family is here. We're part of the largest African-American family here. And it was very disappointing to hear what was taking place. What was more shocking that I didn't hear from many of my Caucasian counterparts that I grew up with throughout this entire 4 months. Some of them with their names on the buildings of their businesses that they own. I went to high school and middle school with, and I haven't heard from them throughout this entire time, maybe 1 or 2 likes on Facebook. So it goes to show what I said earlier on when this first broke out in August, that on August 23rd, my birthday, was that we have 2 Kenoshas, the have and the have not, or the black and the white. And this further shows for us in the black and brown communities what it continues to be. So after Alvin Owens, ALVINOWENS. And I was going to give you for your brother's message.
That's what I'm doing right there. Yeah, I love it to death. Teamwork all the time here. Just want to state a fact that sometimes gets washed and everything. Racine, Kenosha, and Milwaukee helped the Blake family as we rallied around support for little Jake turn a red state blue. And nobody can take that from us. We walked 38 miles to get the vote out from Kenosha to Milwaukee. And the city, only to show up and there's 500 some people in the park to receive us. Well, I say that to say before Ms. Tanya comes back up here to introduce Minister Khalifa, that African descendants showed us through the voting process we got power. Yes. I can't hear you. We got power. And what we're going to do with that power in 2021 is to get the proper people in the proper seats that have humanities for everybody in this county, city, and state. Ms. Tanya has something she wanted to say.
Real quick. You know, we have the National Guard here. We have our courthouse built that, boarded up. And what's so interesting is everyone is so concerned about, their properties and the fires and the burnings. Those are buildings. We in no way condone any of that, but what about the people? Jacob was shot 7 times in his back. And we do not believe that they were dispersed here to protect us. That is not the case. But I needed to say that. There's all this concern by the city and all the officials about the dwellings. Those are exactly that. They're dwellings. They don't have a heartbeat. They're inanimate objects. But yet and still, that's all we hear about. Unless, if it's not coming from us out here demanding, we're only hearing about materialistic things that absolutely mean nothing at the end of the day. What about the black and brown people in this community and our lives and how we feel we're under threat constantly? So I just needed to say that so that people understand this is not about buildings. This is about people and how any one of us can be shot down in the street and there are no consequences for it. And here comes Minister Khalifa from Milwaukee. All of us are none.
Minister Khalifa Moore. All of us are none. All of us? Or none. All of us? Or none. All of us? Or none. We have tried everything. I think we've tried everything in this country around these issues. And one thing I know is that power only concedes to power. When the powers that be continues to be working forces against the people, what win do we really have if we have no allies on the other side? The fact of the matter is that we're going to have to start organizing in our own communities to put our own people in play.
Say it.
Because this right here is reflective across the country of the same narrative that we're going to continuously see over and over again. Every 28 hours, an officer guns down a so-called black or brown person unjustifiably, and no one is held accountable for it. Here's a brother who was gunned down 7 times viciously by police. And we're saying that that's all right. We've tried everything. We've tried everything, but I want you to understand that we're going to continue to fight. This is not over. We're going to continue to beat up these streets.
Yes, sir.
We're going to continue to organize across this state,
Yes, sir.
across this country.
Yes, sir.
We're going to go all the way to the Supreme Court.
Yes, sir.
We're going to change laws from the top down.
Yes, sir.
Because the local municipalities are afraid to challenge the federal government.
Yes, sir.
And that's what's really going on. It's a conflict of interest.
Yes, sir.
Laws are in play that say it's okay to play the way they're playing with us. And we need to interrupt those systems.
Yes, sir.
Because these various systems are going to continue to consume the lives of our people unjustifiably. And we got to come together as a collective. And it's only going to take unity. And that's the only way we're going to be able to make it to survive another day in this storm.
Yes, sir.
And I say this very earnestly, and I mean what I say when I say this. This is more than just a fight. This is more than just a fight. Because lives are being taken, families are being broken, communities are being severed and shattered to pieces. And we're still saying the same old Black Lives Matter song, and nobody's hearing us. But everybody march with us when it's time to march. But when it's time to stand up behind those doors to make these decisions, to come with these indictments, everybody's on the same side, and we locked out the door, and we're not at the table, and that's got to change. All of us?
Or not.
All of us?
Or not.
All of us?
Or not. We're going to wrap it up shortly. We're going to take a few more questions for the attorney of the family and Justin Blake, because we do want to respect residents that live here in our building. Question right here. Identify yourself.
I'm Runoff with the Washington Post. Do you, they talked about Jacob Blake having a knife on the scene. Can you respond to that?
They did already, but go ahead and recap really quick.
I think the video is very clear that Jacob never posed an imminent harm to anyone. That there was never a knife extended. He never raised a knife. He never unfolded a knife. There was no point in the video that is articulable for an officer to say that he was under harm at a particular point. So I think, I think that's completely bogus, and I think that is just a rationalization to try to show what is really essentially an intentional act.
And as his uncle, to add in, it's sort of like if you watch Sunday Night Football and the fumble's made and he never had the ball. It may have been present, but it was not in his possession.
And I think it's also important to add, just to piggyback that, it's not against the law to have a knife.
Right.
I mean, people have knives for a variety of different reasons, and Jacob Blake is privy to having a knife. I mean, he's not, there's no reason why he should be restricted from doing so, just like any other American.
Any other questions?
Can I get a question here?
Over here, identify.
Joaquin, I live not too far away off of 50th Avenue. Okay. I might have not known this, but before the Jacob Blake incident, I think there was a shooting like a block away. A week before that, within the last 2 months, there was like 5 shootings, 2 shootings in one day. And he said that they think there was some like a little gangbanging from seeing the Kenosha.
Get to the question, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
Why didn't the police take care, do their policing when they were supposed to? If they, and from what I heard, something like they want the black community to shoot each other.
No. Okay, that's it. You can recap that. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Next question. Okay.
All right, thank you guys.
So we thank you guys for coming out. We want you to know the Blake family is going to continue to stand in solidarity with the Kenosha community, and they're going to fight for justice until we get it. Big ups to the red, the black, and the green. Unity now, one Africa.
Thank you. Sir, just continue to educate yourself, okay? Thank you. God bless.
All right, that was family members of Jacob Blake and family attorneys there of the Blake family. And you heard them there. They said they are going to keep fighting and standing in solidarity with the people of Kenosha as they seek justice. This is all coming amidst that news that the Kenosha County District Attorney there in Wisconsin will not be pressing charges on that officer who shot Jacob Blake, you can remember, back in August. We also learned that no charges will be filed against Jacob Blake himself. That shooting left him paralyzed. So we'll be following this story throughout the night here, but we want to get to another story as well that we're following. That's the runoff races in Georgia in the Peach State. Polls close in about 30 minutes time there on the East Coast. So before we do all that, we're going to take a quick commercial break, but we did want to preview that we'll be speaking with Senator Kelly Loeffler's campaign spokesman in about 15 minutes or so to kind of give an update on how they're feeling and the state of the race as it stands at the moment. So that's all coming up here on News Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. We want to thank everyone for watching. We have a lot of great content, great stories in store going into this Tuesday night. We'll be back in 2 minutes. All right, and there's just a live look there of the Capitol Dome. As you know, the Senate runoff races will determine the makeup of the Senate. Right now, Republicans have 50 seats there in the upper chamber. Democrats rather have just 48. And if Senators Kelly Loeffler and Purdue do eke out a victory tonight, the majority will be 52-48 Republicans. If that's not the case, and Ossoff and Warnock do eke out a victory, it would be split 50-50. And as you know, any piece of legislation that comes through that's really, really close, that needs a tie-breaking vote, that tie-breaking vote would be the vice president. And that would be the vice president-elect at this moment, Kamala Harris. We do have live pictures right now of the stage and the podium for Senator Kelly Loeffler's event for later, rather. And we'll bring that to you live here on News Now from Fox. And so we'll be bringing you kind of live pictures like this, like we have throughout the day, of polling locations, of ballot processing centers, of counting locations. We'll have some more live reports from the field there in Atlanta as well, and a big interview too. Like I mentioned before the commercial break, we'll be talking with Senator Kelly Loeffler's campaign spokesman, just to get a sense of how the campaign thinks today has gone and what they think tomorrow will look like. All right, and like I said, this is Andrew Kraft. We'll be speaking with Senator Kelly Loeffler's campaign spokesman. This is a live look, though, of her press event for later. At the meantime, we do want to play out remarks from John Ossoff. He spoke to the press earlier today as he was outside a polling location, so we're going to just listen into that right now.
Thank you so much for being here. I want to start by thanking the people of Georgia for voting in record numbers through this early voting period and urging everybody who hasn't yet voted to get out to the polls and vote today. As long as you are in line by 7 p.m., your vote will be counted. This is history unfolding in Georgia right now. I want to encourage everybody to be a part of it. There's so much good work that we can do to lift up people in this state. We can beat COVID-19. We can surge vaccine distribution and make sure testing and vaccines are free for every American. We can put Georgia's own CDC in charge, as it should be, of our national pandemic response. We will be able to pass $2,000 stimulus checks for the people next week when we win these races in Georgia and get economic relief directly into the bank accounts of the American people who are suffering right now. We will be able to pass a significant jobs and infrastructure plan to rebuild this economy. We will be able to pass landmark civil rights and voting rights legislation. And I want to ask everybody in Georgia who hasn't yet voted to participate in this election, participate in this historic moment, and make your voices heard. So thank you all for being here, and Miriam will be calling on members of the press with questions.
We're going to start with WSB right here.
Hey.
Very complicated question. How stressed and nervous are you today?
Not at all. I feel confident. I'm grateful to all the people who have already cast their ballots, and I just want to humbly urge everybody to participate in this election today. Get out there and vote. As long as you're in line by 7 p.m., your vote will be counted. Be a part of history. Join your friends and neighbors. Join your family members, your church communities. Join everybody in Georgia who's making their voices heard today. Thank you.
Move over to CNN.
Hey.
How would you characterize Trump's calls of Georgia Secretary of State? Would you say it's illegal, and how would you try to hold him or anybody else engaging in that kind of behavior accountable if elected?
It may be illegal. It's certainly improper and disgraceful. It's a direct attack on Georgia voters. It's a direct attack on the democratic process. And y'all, we're in the middle of a crisis where we're losing thousands of Americans per day to COVID-19. Hospital systems and nursing homes buckling under the weight of this outbreak. Millions of people facing eviction or foreclosure. You would not have known that based upon his remarks last night, and he's focused on trying to overturn election results. We need to get economic relief to the people. We need to pass $2,000 stimulus checks for the people. We need to surge vaccine distribution and make testing and vaccines free for every American to beat this virus. Thank you.
John, we're surrounded by media, right? And many of the media teams that are here in your group are actually from other countries. What does it say that this many media groups all around the world showed up here to Georgia to pay attention to what's going on here?
It shows how much power Georgia voters have right now. Georgia voters have never had more power than you have today. That's the reason the whole world is watching us in Georgia. That's the reason everybody needs to get out to the polls and make their voices heard. I want Georgia voters to feel that power and to exercise that power to make history and to demand better government at a moment of crisis like this. When we win both of these Senate races, we will pass $2,000 stimulus checks immediately for the American people. I spoke with the president-elect about that personally yesterday. When we win both of these U.S. Senate races, We will pass legislation to ensure testing and vaccines are free for every American and to surge vaccine distribution, which right now is not happening fast enough. When we win both of these Senate races, we will pass a new Civil Rights Act and a new Voting Rights Act to secure equal justice for all and secure voting rights for all people.
One of the first orders of business, if you were to get elected into the Senate on Biden's agenda, is to repeal President Trump's tax cuts. And a new study shows that would cost Georgia families $3,900 more every year. Will you still support President-elect Biden's agenda, even if it means Georgia families are going to be paying more in taxes?
No, I'm going to vote to cut taxes for working class and middle class families in Georgia. And in fact, I spoke with President-elect Biden yesterday about how swiftly we're going to act to pass those $2,000 stimulus checks, which are currently being blocked by the United States Senate. I mean, here we have the American people crying out for economic relief. President Trump demanding passage of these stimulus checks. President-elect Biden demanding passage of these stimulus checks. But the United States Senate is blocking economic relief for the people. And they will block all of the economic relief that the people need if Mitch McConnell holds the Senate. And that's why it's so vital that everybody in Georgia make a plan to vote. Again, if you're in line by 7 p.m. tonight, your vote will be counted. Thank you so much.
Peter?
Mr. Ossoff.
Hey, Peter.
Something that your Republican opponents are drawing a lot of attention to is a weeks-old comment from Chuck Schumer, where he said, now we take Georgia, then we change America. Is that something that you find particularly helpful? Because the Republicans are trying to use that against you and essentially say change America means we're going to be a socialist country.
Here's the kind of change that the people of Georgia are crying out for. Equal justice under the law. It was in Glenn County, Georgia, that Ahmaud Arbery was shot to death in the street in broad daylight on camera. And the local authorities looked the other way because Ahmaud Arbery was a young black man. The kind of change that we need is passage of a new Civil Rights Act that will make real America's founding promise of equal justice. The kind of change that we need is immediate passage of $2,000 stimulus checks, where right now what we have is gridlock in Washington and the U.S. Senate blocking relief for the people. The kind of change that we need is legislation that will make testing and vaccines for COVID-19 free for every American. That's the kind of change that Georgia voters have been turning out in record numbers to demand, and that's the kind of change that we can deliver when we win these 2 Senate races today. Thank you, Peter.
Win or lose, can you talk about the infrastructure Democrats have built in the state and how it feels like you've gotten to the point? And then, secondly, can you talk about what these races, if you win, would say to the Democratic Party more broadly about whether more center-of-the-road policies will win more voters or more liberal policies?
John, can you talk this way, please?
Yes, I can.
Sure. Thank you for the question. Look, this is the culmination of many years of work and struggle. A decade of organizing, much of this work led by Stacey Abrams to register voters, mobilize communities, empower the people to participate, but decades of work. The legacy of heroes like John Lewis, Hosea Williams, Amelia Boynton, the hundreds who crossed the Edmund Pettus Bridge in Selma, Alabama in 1965 to demand voting rights for black Americans. John Lewis had his skull fractured marching in Selma that day. Many bled to secure the right of all Americans to vote. And it was so that we could have moments like this one. So that all people could stand up and demand the kind of change that we need at a moment of crisis when people need economic relief, when our public health system urgently needs support, when we have an urgent need for civil rights legislation to expand justice in this country. And that is the tradition of John Lewis, the tradition of civil rights activism, the tradition of expansion of voting rights and equal justice for all that Georgia Democrats are carrying forward right now.
And then
Thank you.
In the party, does this race settle the moderate to liberal
I'm a John Lewis Democrat. I'm a civil rights Democrat. And that's the kind of Democrat that's running in the South right now. I mean, think about how far we've come in the American South, that the Democratic standard bearers in these races are the young Jewish son of an immigrant and a black pastor who holds Dr. King's pulpit at Ebenezer Baptist Church. That is the new South. Thank you.
Okay, everyone, that's all we're going to have time for. John's going to greet some voters after they vote in the parking lot. Everyone has to stay on the sidewalk while he's out there. We cannot bring the cameras towards voters. So if everyone could really keep your distance, we're so appreciative you were here. But he's going to do that, and we really appreciate it.
Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you for being here. Thank you. Are you going to get back up there?
All right, that was John Ossoff, the Senate Democratic candidate there in the runoffs, or at least one of them anyway, taking questions from reporters. Here's a live look as well of the inside of where Senator Kelly Loeffler will hold her election night event. We do want to keep showing you some of these events from earlier because it's important. Polls close in just about 15 minutes there in Georgia. So want to hear from Reverend Warnock as well. He spoke to reporters earlier today. Here he is.
So, thank you so very much for leaving it all on the field. I know that many of you have been working really hard for quite some time. And my name is on the ballot and the bus, but this is a collective effort. This is our day. It's about Georgia and about the future of our state. The eyes of the nation are here. Georgia's on everybody's mind. And certainly we are concerned about these issues that are impacting the whole country. But Georgia deserves good representation. Georgia deserves United States senators who will be thinking about that. So, I'm deeply honored. I'm looking at the faces of these young people especially, and you inspire me. Because there's never been a great movement without the energy and the vision and the principled impatience of the young. You know, folks, you know, older folks, you know, hard on young people. You don't be so impatient. And there's a kernel of truth in that, in the sense that you do need to recognize that change is slow, is hard, right? Our republic expands and then it contracts, and the last 4 years has been one big contraction. And we're trying to expand that republic some more so that everybody can breathe, so that people have access to affordable health care, so that the folks that we're now all of a sudden calling essential workers actually earn an essential wage. And can get essential benefits. So thank you, all of you, but especially the young folks who are here today. I want you to hold on to that idealism. You're a little bit angry with the status quo. You wonder, well, why can't we get anything done? How is it that we have killings in our schools and we can't get any reasonable reform on gun safety? How is it that all of the science shows that climate change is real and we got politicians pretending like they don't know whether it's happening or not, or whether human beings are causing it? And this COVID piece has been instructive because at the beginning of the epidemic, or the pandemic particularly, we asked young people who might not experience, not in all cases, but might not experience symptoms as severe, we we asked you to make some behavioral changes for your mothers, your grandmothers, and grandfathers. In other words, so we said, may not impact you in the same way. You might be all right. Then you go home and get somebody else sick because you love the elders. Then we ask you to change your behavior, and that's right. But I also think it's instructive because your generation has been saying to folks 50 and older, people like me, and older, get serious about climate change. And in various ways, too many of our generation have said, and older have said, no, we won't make the changes. And I think that this is a teachable moment. And so know that I'll take all of that commitment with me to the U.S. Senate. I believe in environmental justice. I come out of the civil rights tradition. I'm the pastor of Dr. King's Church, and there's no more basic civil rights than clean air and clean water. I believe in a woman's right to choose. And that a patient's room is too cramped a space for a woman, a doctor, and the whole United States government. And for those who are concerned about life, and I certainly am, I have a deep reverence for life and a deep respect for choice. We ought to be working on infant mortality and maternal mortality. The rates are just criminally high given the resources of this country, and 2 to 3 times the rate for black women. Even when they have the insurance and the income, they're dying in or as a result of childbirth. So anyway, and I believe that there's no such thing as equal rights for some, which is why I'm an ally of the LGBTQ plus. So what we got to do in this defining moment in American history is build a multiracial, multi-faith, and those who claim no particular faith tradition, but people of moral courage. We got to build a diverse movement in this moment, and we got to reclaim the voices of the people in their own democracy. We're literally watching folk trying to steal the people's voices. And Kelly Loeffler is aiding and abetting. It's shameful what she said last night. So she wants to spend her time trying to take your voice. We don't know. If there's one state we know Joe Biden won, we know Joe Biden won Georgia. How many times do we have to count the vote? And so what we need now is to get him some help so that we can get affordable health care, a livable wage, so that we can pass the John Lewis voting rights law. That's what we need. So I want to say thank you to all of you, really, from the bottom of my heart, because you're out here doing the work, and it's because I know you care and you know how much is at stake, and you understand that you can't outsource your democracy. You have to do the work. So thank you and tell everybody thanks who contributed to the campaign. But today, the only thing that matters today is focus. I'm glad if you liked us on Facebook and all of that, but respectfully, may I say, we don't count tweets. We don't count likes. Today, we don't even count the money. The only thing we count today is what? Focus. So thank you for getting out there, knocking on doors, and telling everybody to show up. God bless you. I love you.
All right. this is Andrew Kraft. You're getting a live look there at Kelly Loeffler, the senator's election podium and stage. Polls close in just about 8 minutes there. We told you that we were going to have a live interview with Senator Loeffler's campaign spokesman. That kind of isn't happening at this moment. Obviously, the candidates are all extremely busy tonight, and so in case we do hear back from the Loeffler campaign, we hope we can set that up for a little later in our coverage for tonight. But at the moment, that is not happening. So we just wanted to come back on air and kind of say that to our viewer in case they were expected it. I was previewing it as well. So we're going to leave that for now. But we do want to hear from Senator Loeffler from earlier. She spoke to reporters this morning on Election Day. So we're going to play that out for you. It's about 5 minutes. And then Daytona Everett, my fellow digital journalist, will come up here and take the reins. And then we'll be covering the Senate runoff races in and out throughout the night. Remember, this is such a crucial race, really the last one of 2020, if you think about it. But we are in that first week of 2021. And so we'll be hearing from reporters in the field as well, and hopefully hearing from the candidates, their surrogates, and their spokesmen. So here is Senator Kelly Loeffler from earlier.
Contrast the path of the American dream that I've been fighting for, or socialism. My opponent would bring socialism in the form of big government, higher taxes on every single hardworking Georgian family, government-run health care, defunded police, Green New Deal. I've been fighting for Georgians. I helped bring $47 billion right here to Georgia. I'm fighting for Georgians to get the $2,000 checks and make sure that we protect school choice, affordable health care that protects pre-existing conditions, and the ability for every single Georgian to live the American dream. That's what I'm fighting for, and that's what our campaign's been about. That's why we have so much momentum. Georgians know they have a fighter for them in Washington, an outsized voice, an advocate for Georgia values, and I've stood strong with Georgians every step of the way through this pandemic, through the economic recovery, and I'm the only candidate in my race that knows how to create jobs and help get this economy back on its feet, get back to our way of life here in Georgia, and do that safely as we manage through this pandemic, get our kids back in school, and get back to work.
Senator, is the president's rhetoric hurting your chances today in keeping people at home from voting?
Look, the president came to Georgia last night and told Georgians, get out and vote for David Perdue and Kelly Loeffler. Your way of life here in Georgia depends on it. The country's depending on it. We need checks and balances in Washington. That's what this is about today, making sure that the left, the radical ideas of the left, defunding the police, socialism, are stopped in their tracks right here in Georgia.
Senator, do you think his visit helped encourage Republican voter participation in areas of the state where it's lagging?
Absolutely. Look, the president said we have to get out and vote. You have to exercise your right to vote. Now, we have to hold free, fair, trusted elections, but you have to vote. We know that if we win, it will be because we voted. If we lose, it will be because we did not turn out and vote. So Georgians need to have their voice heard.
Was the president's call to the Secretary of State appropriate?
Look, my total focus has been on this moment today, getting the vote out here in Georgia. I've been crisscrossing the state for 9 weeks. That's our focus. Georgians need to get out and vote today.
Go ahead, Heather. So I've been investigating Georgia for a while now. A lot of disturbing things that I've uncovered. And I know you said yesterday at the rally that you wouldn't certify the election in Washington. What led you to that decision, and what would you do in Congress, if anything, to help clean up Georgia's election process?
Well, we've got to get to work on that. The most important thing is that Georgians turn out today and vote for me so that I can be their voice on January 6th. But we have to get to the bottom of what happened in this election. There are too many unresolved open investigations. We have to get answers. We have to hold those accountable that committed fraud in these elections, and then we have to fix the system where those fixes need to be applied. But right now, my main focus is making sure that Georgians get out and vote. If we don't vote, we won't just lose this election, we will lose the country.
To follow up on that, what caused the change of heart that we asked you? I don't know, you've probably been asked 50 times about it before yesterday, and you said your focus was on Tuesday. Now that we're here, what caused you to have the change of heart?
Well, I've always said everything's on the table. I'm seriously considering it. But because my focus had to be on this election on January 5th, nothing matters if we don't hold the line here in Georgia. We are truly the firewall to stopping socialism, the radical ideas of the left, defunding the police, defunding our military, locking our economy down. We have to win on January 5th to get the work done January 6th and after.
Let's go Brennan and then Robert, please.
How confident are you feeling today?
Look, I feel great. We have tremendous momentum, but our work is not done. We have to get out and vote today. That's why President Trump was here. That's why we've had surrogates from across the country making sure that Georgians turn out to vote, because the country is counting on Georgia to hold the line, to stop socialism, to stop big government, tax increases, excessive regulation, open borders, Green New Deal, the radical left coming in and changing our way of life here in Georgia.
If you're elected, will you focus on preventing Biden from being president?
Look, my main focus when I'm in Washington every single day is helping Georgians and making sure that we are helping them get back to work, get back to school and church, opening this economy, managing through this pandemic, getting the relief that we need, the $2,000 checks. I'm continuing to fight for that and make sure that our kids can be back in school, have school choice. Everything's on the line right here today in Georgia. Georgians, you need to get out and vote.
Robert, close us out.
Senator, as you said, you've been hammering the campaign trail the past couple of days. At this point, do you have any regrets? Do you think you could have done anything more at this point?
Look, we've left it all on the field right here in Georgia. We've been crisscrossing the state for 9 weeks, and I know Georgians are tired. Look, we've been called to stay in this race a lot longer than the rest of the country. I know we're going to get it done, but we have left it all on the field, and now it's up to Georgia to hold the line against socialism. We need Georgians to get out and vote today for Kelly Loeffler and David Purdue.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. You guys are awesome.
You're watching news now from Fox. Obviously, Kelly Loeffler from earlier this morning, as all of the candidates made their way across the Peach State, talking to last-minute voters who turned up to the polls today. We've had live reports all day from a lot of the polling locations, and seems like there's some pretty high turnout for this Senate runoff race. You're taking a live look at the watch party setup for tonight for Kelly Loeffler and David Purdue. So we will continue to pop back onto this shot every chance that we get. Again, here on News Now from Fox, we bring you all of the live events happening throughout the day, and these feeds are coming to us from across the country, this one in Georgia. Let's take a look at the White House. A beautiful shot, blue haze up above. Definitely a busy week this week for politics, the White House, and for the state capitol. We got you covered here on News Now from Fox. We'll take one last look at another live event happening. This is in Washington, D.C. This is a rally, a pro-Trump rally. Protesters and crowds of people have been out and about all day today. Everyone has their signs, Stop the Steal. And it's likely we will be seeing this all throughout the night as well. So we've had these shots constant throughout the day. In just moments here, I'm going to have my colleague Andrew Kraft come on with us and kind of talk logistics about this race, as voting has officially ended in the state of Georgia. But before we get to that, I'd like to hit a couple other stories that have been breaking today. We showed you earlier a police update coming out of Kenosha. This is a story that has really affected the entire state of Wisconsin. So let me play out this video for you here. This is not concerning Jacob Blake's case, but Kyle Rittenhouse. If that name sounds familiar, we're going to explain to you why. The The teenager accused of shooting and killing 2 people in Kenosha, Wisconsin, pleads not guilty to all charges. That's the big news today. 18-year-old Kyle Rittenhouse was arraigned via video conference today. You can see that video right there. He's accused of killing 2 people during protests in Kenosha back in August following the shooting of Jacob Blake. Rittenhouse is charged with 7 crimes, including first-degree intentional homicide, first-degree reckless homicide, and attempted first-degree intentional homicide. Rittenhouse claims he was acting in self-defense. He's from Antioch, Illinois, and traveled to Kenosha following a call to protect businesses during protests following the shooting of Blake. Rittenhouse was 17 at the time of his alleged crimes. He's free after posting $2 million bail, with much of that being raised through donations. But let's play out that actual deal that happened this morning, that video conference that you're seeing video of right now. Here on NewsNOW from Fox, we want to show you the whole feed. So we'll show you that and then bring it back to Georgia Senate runoffs, the big story for tonight.
Please don't disconnect.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you. So the person on the phone with the phone number that ends in 9498, could I have your name, please?
When I thought somebody speak Spanish.
Okay, is this Miss Jasso?
Sí.
Okay. One moment. Un momento.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Mr. Richards.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon, Mr. Binger.
Good afternoon, Commissioner. How are you?
I'm just peachy, thanks, and good afternoon, Mr. Zaff.
Good afternoon. How you doing?
Good, I'm doing well. All right, thanks.
Hey, Lori, we're ready to begin. We're beginning with Rittenhouse.
All right. Let's call a matter now, the state of Wisconsin versus Kyle H. Rittenhouse. It's 20 CF 983. May I have the appearances, please?
The state appears by Assistant District Attorneys Thomas Binger and Jason Zaff.
Good afternoon. Mr. Rittenhouse appears via Zoom from my office, Attorney Mark Richards.
Thank you, Mr. Richards. Any objection holding this hearing via the Zoom application?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you very much. Then court will find that good cause does exist to hold this hearing and any subsequent hearing this afternoon via the Zoom application based on the coronavirus pandemic, as well as orders previously entered by the Supreme Court for the state of Wisconsin and the Kenosha County Circuit Court, further barring any objections raised by defendants and/or defendants' counsel. All right, thank you. We are here today for arraignment in this matter. On behalf of Mr. Rittenhouse, Mr. Richards, do you acknowledge receipt of a copy of the information?
Your Honor, I would acknowledge receipt of the information, waive the reading of the information. I have went over all the potential penalties with my client. He's aware of them. I've also e-filed a jury demand on count 6 for a 6-person jury and the $36 fee earlier today.
All right, thank you. I assume then at this point you're going to be entering pleas?
Yes, prepared to enter not guilty pleas to all the charges contained therein.
All right, thank you very much. Not guilty pleas to all counts contained in the information are noted and entered for the record. Matter shall now be counted for further proceedings before the Honorable Bruce E. Schrader presiding. And any and all previously imposed bond conditions and issues of bail have remain in full force and effect. Do you understand that, Mr. Rittenhouse?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, sir.
A pre-trial conference with Judge Schrader, March 10th at 9 o'clock.
That's fine.
Okay, to go with that jury selection, March 29th.
I'm inquiring in the state how much discovery and when it's going to be made available. I don't know if they have any other dates, but I think to be able to try this case in basically 5 weeks is kind of ridiculous.
I understand the court's policy with Judge Schrader is to give us a jury trial date out of this, but we can take this up with the court on that March 10th judicial pretrial date. As far as the amount of discovery, Attorney Richards, I do have a external hard drive that contains reports and videos that I can get to you. If you want to shoot me an email or give me a call, we can make arrangements for that in the next day or two.
Sounds good.
Again, that jury date that Judge Schrader has is March 29th at 9 o'clock.
Sounds good.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank
That would
you.
conclude the hearing. Thank you. Bye-bye.
You.
Well, there you have it. One of the many breaking news stories that have come out today. Kyle Rittenhouse pleading not guilty. So we'll continue to follow not only his story, but also Jacob Blake. We showed quite a bit of that today. And it looks like we are getting some shots of some protests that are coming in. This is literally just coming down as we speak, but we want to do that here on News Now from Fox, show you some of these live feeds from across the country. I'm assuming this is coming out of Wisconsin, but we'll gather a little bit more information for you and then report that back. So again, just want to thank you guys so much for joining us here on News Now from Fox, not only for our Georgia Senate runoffs updates, but for everything. It's all encompassing today. In just a little bit, we will be going into full Georgia Senate runoffs mode and just dipping in a little bit on some of these areas. Came in and interviewed a polling expert about the Georgia Senate runoffs. I believe she actually talked to him ahead of the November election. So this is a very interesting conversation we want to bring to you right here on News Now from Fox, even though polls just closed 9 minutes ago. But according to the president himself, President-elect Joe Biden, he says, stay in line, Georgia. If you're in line at your polling place by 7 p.m., you can vote. So that means if you were able to get in there before 7 o'clock and you're still in line, your vote still counts. So we'll keep our eyes on all of those polling locations and the latest on the actual updates and numbers that start rolling in here. I'm sure we'll be getting them in the next hour. Until then, let's figure out what polling looks like for the Senate runoffs.
Hello, everyone. I'm News Now from Fox host Pilar Arias, currently joined by Mr. Matt Towery. Mr. Towery, good morning. Can you please tell us who you are, what you do?
Sure. My name's Matt Towery. I was a syndicated columnist for 16 years for Creator Syndicate, but I've been a pollster, head of Insider Advantage since 2000, and have polled for virtually every news organization you can name.
Polls are huge, especially come election time. What do we know about the state of Georgia, the Senate runoff right now as it stands?
Well, I have one other unique part that I can add to this because I'm a native Georgian and used to serve in the Georgia House of Representatives. So I know the state pretty well. It is dead even in Georgia. The turnout that we saw in the early vote in this runoff compared to the early vote that we saw in Georgia back in November shows a slightly stronger turnout among African-American voters, which is critical for Democrats if they want to win. So the big question is, what percent of the vote will turn out on election day? How many people will we see? If we see under 800,000 people turn out, then I think the Democrats would be more likely to win both seats. If we see around 800,000 or more, that's where the Republicans have their chance to create a lead and hold on to it.
Will we have victors tonight, election night?
No, highly unlikely. Fulton County, which of course has been highly controversial with the presidential race, is not the only county that is slow counting their votes. DeKalb County is notoriously slow, as is increasingly Cobb County. So those are three of the largest counties in the Atlanta metropolitan area. So I think what most viewers can plan to see is that you'll see these Republican candidates start with a fairly large margin that they're ahead, because you're going to get these rural counties where they do well in early on. And just as we saw in President Trump's race, you'll see those numbers begin to narrow as those big Atlanta metropolitan area counties come in.
So no victory speeches Tuesday night. Can voters still be swayed? Is there anything that these candidates can do here at the last minute?
Well, it depends on how they took the president's speech in Dalton, what effect that has. Certainly, President Trump is the most likely element to turn Republicans out in Georgia. Our polling shows about 68% of the Republicans in Georgia feel like that Senators Purdue and Loeffler were extremely supportive of the president after the November election, and about 18% they feel like they were sort of just moderately supportive of the president. That should give a little heartburn to Republicans, because they need that Trump vote, particularly in South Georgia, Middle Georgia, and North Georgia, outside of the large Atlanta metropolitan area, to turn out in droves in order to even this thing up and have a chance to win.
For those who don't trust polls after what happened in 2016, what would you like to tell them?
Well, first of all, I'd like to tell them that my poll and a couple other companies, we actually were right on most of the states. So that was number one. Number two, polling, they always say it's a snapshot in time. I think more importantly, we need to start looking at polling as more of a momentum shift. And that is, where's the momentum heading? In the case, in this instance, Purdue has sort of stayed where he is, and Loeffler began to make a slight move forward or higher in the polls. So that would tell us that the race is tightening and that maybe she was making a little progress. But, it's almost like asking a doctor to diagnose, what cell is the cause of a cancer or something. It's very difficult to do. And I'll tell people this, that the best thing I say about polling is, imagine standing at the end of an end zone of a football field and throwing a dart and trying to hit that little bullseye by about 100 yards. It's not easy to do. So if you get within that range, you're a pretty good pollster.
So we are just likely days away from putting election 2020 behind us. What would you like to tell people as a whole as it concludes, or looking forward to the next election?
Well, I am happy for it to be over. I thought I was going to be retired, and I came back for this, and it's been exhausting. We do know that the midterm elections usually favor the party that's out of power. So we're certainly all going to be looking at those House races in areas that were Democratic and are beginning to trend back over to the Republican Party to see if the Republicans could get a majority there. And we'll start early on looking at the next presidential race. It never stops in politics. So I'm sure we'll be polling names within the next year just to see how people feel, whether Donald Trump wants to start this up again or not. And then if he doesn't, who among his supporters and people who were close to him might want to take a run for it. It'll all be interesting.
All right, Mr. Towery, thank you so much for joining us here on News Now from Fox. We appreciate it, and we shall see who wins those Senate seats in Georgia.
Thanks so much.
All right, you're watching News Now from Fox. We have a bit of breaking news happening right now. These are protests in Kenosha, Wisconsin. If you've been watching News Now from Fox today, we showed you that the district attorney of Kenosha County coming out and saying that none of the Kenosha police officers in the Jacob Blake shooting would be charged. This was a huge story out of Wisconsin. And we have touched on it for the majority of the day today. So this is what's kind of unraveling after that decision was made. And Kenosha is prepared for it. National Guard has been deployed, 500 members. We heard that from Governor Tony Evers, that they were getting ready for a situation like this, assuming several of the decisions that have been made in similar cases have resulted in major nationwide protests. Again, this is a live, raw, unfiltered feed, so it looks like it's a little frozen right now. We're going to stay with it for just a moment. And it does look like it's frozen, so we're going to step away to a different scene. This one in Washington, D.C. These are pro-Trump rallies that have been going on all day today. Large crowds showing up in Washington, D.C. This is ahead of the Electoral College vote tomorrow. So what is happening tomorrow, and why is it such a big date? January 6th, we've been hearing it constantly. Our sister station, Fox 32 Chicago, kind of dives in to what we're going to be looking forward to tomorrow. It's a busy news week, not just Georgia Senate runoffs, but also this Electoral College vote, in which people across the country are going to have their eyes on as well, and we'll have our eyes on it here on News Now from Fox. We'll play out this story for you here on News Now, and then go back to some Georgia Senate runoff race news.
Wednesday, a big day. Vice President Mike Pence is set to preside over a special joint session of Congress on what could become the most contentious electoral vote count in 144 years. And this comes as a dozen Republican senators now say they plan to object to certification of Joe Biden's win. Joining us to talk more about this now is Professor Jaime Dominguez with the Department of Political Science at Northwestern University. Good morning to you. Nice to see you again.
Good morning. Thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
Wow, it's amazing to see what's going on right now. This effort being led by Senator Ted Cruz of Texas. The president and his supporters have alleged that this election was stolen by Biden and the Democrats, but there's been no credible evidence to show any of this is true. So can his supporters in the Senate actually prevent the president-elect from taking office?
No, they cannot. I mean, they just don't have the support. This is essentially what it is. It's just an antic, I think, to, on the one hand, try to, appease the president, and by doing so, they're basically showing the support. But it's clear that on January 20th, Joe Biden will be sworn in as the next president of the United States. That's going to happen.
But still, everything that's going on with this, there have been dozens of lawsuits already. The Supreme Court has not once but twice refused to take up the president's lawsuit. And the federal and the state courts have also dismissed his claims of voter fraud nearly 60 times. So really, the big question is, if this is just an antic, what does this effort do to put people in doubt that elections in America are not honest?
That's the danger. I think it reaffirms a false narrative that somehow our institutions are nefarious and we can't trust them. And I think that's very dangerous going forward. This can have profound implications at lower levels of government. Because essentially, to allow such a undemocratic action to take place would essentially create chaos and instability. Because essentially, anybody can then, going forward, can claim that their election was fraud, it was stolen, and you're just going to have chaos. And I think as a constitutional republic, the glue that holds us together is the peaceful transfer of power from one president to the next.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. We're already seeing ramifications, including here in Illinois with the Oprah Weiss race. That's one example now. He is contesting that race. And you think we'll see more of that?
And actually, when you're talking about just more high-profile elections, like, elections for like the Senate, I mean, that's huge because they can tilt the power in Congress and can have a profound effect on public policy, on legislation, on ways in which laws are implemented, et cetera.
Yeah. Okay, let's talk about historically, because although this seems very unusual and unprecedented, it's really not, right? This isn't the first time a president-elect's electoral votes have been contested.
No, that's correct. The last time that this actually happened was in 1876. During the presidential election between Rutherford B. Hayes, a Republican from Ohio, and Sam Tilden, the Democrat. And essentially, the way that dispute was resolved is it became known as the Compromise of 1877, which essentially the 20 electoral college votes were given to Hayes, therefore pushing him over the top. But the agreement was that then the Republicans would basically pull the federal troops out of the southern states, essentially ending Reconstruction. So that was the last time where we had something similar like this, where there was a contested presidential elections, and it was basically based on kind of party lines.
Yeah, you know what, though? It's been a long time. So for a lot of people, this is the first time they're experiencing this. Tomorrow should be interesting. If nothing else, we'll probably hear a lot of argument before that final certification takes place. Jaime Dominguez, thank you so much.
There will be, but at the end of the day, like I said, we're a constitutional republic, and there will be a peaceful transfer of power, and we will move on.
Yeah, okay. Well, we'll all be watching. We thank you for your perspective this morning. Have a great day. We appreciate it.
You too. Thank you so much.
And like we said and have been showing you all night tonight, the pro-Trump rally out there in Washington, D.C. that's ahead of that Electoral College vote. I just want to bring up this tweet coming from President Trump. He said, "I will be speaking at the Save America rally tomorrow on the ellipse of 11 a.m. Eastern. Arrive early. Doors open at 7 a.m. Eastern. Big crowds." So obviously, this will be continuing into tomorrow as well, with large crowds showing up in support of the president and his ideals. We'll give you one more look at this live event that's happening in Washington, D.C. Here on News Now from Fox, we want to give you all of the latest updates, live, raw, and unfiltered. This one coming straight out of our Washington, D.C. hub. Speaking of the White House, nice live look of the White House right there. The president, I'm assuming there, he was in Georgia last night. We showed you that whole speech that was about an hour and a half long, probably the longest campaign rally we have seen from the president, including his own rallies ahead of the November election. And then finally, the stage set up for Senator Kelly Loeffler and David Purdue. Obviously, the race too early to call for the Georgia Senate runoffs. We'll have full coverage for you coming up at 6 o'clock from our sister station, Fox Atlanta. We will continue to give the latest updates on these races, but they're looking pretty tight right now. Looks like John Ossoff is in the lead over David Purdue. Raphael Warnock also leading Kelly Loeffler. Amid all of this, Congress will be counting the Electoral College votes tomorrow. We'll bring that to you live here on News Now from Fox. I'm going to send some of you off to a 2-minute commercial break. When you come back, we've got a lot more to get to here on News Now from Fox. And again, you're watching News Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. Be sure to give us a follow on Twitter at News Now Fox. We're putting the very latest on there. Now, we've shown you this interview once or twice today, but it's really good. It breaks down this whole Senate runoff race, what it means, and who the candidates are. This is between our very own Regina Gonzalez and then also Ana Cruz, who is a political expert and really breaks this down great for those of you who are confused as to what is going on and why this is such an important race, what this means for the future of Congress.
Hello, everyone. You're watching News Now from Fox. I'm Regina Gonzalez, and we are continuing to follow the Senate runoff races in Georgia as Election Day is underway January 5th. So I am joined right now by political analyst Anna Cruz, who I thought it would be great to have her on to kind of explain what we need to know following these races. Anna, thank you so much for joining us. How are you?
I am great, and thank you for having me, Regina. I appreciate the opportunity.
So, Anna, my first question to you is, what does runoff election really mean? Why are we doing this in January instead of November?
That's a really good question. And so we are seeing what is called a special election between Warnock and Loeffler. You know, Loeffler was actually appointed by the governor after U.S. Senator Isaacson left his term as senator midterm. And so she has served as a U.S. Senator for 1 year and had a very tough primary election against Collins. And so she beat him by a few points. So now we are going to a runoff where she is now running as a Republican against Democratic candidate Warnock. And he has been unencumbered by not having a primary election that he had to run against another Democrat again.
Who are these candidates? Tell us a little bit about who we are voting for.
It's very interesting. You have very, very interesting candidates all the way around. Candidate Warnock actually is a pastor, and he is a pastor at Martin Luther King's church. He has a very large following, and we are really seeing some incredible numbers as it relates to not just the fact that this is going to be a razor-thin election, but we're seeing incredible numbers as it relates to voter turnout, and particularly, and this is of great interest to me, out of 120,000 individuals that have already voted in this election that's going on right now in Georgia, they did not vote in the general election in 2020. And those age groups fall between the 18 and 25-year-olds, and they are predominantly African American, and they are far outpacing their prior voting history and voting performance. That speaks volumes to the turnout and the ground game that we are seeing in play right now. Certainly doesn't mean that the Republicans don't have their own ground game as well. You know, as of this morning, we've over 3 million people have voted in the 2021 Georgia runoff. And the stakes could not be higher, quite frankly, in both of those races. So we talked a little bit about Warnock just now as being a pastor, a large following. And he was also of interest, presided over John Lewis's memorial service, the one that President Obama attended. And there's just such deep history and such respect and such a large following that he has. You know, you also have his opponent, Loeffler, who owns the WNBA Atlantic Dream team, and is, you know, what most of us would consider a self-funder. And she had a really tough race in a primary against, she had a really tough race in a primary election, and they really, you know, just kind of duked it out. And when that happens in a primary election, you know, you spend a lot of time and a lot of money, you know, duking it out inner party and not being able to actually stay focused on the general election or, you know, the race at hand that you ultimately want to win. Nonetheless, though, we also have John Ossoff, who actually ran in 2018 for Congress and lost, but gained a bunch of notoriety from that race. He really had a great showing in his first debate against his candidate, Purdue. And now, unfortunately, Purdue is unable to campaign. He's been quarantining and probably will be quarantined through tomorrow. But he also actually refused to debate Ossoff again after the first debate where John Ossoff did such a great job. You know, again, This is a 49-51 Senate that we currently have right now. So again, the stakes could not be higher. Something interesting to know, if Republicans win both these seats, they remain in control of the Senate. Even if they win one seat, they remain in control of the Senate. Democrats must win both seats, and then it would make it a 50-50 split where our Vice President-elect Kamala Harris would be the tiebreaker. So huge stakes. This is a nationally watched and closely watched and election where we're seeing a lot of money from both sides pour into Georgia and a lot of action on the ground over there right now.
And Anna, something interesting going off of that, Sunday, the senators were sworn in on Capitol Hill, but they can't really do anything until the outcome of this election. Is that correct?
That is correct. And, I think that hopefully we will know the outcome of these elections by the end of tomorrow. But because they are such razor thin, we could see recounts actually as well, and which could cause further delay. But hopefully, and then you also have to remember that Joe Biden, won the state of Georgia, and which is remarkable considering how long it's been since a Democrat has won Georgia statewide at any level, let alone the presidency. So tomorrow is going to be interesting in that we could, have an outright win. Democrats and Republicans could split the wins. Democrats could pick up both and then have control over the Senate, which would put them in a position much like Barack Obama came into in his first election, where the Democrats control the House, the Senate, and the White House. But it'll be very interesting to see. It's all going to come down to turnout and how many people actually show up to the polls tomorrow, and those that are willing to stand in line and really make their voice and their vote count, because this election is so close. If anyone doesn't think their vote is not going to matter, it always has, and it most certainly will tomorrow.
You said more than 3 million Georgians have already cast their ballots in the early voting process. So what do you expect at the polls on January 5th?
Well, I truly believe that we are going to see lines at the polls today. And you know what? This election has such large consequences for both parties, quite frankly. And it'll be really important for people to not just recognize that their vote has always counted, but will most certainly count more in this election than most, to be honest with you, because it's such a razor thin margin. But also to stay in line and to remember that voting is a privilege. And for Democrats, Vice President Biden, now President-elect, won the state of Georgia. And if those Democrats want to see his policies carried out, they need to stay in line. And I'm certain that the Republicans are doing their very best as well to get out their voters. And there's a lot on the line for them as well.
Now, we've been following all of the candidates' campaign trails for the last couple of weeks. Can you break down what, the Democrats and the Republican candidates have been preaching at these events?
Absolutely. And what's interesting is that both Democratic candidates, Ossoff and Warnock, have really been running like they are a ticket with one another. And it's been interesting because, in large part, their messages are very much the same. And, it is indeed about, the economy, and they are talking to voters in Georgia that realize that all of the work that Stacey Abrams and a lot of the campaign volunteers and activists have done over the course of the last few years to get Georgia to a place where a Democrat could actually win and has won statewide is remarkable. And so they are talking about not just that, but they're talking about policy issues that, if they were both to win, would be enacted and would be in line with Joe Biden and Kamala Harris's policies and their platforms. So for them, it is truly about continuing to talk about the needs of Georgians and policy put in place if they were to be elected as the two new Democratic senators. Loeffler and the Republican Party are challenged in so much that, they're hearing a lot from Donald Trump, how this election is not legal. And, again, some of the rhetoric that is largely false about absentee ballots or early voting, or that this race isn't even a legal race. And so they are worried about Republicans not turning out, because Republicans that voted for Trump and still believe that Trump, should be the president, are not going to show up on election day for them. And they need those voters because these races are incredibly tight.
And, how has the coronavirus pandemic, we've seen Ossoff and all of these candidates using, what they want to see out of 2021 in this pandemic in their campaigns. How does the coronavirus pandemic play into this race?
Well, I will tell you right now that unfortunately, we are seeing record high spikes in both infection rates and in deaths across the country. And it is incredibly sad because it didn't have to be that way. And I think that, that people in the general election saw that and finally came to a conclusion that, Donald Trump didn't address the pandemic in a timely manner. And, it is affecting families all over. And it's really, really sad. And we're seeing young people die. And even our most vulnerable. So I think it indeed is going to affect this election as it did the general election as well.
And, my last kind of question, we talked about balance of power, the control of the Senate. Why is this race so important?
Well, it's been a really long time since the Senate has been this close. And, with the Republican leadership in place, you have a House, and even under Donald Trump, under Donald Trump's administration, you had a Democratic House, and then you had a place what's called the Senate, where things go to die. So it's very, very tough when you have such a partisan body like the Senate, and they're so few and they have so much power. It is the ramifications of bills being clogged up in the Senate are could be deadly for some folks. At one spectrum, and at another spectrum could be incredibly prosperous for those that the Senate deem their constituencies. And so the stakes again could not be higher. It's been a long time since Democrats have been this close in these numbers. And that's why everybody is paying attention and rallying to Georgia so that everyone's all hands on deck.
Absolutely. Anna Cruz, is there anything else you'd like to add before we wrap up? If people could take one thing away from this interview, what do you want them to know?
Vote. Your vote matters. It has always mattered, but you know what? It is worth staying in line for. If you're a first-time voter, get out there and feel the power of what your vote can do and will do in these elections.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much for making time for us here on News Now from Fox. You have a great rest of your day.
Gina, you too. Thanks for having me.
And that was our very own Regina Gonzalez out there in Orlando, Florida. I wanted to show you this map, which we are going to bring up for you simultaneously here on News Now from Fox as we play out some of our other events that have happened today. This is obviously showing the latest that we're getting in, and it is constantly updated as votes are counted. You can see Ossoff is leading Purdue, and Warnock also leading Loeffler. The breakdown is on those states right there with counties sectioned off. Still way too early to be calling right now, so no final updates here on this map. We appreciate you watching here on News Now from Fox. We're going to stay on this for just a moment, send some of you off to a 2-minute commercial break. And you're watching News Now from Fox. Here is a look at the maps out there in Georgia as we continue to see the numbers fluctuate here. It's looking like Ossoff is having a pretty large lead, about 14% ahead. Warnock leading Loeffler. Similar numbers right there as well. Continue to keep up these numbers as they come in, and I think the polls just closed down 45 minutes ago on the dot, so less than an hour ago. We've got our eyes on a couple different shots that we'll bring you out to This is in Washington, D.C., as we've seen protesters all throughout the day today. We saw protesters in Kenosha, Wisconsin. And then we're also seeing some hopeful victory parties. This is going to be the watch party for Kelly Loeffler and David Purdue. Not a lot of action there quite yet, but we've got our eyes on it. Well, we're all Georgia all night tonight, and to break down exactly what is going on, the very latest for us, I have Fox 5's Rob DiRienzo. Rob, thank you so much for joining us here. Man, you took a job in Atlanta at the right time, huh?
Oh yeah, this has been nonstop for us the past couple of weeks, so it's all been kind of building up to this moment. So it's great to talk to you again, Daytona.
Yeah, so let's talk about this. The numbers are showing, obviously, Democrats in the lead right now. What are you seeing and hearing on your end in Georgia? And let's talk about turnout. That was the other big story today.
Well, yeah, there's some analysis, some conjecture that those early numbers are leaning more Democrat because, like in the general election, Democrats elected to vote by mail. They voted early, and that period ended a couple days ago, but the counties had a jump start on counting them. They couldn't actually tabulate them until the polls closed tonight, but that could be a reason why we're seeing an early lead for the Democrats. It's just too soon, though, as you can imagine, to really get a good gauge on this race.
And as far as the election goes in general, there's been controversy over elections in the Peach State, not only for November, but now for the Senate runoffs as well. Have there been any discrepancies or issues that you've heard out there?
Well, the Secretary of State's office says all in all, everything's run pretty smoothly. Now, there were two instances, two counties that had to extend their voting hours. They closed just about 20 minutes ago now. And that was because in one county, there were certain polling locations that didn't get voting right at 7 a.m. when the polls opened. And then there was another county where there were several issues with some voting machines. So other than those two relatively isolated situations, things have been going pretty smoothly. 3 million people cast their votes early. It's tough to tell right now whether that's a majority of those who voted, but regardless, there were a lot of votes coming in, and here we are waiting for the results to come in.
Yeah, so what are we thinking timeline-wise? I know you guys have been really preparing for this day for a while. What are the experts saying? Could we see results, final results tonight?
Well, I got my Red Bull just over there ready to go because it is going to be a long night regardless for us over here at Fox 5 in Atlanta. But regardless, we're hearing from the Secretary of State that this could be, again, similar to the general election in November, where there's so many moving parts, so many mail-in ballots that we may not have a clear winner tonight. He said that could come tomorrow morning or even later. So that's the idea. That's the picture we're getting from the Secretary of State, who, of course, has been embroiled in some controversy with the president. So he's kind of taken the limelight over the past couple days too. So regardless, that's what we're hearing from them. Hopefully the sooner the better.
Yeah, and I don't know about you, it's interesting to be thinking that Joe Biden is, sitting back alongside President Trump, watching these numbers roll in for a race that's not about them, but it strongly affects them, right?
Well, absolutely, and both the president and the president-elect were here in Georgia yesterday trying to rally their supporters to get out to the polls. The president kind of had this unique challenge where he cast a lot of doubt on the integrity of the elections here in Georgia. So he wanted to make sure that the Republicans still went out and cast votes for Senators David Perdue and Kelly Loeffler. And then with Biden, on the other hand, he's really hoping that these races turn out in the Democrats' favor, because without that, it'd be very hard for him to get a lot of his agenda items through. He was on a radio show locally here in Atlanta this morning, and he said that this is the barrier between those $2,000 stimulus checks or not having them. Meanwhile, President Trump and the rest of the Republicans are saying that they're the final line between socialism coming into America.
Yeah, well, Rob, I know you have a big show coming up here pretty soon with your station out there in Atlanta. We're going to dip into that and check you guys out and what you're covering. We want to thank you for being out there and giving us the very latest. Any final thoughts?
Well, I just know that this is a tightly contested race, and something that I don't know has been emphasized enough, just the amount of money that's been spent in this state. $830 million is one estimate between all four campaigns, all four candidates, and the TV ads have been nonstop. So I know a lot of Georgians are looking forward to those attack ads on both sides of the aisle ending after tonight. So I think that's one thing I want to emphasize is just how many resources from all across the country are in this state right now trying to secure these victories, both on the Democrat side and the Republicans.
Right. Well, enjoy your Red Bull tonight. You'll definitely need it. Don't drink too much. We appreciate you, Rob, and we'll check in with you a little bit later.
I'll try not to.
All right. Good luck. Thank you.
Thanks, Daytona.
Bye. So again, you're watching News Now for Fox, the very latest here on the Peach State and the race that continues with the Senate runoffs. That's not it. Like I said, we're going to check out what our sister station Fox Atlanta is doing at the 6 o'clock hour out here for Mountain Standard Time, 8 o'clock hour for all of you Eastern Time watchers. We appreciate you being here with us as we take you through all of the big news events of the day. And in the next couple minutes, we're going to bring you some news out of Hollywood that is really turning some heads. I actually sat down with Harvey Levin to talk about a couple big talkers. So we'll bring that to you in just a moment. I'm going to send some of you off to a 2-minute commercial break, but those of you who are sticking along with us, here is that event that will probably start to get a little pop-in for the rest of the night. If we end up getting some final results, I guess we'll have to see, wait and watch. And then this other shot as well as pro-Trump rallies continue for hours, morning, afternoon, and night. It's 8 p.m. out there, about to be 8 p.m. We got our eyes on it here on News Now for Fox. We'll see some of you in 2 minutes. And those of you who are sticking around with us, we told you that we wanted to give you the very latest on these races that are ongoing. The numbers widen and then they get tighter, so we want to keep it on this for just a moment here. Like I said, we've got some other big headlines coming right up. And you're watching News Now from Fox with the very latest on the Georgia Senate runoff race. We have the latest numbers coming in right there in the top left-hand corner. And then in the bottom right, we have Gwinnett County voter registration and elections office vote counting ongoing. This is in Lawrenceville, Georgia. We spoke to one of our reporters out there earlier this morning, Jayla Whitfield. She was talking about voter turnout. She said it was high, and she spoke to several voters. One voter who was 19 years old, first year voting in Georgia. Profound, definitely. We'll have this shot up here for a moment. We'll let you watch these votes tally up and come in. The anticipation is definitely exciting. Feeling very similar to Election Day in November as well, which we brought to you here on News Now from Fox as well. And also this shot here, getting a little more action, more people showing up ahead of the announcements tonight if final results do come in. This is Senator Kelly Loeffler and Senator David Perdue's watch party. So we'll keep popping back in to these events throughout the night as well. And we're going to tune in now to our sister station, Fox 5 Atlanta, and they're reporting for the Senate runoffs. No one knows better than them. They've been following this closely, so we'll take that here on News Now.
Behind Warnock, he's in the lead with 55% of the vote, but right now it looks like only 3% is reporting.
We're looking at about 550,000 votes there, so it is 3% of the precincts, but about 14 or 15% of the 4 million votes that we expect by the end of either tonight or tomorrow, or perhaps the next day when all the votes are counted, including the absentees. Now, these Senate seats have the attention of the nation because they will determine the balance of power in the Senate. You see there, right now, Republicans have 50 seats, Democrats and independents who vote with them have 48. So the GOP needs just one more seat to keep its majority. That means the Democrats need Ossoff to defeat Purdue and Warnock to defeat Loeffler to force a 50-50 tie in the Senate. That would position Democratic Vice President-elect Kamala Harris to be the tie-breaking vote. Well, let's begin our live team coverage tonight with Fox 5's Denise Dillon.
Denise is following the Loeffler campaign tonight. And Denise, you've been there for several hours. How is the mood in the room right now?
Well, it may look a little bit quiet right behind me, but that's because I'm directly in front of the stage. But let me tell you, both sides of this ballroom are packed with supporters. This is a joint watch party for Senator Loeffler and David Perdue. So both here are supporting or volunteers of both Loeffler and Perdue. And there's a sense of, shall we say, cautious optimism. I have heard that phrase batted around quite a bit tonight, but everyone is really eager as the numbers start coming in, even though just a few of the precincts aren't reporting at this point. They are eager, standing around, watching the big screens, looking for those numbers as they come in. And of course, they're hoping that those votes go for both Senator Loeffler and David Perdue. It has been a long, tough campaign all the way around. Senator Loeffler has spent the last 9 weeks crisscrossing the state, trying to drum up as much support as she possibly can. The last 48 hours, she has done 2 days of flyovers, hitting more than half a dozen Georgia cities, and including, of course, heading up to Dalton last night to stand on stage with President Trump. Now, we caught up with her earlier today. She was in Sandy Springs, sporting a UGA hat and waving signs along with some of her volunteers. She talked about she has been in office for 1 year now, and she talked about her accomplishments and why she needs to stay in Washington.
I've been fighting for Georgians. I helped bring $47 billion right here to Georgia. I'm fighting for Georgians to get the $2,000 checks and make sure that we protect school choice, affordable health care that protects pre-existing conditions, and the ability for every single Georgian to live the American dream.
Senator Loeffler and David Perdue both released a joint statement a little bit earlier today, talking about how encouraged they are to see this high voter turnout, especially in those North Georgia counties. They believe that President Trump's visit here yesterday helped encourage more voters to come out today. Those are the counties, Forsyth, Cherokee, Cobb, those are the counties that they are going to be watching very closely as the numbers start to come in. We, of course, will be here watching those numbers too, and we'll be back with you just a little bit later.
Denise, I'm interested in whether you have a sense in that room tonight of some of the division within the Republican Party. Of course, Kelly Loeffler appointed to this U.S. Senate seat by Governor Kemp. Governor Kemp on the outs now with President Trump, who Loeffler is staunchly supporting. President Trump has said he's embarrassed at having endorsed Governor Kemp, called him a clown. That puts Kelly Loeffler in a difficult position. And I wonder if you have a sense in the room of the division in the Republican Party as it stands right now.
None whatsoever. You're right. It does put Senator Loeffler in that tricky position. In fact, she has been asked about it a number of times over the last few days, and she has always just really seemed to just dodge the question and say her focus right now and her focus over the past 9 weeks was just on this night, just trying to get as many votes as possible so she can keep that seat in Washington.
All right, Denise, we will check back with you. Thanks for the update. Hoping to unseat Senator Loeffler tonight is Democrat Reverend Raphael Warnock.
Fox 5's Dedra Dukes joins us now live from the Warnock campaign headquarters in downtown Atlanta. Dedra?
Joining you live from the Warnock campaign, but as has been 2020 and coming into 2021, this is not the typical setup for us tonight. That is because the Warnock campaign has decided, due to COVID restrictions, not to hold the standard watch party that we're seeing some of our other colleagues at tonight. We are joining you live from outside Warnock campaign headquarters. We are told that Reverend Warnock is in Atlanta with family. He will be watching returns with his family tonight. We are told that staffers are not gathering for any large watch party, that everyone really gathering in smaller numbers. November, but of course, excited about those returns. Reverend Warnock did spend some time in Marietta and also in Atlanta this afternoon, finishing as he started a very energetic campaign, both in the general election and also in the runoff. He proved a very strong candidate, steadily building that momentum in the general election, and we really saw that pay off for him on election night in November, hoping, of course, again to have that same strong turnout by voters, pushing him over the top tonight. He did tell those who were gathered both at the Marietta stop and also in Atlanta, after thanking them for all their hard work, he did tell them that this is far from over. Even on election day, still campaigning heavily, telling those people, those voters who had voted early or voted absentee, that it is so important that you call your friends, your family, contact neighbors, knock on doors to ensure that those who did not vote during the early voting period or who did not get those absentee ballots in, that they voted today, because he was saying, as we have seen here, every vote truly counts, and getting that base out and driving those folks to the polls, really, if this race is close, as it has been polled as being very close between the two candidates, that in fact every vote certainly counts in this race. I did have an opportunity to talk to Reverend Warnock this afternoon by phone, and here's what he had to say about the energy, the enthusiasm he was feeling from his base heading into tonight.
The feeling on the ground is electric. People know how much is at stake, and I think that's why you're seeing record voter turnout. My name and other names are on the ballot, but people aren't voting for any of us as much as they're voting for themselves. They know that they need COVID-19 relief. They need a senator who understands the struggles of ordinary people, working families. That they know they need the $2,000 stimulus. The Senate should have passed it by now. They know that they have a senator in Kelly Loeffler who has not fought for them.
Now, if Warnock were to win this race, he would be making history in several areas. He would be not only the first Democrat senator heading to the Senate from Georgia in 2 decades, but he would also be the first black senator from Georgia. So set to make history if, in fact, he wins this race tonight. But from what I'm hearing from his camp, just as we've seen Russ and Courtney in the weeks leading up to tonight, no one expects that this race is going to be decided tonight. They expect that those votes will be counted at least through tomorrow, that this race, as the night wears on, will be a close race. That's what we're hearing from his camp. And so we are just sitting tight right now as those votes come in, just like everyone else here at the Warnock campaign headquarters, to see how things play out as the voting gets underway.
Dedra Dukes, thanks very much. You make an excellent point. Secretary of State Raffensperger said this afternoon the same thing, that he doesn't think that we're going to know the results until tomorrow. And in fact, when we talk about November 3rd, we didn't know for a little over a week that Joe Biden was the winner of the race in Georgia. We're going to get to the second Senate race, but let's take a look at some brand new numbers that we have. We'll begin with the Raphael Warnock-Kelly Loeffler race, now with 6% of the precincts reporting 53% for Raphael Warnock, 47% for Kelly Loeffler. But let's add this up. We're looking at now about 1,100,000 votes. So that's really about a quarter, about 25% of the expected turnout when you combine the 3 million plus absentee ballots and the million or so votes that are expected, Courtney, to be cast today.
And even at this early stage, you can see things have tightened up quite a bit. We know this is an incredibly tight race, as is the other one. Let's take a look at the other race now and just see where things stand with these new numbers. In that race, John Ossoff at 52%, David Purdue at 48%, also having tightened up quite a bit since the last time we've seen results here.
Let's talk about that second Senate race. Republican David Purdue facing off against Democrat John Ossoff.
And covering the Purdue campaign for us tonight is Fox 5's Doug Evans. He joins us live tonight. Doug, how is the mood in that room for you? You've been there for several hours. Has it shifted at all?
Well, I think that Denise Dillon said it, and she is sharing the room with me, in that Kelly Loeffler and David Purdue are sharing a room tonight at the Grand Hyatt Hotel here in Buckhead, and that is cautious optimism. They don't really know what to think, because there really wasn't a great deal of polling done for this runoff election. There was some, but not like we saw in the general election, and maybe rightfully so. So right now, I think that they are just cautiously optimistic and waiting to see how this plays out. Now, looking at the screen behind me, it is interesting. I covered David Purdue back in November for the general election, and he then had jumped out to a very early lead, and he kept it and maintained it throughout the night, and indeed through all the recounts and everything else. It was a 88,000 vote margin in the end. We went to bed and it was 380,000, and then in the end it only ended up to be 88,000 as John Ossoff was able to chip away at those numbers when other metro Atlantic counties had finally come in and finally reported their numbers. Now, it's interesting that Republicans had based again their strategy on getting out the election day vote, encouraging Georgians to turn out to the polls on election day. Seems like rather an old-fashioned idea after the success of the Democrats in November in absentee balloting and also in early voting as well. But they stuck with that, and it was a message that was driven home not just by the candidates, but by the big guns that the Republicans had brought into Georgia, like the Vice President Pence and also President Trump last night. That was the message that he delivered in North Georgia, saying, get out and vote, do it again, we need you. And it's not over yet. And so that is one of the things that they were encouraged, Loeffler and Purdue, by is the election returns in North Georgia, they said. Denise Dillon, my colleague, alluded to a joint statement that came out from both campaigns saying that they were pleased with the numbers that they had seen in North Georgia in the voter turnout, and they kind of praised President Trump for that turnout. Now, they'll need more than North Georgia. They'll need all of Georgia and what they can carry well into those numbers reporting from places like DeKalb and Gwinnett and Fulton County. They'll need to step it up before the returns start coming in there. Now, Senator Purdue has been on lockdown, as you know. It's been a tough week of campaigning for him. He was very active up until he was placed into quarantine after a close contact with COVID-19. And so he's had to campaign from home, and he has largely done that through interviews, and he has largely done that through interviews with Fox News. And so let's hear from Senator Purdue on the race in an interview that he did with Fox News this morning.
Republicans are in about the same position we were in November, and I won my race by 2 points. In the area of the state but one, I'd already be reelected. Actually, if you include the Libertarian vote, 52.5% of Georgians rejected the Democrat liberal agenda and my opponent, John Ossoff. So that's the best poll. Over 5 million people voted in November. If we get anywhere near that vote turnout today, we'll be in great shape. Republicans notoriously wait to the last minute to vote on Election Day. And today is no different. And I'm very confident that they know what's at stake, and we're going to get this vote out.
All right, so behind me here at the Grand Hyatt Ballroom in Buckhead, they are about to start their program tonight. It'll be interesting to see who they bring out. Of course, Kelly Loeffler is expected to take the stage at some time and is expected to talk to her supporters here. David Purdue locked down, but you can see behind me that there are lots of big screens up there, so he has the ability to appear on screen here. I can tell you that in the general election in November, he did not appear at all. The race was too tight, and even though he was ahead all throughout the night, he never once came to the ballroom, never once thanked his supporters or anything like that. We did not see him all night long. We did, however, see someone who is here tonight who was speaking on his behalf, and that is former Governor Sonny Perdue. Do you see him down there, Scott? Can you get down there? There he is. If we weave our way in through the camera positions there, there's Sonny Perdue. And Sonny Perdue has had to take the baton for his first cousin, David Perdue, and run with it over the last few days because, of course, David Perdue has been in quarantine. And so his first cousin has been traveling the state with Kelly Loeffler, encouraging people to get out and vote, encouraging them to continue their support for David Perdue. Of course, Sonny Perdue, former governor, now current U.S. Secretary of Agriculture. Of course, it was Sonny Perdue who pulled off a huge upset in his own career, winning back the governor's mansion for Republicans. And so he knows a thing or two about politics and about turnout and how things can be turned around in this state, having experienced that in his own career. So that's the very latest from the Perdue campaign, and we'll be here and watching these results as they come in.
All right. Doug, thanks for a look at and a feel for the energy in that room. Thanks for the update. We'll check back with you in a little bit. We want to turn our attention now to the Jon Ossoff campaign.
That's right. Fox 5's Angelique Proctor is covering his campaign tonight and joins us now live from the state capitol. Angelique.
Well, Russ and Courtney, early returns are favorable for Jon Ossoff, but he is aware this is still extremely early. As you said, Russ, only about 1 million voters have been counted at this point, and we've got some 4 million votes to count in Georgia. So still very, very early. This will be, as everyone has said, a very, very long night and an unprecedented night. As you notice, we are here in downtown Atlanta in front of the state capitol because there is no watch party for Jon Ossoff tonight because of the COVID pandemic and the protocols that his campaign and all of the Democrats are taking. Now, speaking of that pandemic, Ossoff told me today that he thinks it's going to make a real difference in this campaign because he says thousands of Americans are dying every day, and it seems that the administration is really not addressing the issues. He believes Georgians are suffering and they are looking for help in those COVID relief checks, $2,000 checks. He is echoing what we heard President-elect Joe Biden say yesterday, and that is if you elect the Democrats, that $2,000 check will come to you sooner than later. Ossoff said today that as soon as he and Reverend Warnock are elected, that will become a reality for Georgians, and he believes that message is resonating with voters. Now, Ossoff took nothing for granted. He got back out today, stumped on the campaign, went over to the Dunbar Recreation Center in Southwest Atlanta, where he met some voters, did some elbow bumps, always wearing a mask, keeping that social distancing. What he said, though, is that he needed everybody to come out and vote today. Do not rest on the laurels of the early votes and the absentee votes. And so he encouraged people to vote up until the end. Now, one of the things that I asked him about is that his opponent, sitting Senator David Perdue, has labeled him as a liberal and a socialist repeatedly. And I asked him if he accepts that label. And this is what he had to say. Take a listen.
I don't care what they call me. The name calling is irrelevant, and what the people want to know is what are we going to do for them. I will fight for the direct stimulus checks that people need to make COVID testing and vaccinations free for all. I'll fight for college affordability, expanding the Pell Grant program. I'll fight for a higher minimum wage. I have a heart for the people and a love for the people, and I'll be a champion for the people in the U.S. Senate.
And Ossoff is watching these returns come in with his team privately. No watch party tonight. He says that he believes he will prevail. And let's face it, this is an uphill battle to unseat a sitting incumbent senator. But he believes the time is now, the time is right to get that done. So we will all just sit back and watch what happens. Reporting live from downtown, Angelique Proctor, Fox 5 News.
Yeah, an uphill battle in a number of respects. I mean, when you count the number of votes that the Libertarian got back in November, on November 3rd, Shane Hazel, 52% of the folks at that time voted against Jon Ossoff. So not only did he need the good turnout the Democrats apparently got early, but he needed a lot of turnout today. Did the campaigns have a sense of whether they had enough Democratic turnout today to overcome what was a lot of Republican vote on Election Day itself?
You know, I asked him about that, Russ, because all of the polling places that I drove past today had little to no line and were in Democratic strongholds. He said he was not nervous at all, that he was in fact very confident, and he believes this pandemic is going to be the issue that a lot of voters really turn on, and that is what is going to lead them to vote Democratic over Republican this time at this particular point as the nation is watching. Talked to so many people who've embarked on Georgia. Yesterday, met an attorney who drove here from Michigan just to be on the ground to support Ossoff and Warnock. Just incredible stories. And so although he couldn't vote, he said if he could just touch one or two voters and get somebody to the polls, then his trip would have been worth it. I think Ossoff is counting on a lot of people like that.
And Angelique, as we talk about, watching these returns coming in, although there is no traditional watch party going on, do we expect to hear from Ossoff in any kind of virtual way tonight?
Well, I posed that question. They were non-committal on that, so they just said they wanted to see how the numbers go. So I will continue to stay in touch with his campaign, and if he says a word, we will have it here on Fox 5.
I know you will. Angelique, we'll check back with you. Thanks so much. Now, while it hasn't received the same level of attention, there is a third election contest being decided tonight by voters. There's a runoff for Georgia's Public Service Commission. That race could impact how much we pay for utilities and the state's investments in renewable energy.
Democrat Daniel Blackman is challenging incumbent Republican Lauren Bubba McDonald, and here is where that race stands right now. Daniel Blackman out in the lead with 55% of the vote, 10% ahead of Lauren Bubba McDonald. But again, very, very early in the night, and the race probably will not end up anywhere near that close, or that far apart, be much closer than that. Republicans currently hold the other 4 seats on the commission.
Let's bring in our panel of political experts tonight. Lori Geary, host of the Georgia Gang, a Democratic strategist Theron Johnson, the CEO of Paramount Consulting, and Brian Robinson, the president of Robinson Republic. Great to have all of you with us. It's been a long road to this moment, and we got a lot to talk about. Lori, let's begin with you and the fact that it's been since 1988 the Democrats have won a statewide runoff in the state of Georgia. Republicans have won 7 since then. Is Georgia going to return to form tonight and tomorrow whenever we have these results? Or does Joe Biden's election here in Georgia tell us that things have changed, that perhaps we really are a blue state? What do you think?
I really want to talk about these numbers that we're seeing because, and I'll be interested in hearing from Theron and Brian on this, but don't be fooled. Because if you look at the numbers, there are more than half of the absentee ballots that have already been counted. And we know the absentee ballots go to Democrats. So we're talking about 1 million absentee ballots that have been turned in. 607,000 have already been counted. Now, if you compare that to the advance voters, that's we had about 2 million in advance voting, 922,000 counted. So that's less than half. We know that Donald Trump won the in-person vote 53-46 over Biden. So those numbers tend to favor Republicans. And of course, we know the in-person day of voting today favors Republicans as well. And as you can see, there was only 8% of that reporting. So still, this is why it's just too early to tell. But I think also, Russ, in terms of looking at that big picture, a lot of people will say, Georgia turned blue, Georgia turned blue. Well, I hesitate to say that. I say maybe it's purple because out of 5 million votes cast in the November election, Joe Biden won only by 12,000. However, if Raphael Warnock and Jon Ossoff can pull off these upsets tonight, I think it's safe to say that Georgia has turned blue. If the Republicans hold on to their seats, I think it's safe to say that the November election was a vote against Donald Trump.
Yeah, there will be a lot of time to discuss the implications of the results once we have the results. But it's, again, Lori, it's so early in the night as we look at all these numbers. I do want to give everybody on the panel a chance to talk about what we're seeing so far. Theron, I'll start with you. How are Democrats feeling? Are you feeling confident as these early numbers come in?
Well, Courtney, I feel great. and I feel very similar to how I felt in November. I'm going to disagree with my good friend Lori Geary here in a minute, but what I want to just encourage our viewers to do is to just, as you guys have been talking about during your segment, is just to relax. This is going to be a long night. You know, I've ordered some food from one of my favorite restaurants, the Original Hot Dog Factory, located on Piedmont Avenue. My good friend is the owner there, because I know that we're going to be talking about these numbers coming in not only tonight but going forward. But the one thing I kind of want to push back on Lori is that, yes, historically you look at this, Democrats, we haven't done well in runoffs. But I think the difference this year, Russ and Courtney, is that no one really thought that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris was going to win Georgia. I think I was one of the few people, definitely on Fox 5, that went on week after week after week and kept saying that we've expanded the electorate. We registered more voters. We've learned how to really vote in person, but also we've learned how to vote early in absentee ballot and mail-in ballots. And so no one really can come on any network right now and predict this, because we're all nervous. We're all over the place. I mean, the turnout has just been so crazy around the entire state. But what I can tell you is this. As someone who worked as a senior advisor for the Biden campaign in November, and Lori is right on this because I want to make sure I don't upset her tonight, is that we did go into Election Day with the lead, and we knew that it was going to be a Republican surge. The question tonight, Russ and Courtney, is how big was that surge from Republicans? But keep in mind, and I want to say this early on this program because this is where we're kind of bold with our predictions. I think the difference is going to be is the African-American vote that did not vote in November for whatever reason. How many of those African-American voters came back out and came out, it didn't come out before, but came out and voted in this election? I believe that if we were able to increase the black voting age population vote in Georgia, I believe that is going to be the sort of hidden secret of how John Ossoff and Reverend Raphael Warnock are going to win tonight.
Well, an interesting stat I came across today, 31% of early votes were cast by black voters in this particular runoff as compared to 28% in November. I'm not sure precisely what that means, but it may be an indication of things moving in the direction that you would want, Theron. Brian, let's bring you in. Your reaction to the numbers you've seen so far, you're plugged in. What are you hearing about turnout in Republican strongholds? And while you're talking about that, our Republican candidates, our Purdue, is he helped, do you think, Purdue and Kelly Loeffler, by the fact that Trump is not on the ballot, or are they hurt by that, in your opinion?
Well, they were certainly a lot closer than the numbers we're looking at right now back in November with Trump on the ballot. But of course, Trump is on the ballot. Trump is still a major factor in all of this. I mean, that's why he was here last night in Dalton. That's why his turnout machine is such an important part of this race. And one thing I want to talk about, Roz, is just an hour or two ago, Theron and I were on the 6 p.m. news with you guys, and I said there would be this early lead for Republicans because Election Day votes are counted first. And as Lori said, Republicans have an Election Day advantage. Back in November, it was about a 60-40 advantage on Election Day. And so you saw Trump and Purdue and all the other Republicans off to very big leads early in the night. Obviously, it's different tonight. Obviously, these early votes, these absentee votes are rolling in and being reported quicker than Election Day votes. And that is why the Democrats have such a sizable lead. And look, if you are Loeffler and Purdue or the Public Service Commissioner, Bob McDonald, you don't ever want to see.
You're watching News Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. We want to butt into that coverage just for a moment here. We'll get back to Georgia Senate runoff races in just a moment. But we had a huge story come down today, and we had hours and hours of coverage. This is concerning the Jacob Blake shooting. And we learned today from the district attorney that there will be no charges filed against the police officers in Kenosha, Wisconsin. To kind of break down what the latest is out there in Kenosha, not only response to this news conference, but also some protests that are underway as we speak. We have Fox 6's Sam Kramer to kind of give us a debrief of what we need to know at this point in time. Sam, what's the latest?
Yeah, hi there. It's been an interesting day so far here in Kenosha. We've
heard really since August 23rd. That was the day Jacob Blake was shot. His family's been very active in the streets here, marching, protesting, continuing their message that they feel justice needs to be served. Of course, today, Kenosha County District Attorney Michael Gravely handing down that decision that he says the proof just is not there to charge the 3 officers, and mainly Officer Rustin Shesky, involved in the shooting of Blake again on August 23rd. There's a small protest moving around Kenosha right now. It's being led by Justin Blake. He is Jacob Blake's uncle. He's probably been the most vocal of the Blake family here. He travels up from Chicago, and he works very closely with some of the activists in Kenosha, mainly the leaders of Kenosha and other groups here, and they are continuing that message that they say they feel that justice was not served today. They actually, attorney for the family says that they believe the evidence in that video is right there that they could pursue attempted homicide charges. So they are going to continue that pursuit of justice. It's a small group tonight, probably around 20 to 30 people marching. It is a cold night here in Wisconsin, temperatures dipping right around the 20 to 25 degree range. And actually, we are in downtown Kenosha. A few blocks behind me is the Kenosha County Courthouse, where there's a large fence set up. The city really did learn from what happened last time when they had millions of dollars in property damage from torched fire trucks and private businesses, to including the actions of Kyle Rittenhouse, who of course is facing charges for shooting and killing protesters there. So far tonight it is quiet, and to be frank, that was almost expected because the DA kept his announcement of this decision private. He said he informed the city it would happen within a 2-week window, which began yesterday. So we do expect protests to perhaps pick up in the next few days now that more people are aware of what happened, but so far relatively quiet here tonight in Kenosha.
Yeah, Sam, that was going to be my next question is, was this decision a shock to not only the family, but Ben Crump, the attorney? They said that they did inform Jacob Blake before the news conference about it. What are you hearing on your end, and what's the response?
It's a good question, and frankly, it depends who you ask. There are a lot of people that have seen this scenario when a black person is met by a police officer, mainly white, that they feel like they know how this goes. I talked to a lot of people in downtown Kenosha today who say they're not surprised at this decision. Frankly, it's what they expected. They just hoped that something would be different. You mentioned it there. The family was surprised. Again, Attorney Ben Crump, Attorney B. Ivory Lamar have said all along they felt the evidence was in that very short clip of video, which we saw Officer Rustin Shesky. He's hanging on to Jacob Blake's shirt and then pulls the trigger there 7 times into his back and his side. The family obviously thinks that there was enough here to charge that officer. They've said all along they want him fired, charged, tried, and convicted, and they're going to continue that pursuit. I did hear from some business owners and other folks in downtown today that said they felt that he did make the right decision, that they thought that Blake was armed, which of course the DA did say today that he was in fact armed with a knife. Initially we had just thought that it was on the floorboard of the car, but no, he said Blake did have that knife in his hand. That is why the officers were shouting at him to drop the knife after they had tried tasing him twice, but were unsuccessful in those attempts. So to get back to it, it really does depend who you ask. Some people say they're not surprised. Others, again, say they were hoping that Kenosha perhaps could have made an example here.
And moving forward, what do you see as the future for Kenosha in the following days?
And really, it's going to be up to those that come here. We've talked to a lot of Kenoshans that say, look, we do not want to destroy our own city. A lot of people were sad to see there was a family furniture store that was severely burned down, a car lot where all the cars were torched, and the FBI is still looking for those responsible for that arson. So if you talk to people here in Kenosha, they say they do not want to see their city burn, and frankly, the mayor doesn't either. He's already declared an emergency here. That's going to give him broad powers to handle things. Last time they instituted a curfew, they haven't so far, but of course that could change. The fence is back up just a couple blocks that way outside of the courthouse. It seems like they're taking a much more hands-on approach this time. And it's important to note, too, the Blake family has said all along they believe peaceful, nonviolent protests are what they want. They want to be loud, they want their message to be heard, but they do not accept, they do not condone the destructive actions that we saw here at the end of August, which really put Kenosha into this national spotlight.
All right, well, we will be following this developing story as we got those updates today that no charges will be brought against those police officers. We want to thank you, Sam Kramer with Fox 6, for your coverage. We'll reach back out when we learn more.
Thank you.
So again, you're watching News Now from Fox, and that was a story that we were covering for hours today with that news conference, and then hearing from the family of Jacob Blake and from the attorney Ben Crump as well. This won't be the last that we hear it, and we saw protests a little bit earlier. They seemed mostly peaceful from the shots that we were looking at. If we get any of those, we'll bring them back to you here on News Now from Fox. As we were in that live report, Governor Brian Kemp actually stepped up to the podium, so we're going to play him out from just minutes ago. He's been speaking for probably about 5 or 10 minutes at the watch party for Senator Loeffler and Purdue. So we'll listen in here on News Now, and then we got a lot more Georgia coverage coming up.
And I want to thank David for that as well, and the president as well. But I was also honored to appoint someone to the United States Senate when another great Georgian and a great American, Johnny Isakson, decided to retire. And there's not a finer man that served the Republican Party in Georgia in politics than Johnny Isakson, I will tell you that. But I really felt like when I appointed Kelly that I was appointing someone a lot like the president and a lot like David Perdue, a political outsider, a novice to campaigns, as you remember back early in the first election, but also someone that had literally lived the American dream, from being a farm girl to buying the New York Stock Exchange and moving all over the country, you know, having to make her own way. First member of their family to graduate from college and be able to follow their dreams and be very successful. And they've made a great team up in Washington over these last many months. And I think, you know, I knew I was appointing a conservative when I appointed Kelly. I knew I was appointing a fighter. And I think we have all seen that, certainly over the last few months and the last 9 weeks with both Kelly and David. So I am grateful for how hard they have fought for our state, how hard they have fought to save our country and to be the red wall that stops socialism and all the many other things that we have talked about. But I want to, and we clap for that too. I want to leave you with just a couple of things. Number one, I want to thank you all on behalf of my family for your thoughts and prayers. This has been, you know, this has been a tough time for our family for a lot of reasons, not just because of the U.S. Senate race and Bubba's race, but just because of what we've been going through, what every state's been going through with the pandemic, civil unrest, unprecedented things that we've had to deal with in our state, the tragic loss of a young life way too soon that was a love of our family and a love of Lucy's. And I just can't tell you how much we appreciate every single day people calling and texting me and letting us know that they're praying for me. And we feel that. And I just want to thank you how hard you all have been working to hold it for Harrison. And I want to say this to all the people that knew that young man, 20 years old, that contagious smile, as I said at his service, that goofy demeanor that he had so much, that made you love him so much, that camaraderie that the people that are in this room and have been on the campaign trail over all these many months that worked with him and loved him because of that, people that knew him because of friendships with Lucy and our family, the elected officials like myself at high places, you know, Senator Purdue, Senator Loeffler, myself, he worked or volunteered for all of us. He could go up and speak to the Secretary of Agriculture, a former governor, a U.S. Senator, to a governor, just like he could speak to any one of you. I mean, he was the salt of the earth. And it has been heartbreaking for our family. But it's also been heartbreaking for the Deal family. And they are with us tonight. And I want to let you all know how much we appreciate you all also saying to us that you have been praying for his parents, Kurt and Jenny, and his sisters, Hannah and Hallie. And I hope y'all will just give a warm welcome to the Deal family tonight. And if you would allow me, I'd like to lead us in a word of prayer as I close out tonight. And then we get on to the celebrating. But Lord, thank you for this day. Thank you for the many blessings that you have given us. I want to thank you for the life of Harrison Deal and all that he brought to my family, to myself, to his family, to this state, to these many people that he knew. I want to thank you for the light and the life that he has given to this state and all that his principled upbringing, his values, and his commitment to the things that we believe in, he left like we did on the field. And we will miss him, but we know that we will never forget him. And I just ask that you continue to bless his family, our family, and all those that knew and worked with Harrison. I pray this in your son's name, who I know Harrison was a believer in and is with now. And we will do as he would want. We will keep on chopping. Amen. Thank you very much.
Well, that was Governor Brian Kemp, just about, midway through of his speech there in Atlanta, Georgia, as they await the results of this runoff election. We're keeping an eye on those results as we speak right now, but Sonny Perdue, who is the cousin of David Perdue, just got off the stage. We'll play out his speech here on NewsNOW from Fox so that you can get full coverage. Even though we couldn't bring it to you totally live, we want to bring it to you now. We're going to send some of you off to a 2-minute commercial break. When you come back, more updates from Georgia.
Area at the Maryland Department of Health. Area at the Maryland Department of Health. We begin 2021 at a critical moment in the war against COVID-19, which continues to pose a serious threat to our state.
Thank you so much, Governor, and your family for your kind words, and thank all of you. You've accurately acknowledged the real firewall between socialism is standing before us tonight. All those who worked so hard during this campaign, those that are not here tonight that have worked so hard, we are deeply grateful for you. I recall fondly this kind of group of people, many of which I've seen here tonight. Many I've seen here tonight were there in 2002 when we turned Georgia red. We're not ready to surrender, are we? And I don't think we will. We're encouraged by the early returns, and I think we're on track to have a good evening. Hopefully we can get it done earlier so we can truly celebrate here together as a good family of people who love one another. On behalf of David and Kelly, I too want to thank each of you. When you give your hearts and your reputation to candidates, that's something special. Your time, your money, and your efforts, that will never be forgotten. I can recall the faces of people who worked for me when I was running for office, and every decision I made, I would see those faces that worked so hard, put their life on the line, and allowed me to borrow their reputation when Georgia really didn't know who I was. Kelly and David feel the same way. Many of you know them, and they know you, and many out there that they don't know who have worked so hard for them. They are grateful for your participation and your efforts on their behalf. Really, you didn't have to do it. And we cherish our state. I'm rather sad, as you are, that we're in this position where the eyes of the world, and literally the eyes of America, are on Georgia in this important runoff. But folks, this is for all the marbles. We love the freedom that we've had. We've loved the state that we live in as Ginger prayed, and we thank the opportunity for being here in Georgia. And we want to make sure that we send David Purdue and Kelly Loeffler back so that we can continue to enjoy the freedoms that we've had in this country. Folks, there's more contrast to this election than I've ever seen in my lifetime. Many of us have heard repeatedly over the years, this is the most important election of my lifetime. I think we have to admit, this is the most important election in our lifetime. I don't know that we'll ever see a more important election and a more contrasting election. It is amazing that all the money that's come from Hollywood and elsewhere outside of this state has manufactured two candidates than to warm, fuzzy ads who don't represent Georgia values. That's very clear. By their own words, you can tell what they believe and what they don't believe, and they don't believe in Georgia values. They've denigrated the police, the military, and you Georgians as well. They're joining. This is a group of people that's on the left side of the left. They would be the most left of the Democratic Party. Even the Democratic Party is not as left as these two candidates, folks. So what you've done, I hope you know, will stand in the breach forever. You'll be able to tell your children and grandchildren that I worked in 2020 and 21 to win Georgia and save America. And Georgia and the United States, I will believe, will be forever grateful for what you've done. God bless you. Thank you. And we love America. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Well, that was Sonny Perdue, the former governor of Georgia, out there at Senator Loeffler and David Perdue's watch party. And it looks like we have our sister station in Fox Atlanta is currently there doing a live report. So we'll tune in to their coverage here on NewsNOW as well.
About when he appointed Senator Loeffler to that position after the retirement of Johnny Isakson, and he talked about what a great team Kelly Loeffler and David Perdue have made in Washington and how it was so important to keep them in that position. Other people who took the stage just a short time ago, former Governor Sonny Perdue, along with David Schaefer, the Georgia GOP chairman, and Ginger Howard, the Republican National Committee woman. Now, right before they took the stage, I had a chance to talk to Stephen Lawson. He is the deputy campaign manager for Kelly Loeffler. He talked about what a great, how encouraged he is for this great turnout that they've seen at the polls in North Georgia. If we have the sound from him, I'd like you to hear his comment on that.
Feeling great. We're feeling very energized. I think what we've seen so far today has been very promising. Obviously, you don't want to put the cart before the horse. We're still looking at a lot of things, but I think we're seeing Republican turnout in counties where we needed a turnout has been very strong today. That's a positive sign. But look, we said from the beginning, this is going to be a close race, and we fully expect this to go down to the wire.
Going down to the wire, and a long, long night, as you two have been talking about earlier. We may not know the result of this runoff election tonight. In fact, it may be tomorrow or even longer. Back to you guys.
All right, Denise, thanks. Hoping to unseat Senator Loeffler is Democrat Reverend Raphael Warnock.
Fox 5's Dedra Dukes joins us now live from the Warnock campaign headquarters in downtown Atlanta. Dedra?
Yeah, Russ and Courtney, there is a sign that's posted here on the window, the front window of campaign headquarters here, and it says, "See you on 1/5/21." That is, of course, today's date, indicating from the Warnock campaign, hey, we made it into this next round, into the runoff, having secured a place for ourselves in the general election. We'll see you right back here to finish the work that we started. And in speaking to Reverend Warnock earlier today, it was clear that he felt that the base was truly energized, that voters really heard his message. He, of course, has crisscrossed this state, both during the general election and, of course, in the week since during the runoff, really trying to reach voters on a personal level, as well as virtually, of course, just getting his message out as to why he feels that he is the better candidate for this time right now here in Georgia, and how he would represent us nationally in the Senate. Really so important that, of course, we've seen just very big names in the Democratic Party coming out during the runoff to campaign for both Ossoff and Warnock. Of course, Vice President-elect Kamala Harris speaking here in Savannah on Sunday, and then on Monday, a big campaign rally, a car rally for both candidates, with the President-elect Joe Biden taking part here in Atlanta. And the message from Biden, also the message from all those during the runoff, the Democrats who've been campaigning for these candidates, the message was the same, really working from that same playbook that proved so successful for Democrats, stating that it's really important both to vote early, and that once you have voted, and if you voted by mail, an absentee ballot, once you have voted, to get others to come out and vote. Now, I do have sound from Warnock, having talked to him earlier today, about why he thinks his message really is speaking to Georgians right now.
Democracy is not something you can outsource to other people. You have to participate. And here is the moment. Georgia is at the center of a national conversation. We literally have within our hands the power to swing open the door to opportunity for COVID relief, affordable health care, a livable wage. We cannot miss this moment. It's time for everybody to stand up.
Of course, record turnout, speaking to what he believes really we're experiencing here in Georgia tonight. Back to you.
Dedra, thanks so much. We'll check back with you. Before we go to the second race between David Perdue and Jon Ossoff, let's take a look at the very latest numbers now. About 2.2 million votes counted. Perhaps, actually, this has just been updated. Jon Ossoff now, David Perdue, 52 to 48. So that's actually more in the range of 2.3 million votes cast. So that's more than half, probably, of what will be the ultimate total. And again, it's getting closer and closer, 52 to 48.
Yeah, it looks like Ossoff is ahead by just over 100,000 votes at this point. Let's take a look at the other race. And that one is Reverend Raphael Warnock versus Senator Kelly Loeffler. Probably has updated, if this one's updated. No, this is the same one again, but older results. If we can't get to it, we'll bring it to you in a few minutes when we can get our hands on those new numbers. But let's move on and let's give you a look at the Purdue campaign as it stands right now. Our Doug Evans has been in the room at that joint Purdue-Loeffler event. Doug, how have things progressed since we last saw you?
Well, Courtney, I thought one of the interesting things in the program here at the joint Purdue and Loeffler campaign event was that state Georgia Republican Chair David Schaefer took the stage this evening. And one of the things that he talked about was restoring confidence in the electoral process here in the state of Georgia. And he said they were doing that, the Republican Party was, by having 8,000 volunteers across the state monitoring the counting of these ballots tonight. And so if there are issues that arise out of this election, know that the Republican Party has watched that counting very, very closely. We shall see. Now, in that program, we heard from Governor Brian Kemp. We heard from David Perdue's cousin, Sonny Perdue, the former governor and current U.S. Agriculture Secretary. And we heard from a number of other people. We have not heard from David Perdue yet. It's not clear whether or not we will tonight. He chose not to speak to his crowd of supporters in the general election and did not make an appearance at all. So it's not clear whether we'll see him here tonight. We can tell you that his supporters here are watching these numbers. They're cautiously optimistic about the results so far, and they hope that today's in-person election day voter turnout was enough to do the trick for him. That's the very latest from here.
All right, Doug, thanks for the update there. We turn our attention now to Jon Ossoff's campaign.
Fox 5's Angelique Proctor is covering his campaign tonight. Joins us live from the state capitol. Angelique?
Well, Russ, the numbers appear to be very encouraging for Jon Ossoff, but his campaign tells me they are not yet ready to comment on these numbers. They say they just don't know how to interpret them yet. There are some good things to celebrate, some things that might be concerning. And so at this point, they are just still watching these numbers come in. Now, I did have an opportunity to talk to Jon Ossoff earlier tonight, and he said that one of the things that he's very, very optimistic about is the way that he believes Georgians are looking at this pandemic, and that is going to make a big, big difference. Now, I asked him, with this race being so close and the numbers coming down to just a few thousand votes either way, would he in fact be ready to accept the results no matter what they were? And here's what he said.
There is a lot of good work that we can do, passing landmark civil rights and voting rights legislation. But in order to get that work done, the people need to claim these Senate seats. Of course, I will accept the will of the people. Whether or not there is a recount will depend upon how close the result is.
And Ossoff is hoping to defy history and become a Democrat from Georgia, finally elected. I don't think we've seen that since Max Cleland. So we will continue to watch these numbers, Russ and Courtney.
We certainly will. Angelique, thanks very much. Secretary of State Raffensperger says he doesn't expect to have the final result at least until tomorrow. Still ahead, we'll have the latest numbers in the Senate races.
We'll be right back.
All right, this is Andrew Kraft. I know Daytona Everett has been up here for the last couple of hours, and she is now taking a break. I'm up here, and we are going to be following all the latest there in Georgia. As you know, results are coming in from counties all across the state. Right now, we are following some of these live pictures that we have at the moment. You can see here, this is the Georgia Republicans, their watch party at the moment. We've seen from Governor Kemp. We've heard from Governor Kemp. We've heard from Sonny Purdue, the former Georgia governor, and the current Trump Secretary of Agriculture. And right now we do have live pictures as well out of this ballot processing center. You can see there observers watching the ballots being processed. This is democracy in action at the moment. And from what I understand, this is in Lawrenceville, Georgia. This is the Gwinnett County Voter Registration and Elections Office. They are counting votes as we speak. And let's just listen into this for just a moment here. Don't believe there's any sound there at the moment, but as you know, you can see the press is to your lower right. They're blocked off there, but the cameras are there, and there are all the poll workers, and observers are there in the room as well. Masks on, maintaining their COVID precautions. So anyway, we want to welcome everyone for joining us here on News Now from Fox. It's the 7 o'clock hour here, Mountain Time, 9 p.m. Eastern there in Georgia, as results are coming in counties across the Peach State. We're going to go now to one of Fox 5 Atlanta's reporters who have been, following this all night for us. We're going to break down some of the, results as they're coming in, and we're joined by Rob DiRienzo. Rob, thanks so much for joining us. We know you've had a busy night so far.
That's right, Andrew. We are seeing the results coming in right now. The Democrats in their both races seem to have an early edge right now, similar to what we saw, though, in the presidential election, with a lot of these mail-in ballots being decidedly Democratic. So we are watching these numbers come in. We know the GOP watch party in Buckhead, Governor Brian Kemp just spoke there about his deceased staffer that just passed away a few weeks ago. Now, we're waiting on these more firm results to come in. The Secretary of State's office right now is monitoring everything, but all in all, they say things are going remarkably smoothly.
And Rob, I had a question for you. What are kind of the results, or excuse me, the counties that you're kind of honing in on and focusing in on right now? We know they're all coming in kind of piecemeal and sporadically, but can you kind of glean anything from those results at the moment? I know it's still early.
Well, yeah, the counties we're focused on here at Fox 5 are primarily in the Atlanta region. And what we've been seeing with these are decidedly Democratic results. Again, these are very early results, so it's too soon to really give a definitive answer on what these results could possibly mean. But this is a largely Democratic area, helped give President-elect Biden the victory here in Georgia in November. So it'll be interesting to see the rest of the state, whether or not this will be a true flip to a blue state.
And Rob, I was just kind of curious as well, going into this, a lot of people aren't really going to be expecting results or a winner called. Is that kind of what you're hearing? And we've been taking these live pictures of the state GOP and their event at the moment, but can you kind of give us a sense, what are the Democrats doing tonight?
Well, both Democrats are at home. Reverend Raphael Warnock, his office is closed, said we'll see in a couple days, a sign on the door. And same with John Ossoff. He's watching the returns from home. So the Republicans are all together in Buckhead in the northern part of Atlanta, and the Democrats appear to be staying home. Could be a potential way of social distancing. But regardless, there has been a lot of weight on these early voters. There's been 3 million early voters here in Atlanta. It was truly a record. So it'll be interesting to see these people that went to vote in person today, how they decided to cast their ballots.
All right, Fox 5's Rob DiRienzo, thanks for breaking all that down for us. Maybe we'll see you again later tonight, but doing a good job out there. Thanks.
Good to see you, Andrew.
All right, and we're lucky to have those updates throughout the evening here as results are still coming in. And as we're hearing from Rob DiRienzo in the metro Atlanta area, and it'll really be interesting to see. This is something that I'll be looking for as well. Turnout, there was, record turnout in the early vote totals. People who, didn't come today to vote in person. And so primarily and historically, Democrats are the ones who, vote. They're not the ones who vote in person on the day of. They more often than not vote before the election takes place in early voting. And so Republicans really rely on those voters, especially their core constituencies, to really come out on election day. And so I'll be interesting to watch to see how the numbers in Republicans square up and match up from November 3rd, 2020 to now January 5th, 2021. So we're going to be watching all of that here on NewsNOW from Fox. We just want to give you another live look at the Republicans in the state of Georgia, their watch party at the moment. Any speaker that comes to that podium will take it live for you. But at the moment, we do want to go back out now to our sister station, Fox 5 Atlanta, WAGA, and for their continuing coverage of the Georgia Senate runoffs. A lot of stakes are at play, and we'll be bringing you that throughout the night. Here's this live coverage at the moment.
state. But if you're a Democrat right now, you're feeling good that there are still numbers out in DeKalb, Cobb, Gwinnett, Clayton County, but also you got to take a peep at Richmond and Chatham and Bibb and Muskogee and Doherty. And so these are just places where I think the numbers are going to continue to favor Democratic turnout. But I've also said this before too, Courtney. I just think that we showed in November that a moderate Democrat like Joe Biden could win Georgia. And so were Democrats able to bring back a lot of those disaffected Republicans who voted for the Biden-Harris ticket because they were against Trump? Were they able to persuade enough of those voters and turn out the base in order to be victorious tonight? So I'm still very, very excited, very optimistic of where we are in this race. And I think when you start to see the metro counties come in later through the night, if we can keep the gap sort of close going into the later sort of hours of the night when the metro counties are going to come in, I think that's when you'll see us win this by a slight margin.
All right, Brian, I'm interested in your personal reaction to all of this based on your long perspective as a Republican operative. But I also you touched in the last hour on the fact that at midnight on November 3rd, so we're talking about 3 hours later than we are at this stage in the night, President Trump was ahead by 286,000 votes. And that gap was made up for by Joe Biden when the absentee ballots were counted. Obviously, tonight's a very different night. What is going on in your estimation?
Well, obviously the order has been rearranged a little bit, and I think that's why when we talked at 6, I was off about what we would see in the early numbers. Obviously, some of these early votes were counted quickly. So let's give some congratulations to the county elections officials who are turning over these ballots so quickly, getting this count in. I mean, these are huge numbers, and we're just 2 hours away from the polls closing, and we already have a tremendous amount of data. We're really more than halfway home to what the total vote will be, probably somewhere a little over 4 million, I think. So we're getting pretty close to where it is. And I'll tell you how I'm feeling. How I'm feeling right now is a giant breath of relief, because, it was really worrying when it was more than 100,000, close to 200,000 vote margin earlier in the night. You never want to see it that big in one single state. So seeing it closed is now closer, I think, to where the election really is. I think where we are now is going to be close to the margin that we're going to see at the end of all this, which is what we've been predicting here on your show all year long. Just a razor thin margin, which makes it super exciting. Of course, we're going to have weeks and weeks, maybe months more litigation now because of that as well. So, but Darren's right. I mean, the DeKalb and Fulton numbers, the fact that so little of them are in, that's a bit of concern. But the fact that the exurb counties, which are also large population centers and places where the election day vote is going to be higher than it is in DeKalb and Fulton, which was much more heavy on the early vote. Both sides have reason for optimism at this juncture, but Republicans can at least enjoy the night a little more, seeing 50-50. When we started this segment, it was 51-49. During the middle of the segment, it went to 50-50 in the Fox 5 numbers. So Republicans can breathe a little bit easier knowing that that gap has been closed.
All right, so Brian, I'm hearing from you that you feel better. Theron, you're feeling good. It can't be possible that at the end of this you both feel happy with the outcome.
It's impossible. One of us is not going to be happy.
That can't last. You're right. Absolutely.
That is true.
Lori, to take things back to you, something we've noticed early on in the night and has really held up at this point is that Warnock is running ahead of Ossoff and Purdue is running ahead of Loeffler. Can we talk about what the possibilities are that are behind that phenomenon?
I think there's a couple of answers to this question. It has been very interesting. We know that this has been kind of the trend all night, where Senator Purdue is really outperforming Senator Loeffler. Not to really be surprised, he has a much more of a name ID. He's been in office for 6 years. This is his second run. I think also from what I'm hearing is that perhaps, and maybe Theron can attest to this, with the Democrats, some of Kelly Loeffler's ads where she was running some of the video know from Reverend Warnock's pulpit speeches as the Reverend of Ebenezer Baptist Church that it really turned off and it really fired up a lot of African American voters. Also, Republicans tend to be the evangelical voters. He is a reverend, so he might be pulling some of that Republican power there. But it is a really interesting statistic. The last time I checked, I think Warnock was outperforming Ossoff by about 7,000 votes, and same with Purdue over Senator Loeffler.
Okay, let's take a look at the latest numbers now because they have changed. Let's put them up full screen so you can digest what we're talking about here. We're talking about 2,000 votes separating David Perdue and Jon Ossoff now. It can't get any closer than that. It says 35% of precincts reporting, but what we're really looking about is 2.6 million votes. That's more along the lines of 2/3 of the total vote when this is all over. So, Theron, the question to you is, your reaction to how close it is, and what do you think the chances are that there might be a split, that one of the Democrats wins and one loses?
Well, I think if we just got to be honest here, and of course I'm the Democrat on the show tonight, so I'm going to say great things about the two Democratic candidates and also, Daniel Blackman, who's running for Public Service Commission. But if we just really honest with ourselves, I think Lori and Brian would agree with me, is that it was always sort of challenging for Jon Ossoff because he's running against a 6-year U.S. Senate incumbent, right? And so he, say what you want to say about David Perdue, he's been in office for 6 years. He's kind of a known, candidate around the state, whereas Senator Kelly Loeffler has only been in the job for a very short time. And so I think what's showing here, Russ, is that the power of incumbency, I think, has always sort of been a challenge for Jon Ossoff. But while I do think he could definitely pull it out tonight, that's always sort of been a challenge. But with Kelly Loeffler, Warnock was able to really spend a lot of money early during their special sort of election, their special primary. And so he really introduced himself to the voters. But Lori and I always said this on Georgia Gang, and Brian said this, I said this to him as well. If you really look at how Warnock kicked off his campaign in the runoff, I think he really had a great start, better than anyone. I mean, his ads were very, good, and he had the whole puppy theme, and people in Atlanta and Georgia, we love our dogs and we love our puppies. And so I think with Jon Ossoff, he closed very strongly as well. But I just continue to say this: it is literally a long time left in this election night. You also got to remember, Russ and Courtney, the absentee ballots and the in-person voting and the early voting, some of those are going to be counted late. And I've said this at the beginning of the program. One of the things that I think Democrats did extremely well during November election, and I think they're going to do it again in January, and that is making sure that not only people requested the absentee ballot, but the program that they put in place to make sure that people actually turn those ballots in, I think that can be the difference maker. And so, again, it's a long night. I'm glad Brian is feeling a little bit better. Let's check back with him in about an hour, Courtney, and see how he's feeling. I guarantee you the roles will be reversed.
Oh my goodness, it's like a roller coaster every 5 minutes. Brian, how are you feeling right now after seeing these much tighter results?
We talked a little bit about the fact that that Purdue is outperforming Loeffler by a little bit, but I think the real takeaway is how identical the margins are. The fact that there's been almost no split ticket voting. And if the split ticket voters are the ones who determine this, and we have a split decision, then it shows you just how tight the lasting margin is going to be at the end of this, because it is remarkable to see the partisan numbers leveling up the way that they are. There's almost no daylight between the Republican candidates and the Democrat candidates. It's very, 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 very tight. And of course, the Public Service Commission, which is getting much less focus tonight, is even tighter than that. So I think that the Loeffler reason why she is running a few points behind Purdue, or actually just a few votes, is the same points, just a few votes behind Purdue, is because there perhaps were some Collins voters who have held on to some resentments from the primary. But obviously it's not a whole lot of them. That's not the phenomenon that some people thought that it might be, the Collins voters just staying away, skipping the line, or maybe even voting for Warnock. I never really bought into the idea that they would vote for Warnock. I thought they may skip the line or just stay home. But what we're seeing is that for the most part, people who went in to vote for one are voting for the other, and the same on the Democrat side. And one other reason is that, Loeffler did have to run a primary basically up through November. So she had to run a very partisan campaign, one that appealed to a much more narrower base of voters. Purdue has been running a general election campaign for 12 months now, appealing to a broad audience, intending to get to 50+1 on election day. Obviously, he didn't get to 50+1, but that was the strategy. Loeffler never had a 50+1 strategy until November the 4th. So that could explain, those are two reasons why I think Loeffler may be running a little bit behind Purdue and why she will probably end up a little behind Purdue, even if both of them win.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Raphael Warnock was left relatively unscathed in what looked like a Republican primary until November 3rd when we got to this runoff. Thanks to all of you. You're going to stick around for the next couple hours. We appreciate it very much. We'll be right back.
I think we are actually going to go.
All right, this is Andrew Kraft. We want to thank everyone for watching, especially tonight. It's so important. We're going to go back, though, to Fox 5's coverage there, our local affiliate, our sister station in Atlanta. They have a live report right now going on from the Loeffler-Purdue watch party. Let's listen in.
It is. I was hoping you could hear those cheers. Every now and then you'll hear the whole crowd cheer in unison when those numbers inch up for Kelly Loeffler and David Purdue. Such a close race. It's hard to believe these numbers. Every time you turn around, it's just a little bit different, but they are still so close. Now, within the past hour, a number of people have taken the stage here to make some brief remarks to the crowd. David Schaefer, of course, the Georgia GOP Chair, Ginger Howard, the Republican National Committee Chairwoman, and former Governor Sonny Perdue. Of course, the person who spent the most time on stage tonight, Governor Brian Kemp. He talked about how he appointed Kelly Loeffler to the Senate after Johnny Isakson retired. He talked about how proud of the job that she has done in Washington and how she and David Perdue make such a good team there. A short time ago, I talked to Kelly Loeffler's deputy campaign manager, Stephen Lawson. He was talking about how encouraged he was with the turnout, especially in those northern counties.
The counties that we're really looking at today, Cherokee, Forsyth, Cobb, Hall, those counties are going to be very important for us. We're seeing promising indications, but again, it's not scientific, and we're still being very vigilant with everything, as well as, any issues that come in, monitoring those.
Yeah, keeping an eye on those northern counties and really all the counties across the state as these numbers come in. Now, I have not seen Kelly Loeffler yet tonight. I do know that she is here at the hotel. She's in one of the upstairs rooms with her family. Her mom and dad flew in just as they did back in November to be with her tonight as the results come in. Her husband, of course, is also with her, and I'm told her niece is with her. She is expected to come down within a couple of hours to speak to the crowd. Of course, we will be here and bring that to you when she arrives.
All right, Denise, thanks. A lot of excitement in that room that we can hear. Now, hoping to unseat Senator Loeffler is Democrat Reverend Raphael Warnock.
Fox 5's Dedra Dukes joins us now live from the Warnock campaign headquarters in downtown Atlanta. No party tonight, Dedra.
No party tonight, Russ and Courtney. Joining you live from outside a campaign headquarters. The Warnock campaign opting not to, because of COVID, not to hold a campaign watch party here tonight. We are told that Reverend Warnock is with his family watching the returns here in Atlanta. And I was told that staffers are also watching from other areas, not gathering tonight for any type of official watch parties. But I would imagine, although we're not seeing the same level of excitement out here as my colleague Denise Dillon is, that you would imagine that the Warnock campaign is very happy with the numbers that they're seeing now, because as we know, the Democrats have not historically performed well during these Senate runoffs and have not won the last two Senate runoffs here in Georgia. So to see Warnock performing so well has got to be just a great start to the evening for the Warnock campaign. And they are using the same strategy that they used during the general election. Reverend Warnock has been active actively campaigning, heavily campaigning, and having some big Democratic names come out and campaign for him as well, both here, not only locally in Atlanta, from the state of Georgia, but also having Vice President-elect and the President-elect come out and speak for him within the last few days. So really just a great amount of energy coming from the Warnock campaign as well tonight, Russ and Courtney.
All right, Dedra, thank you very much. We'll check back with you as the night progresses. Can we turn up the numbers now? Can we make them full screen for this Warnock and Kelly Loeffler race? Because it has changed, and now we're looking at a difference of just 4,000 votes with 2.7, almost 2.8 million votes counted so far of the some 4 million that we expect by the end of the night. 50-50, just 4,000 votes separating them. In the second Senate race, Republican David Purdue facing off against Jon Ossoff. And that's a close one as well, obviously.
Yeah, these results just keep coming in and it only gets closer. It looks like this is about a 10,000, if not 16, about 15,000 vote difference between the two, and it does look like David Purdue has taken the lead, although it does remain very, very close with about 60% of the vote in, about 65% of the vote in at this point. We want to go to the person who's been covering the Purdue campaign for us tonight, Doug Evans. He joins us live now. And Doug, if these numbers are any indication, the people in that room should be pretty excited.
Well, certainly the mood is a lot better now than it had been even an hour ago when those numbers were not so good for the Purdue and Loeffler campaigns. I can tell you that they were very excited when David Purdue went ahead finally over Jon Ossoff and continues to maintain a slight margin right now. There was some excitement about 2 minutes ago when the numbers that they were watching from Fox News showed Loeffler and Warnock tied at one point, and so they were very excited about that. The numbers that they're watching here have now put Warnock ahead of Loeffler in that race, so it's just been back and forth all night. They are very excited as they watch the numbers, very cautious as well. They know that it's going to be a long night, trying not to buy into these numbers just yet and hoping that they come out their way. I can tell you that David Purdue had said earlier today that, that he'd won the race by 2 points in November, and in any other state he would have been elected rather than in a runoff. And he said if you added in the votes garnered by the Libertarian candidate, then clearly over 52% of Georgian voters had rejected Jon Ossoff. So he was hoping for a repeat of that performance tonight. So far he is not getting it, but he is finally running just a little bit ahead of Ossoff in what has been reported so far. And that's the very latest. I should say also that we have not seen David Purdue tonight. Not seen because he is in quarantine, remains in quarantine because of a close call with COVID. And but he has the ability, and we have seen him appear in interviews from his home. He has the ability, apparently, to be seen by television and by cameras. So we don't know if at some point he might appear on one of these big screens. We know that Kelly Loeffler is supposed to be here in person. But I can tell you, in November, he did not show up. The race was just too close for him, and so he did not make any comments whatsoever. And if this race continues to be so tight as we expect it to, he may elect to do the same thing this time around as well. That's the very latest from here. Back to you.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's expecting this to be called tonight. Doug, if I'm not mistaken, correct me if I'm wrong, his quarantine, Senator Purdue's quarantine, ends tomorrow. Is that right?
That is what he has said. He said, Russ, that he has tested negative several times, that he is following his doctor's orders. He said today to Fox News, again, doing most of his interviewing to the Fox News channel, he said to Fox News that his quarantine would end after today. And so, again, some cheering here as Loeffler goes ahead of Warnock for just the second time tonight in the numbers that they're watching here in Buckhead.
All right, my friend, we'll check back with you. Thank you. We want to turn our attention now to John Ossoff.
Fox 5's Angelique Proctor has been covering that campaign tonight and joins us live from the state capitol. Again, no party where you are, Angelique.
Absolutely not, Courtney. John Ossoff is watching these returns privately with his team because of COVID concerns. But, you know, the stakes are so high in both of these races. It's just unbelievable that what will happen in Georgia will really chart the path of the government for the next 4 years. And so many people are watching our state tonight. Now, John Ossoff knew from the very beginning that this would be tough and uphill battle, as I have called it, to try to unseat a sitting U.S. senator, but he plans to give it his best shot, just falling behind Senator Purdue just moments ago. But he is facing an incumbency, which is a really tough thing to do, and he realizes we just need to wait until every vote is counted. His campaign telling me tonight that it is just too early to talk about the numbers that we are seeing. It appears for Democrats there are some things to celebrate out of DeKalb County with a very strong turnout, but at the same time, you all have talked a lot about North Georgia and a strong turnout there, so still just too close to call this. Ossoff, though, is watching every minute, and we hope to hear from him at some point before the night is over. Another thing that he has talked about is the work of Stacey Abrams and Fair Fight to expand the electorate and to stop a lot of the purging that was going on. And so it is Ossoff's hope that a lot of those new voters who have just flooded the system and the electorate will actually come through for him tonight and tomorrow. We will all have to just wait and see. Reporting live from downtown, Angelique Proctor, Fox 5 News.
You are so right that it's too close to call, Angelique. Thanks very much. One factor is that back in November, 18,000 plus overseas and military ballots were cast, and they have until Friday to arrive. 18,000. You look at the numbers that we're talking about now, that could potentially flip a race. So it could be days and perhaps, who knows, a week before we know the result. We kind of hope not, right?
Yeah, for all of our sakes.
Exactly. Still ahead, we'll have the latest numbers in the Senate races.
We'll be right back.
All right, and this is Andrew Kraft. It's almost the bottom of the hour here in Phoenix, Arizona for News Now from Fox. We want to thank everyone for watching. We'll be continuing to follow all the latest with the runoff races there for the Senate in the state of Georgia. As you know, about 60% of precincts have reported. It's so close. It's basically neck and neck right now between both candidates, splitting down the middle 50-50. What seems like it's going to be just a very, very close race for control of the U.S. Senate. So, as you know, a lot of the early votes and the absentee ballots were counted first. So right now, a lot of the counting is centering around those totals from today, in-person voting. So we'll be monitoring all of that here on News Now. We did want to just take a very, very brief break because so much has happened today, especially in the worlds of entertainment and sport. Lots of headlines breaking out of Hollywood today, one of which we've been following here on News Now from Fox. Tanya Roberts has in fact been pronounced dead after a premature announcement of her death by her publicist when it was not true. My colleague Daytona Everett spoke with the founder of TMZ, Harvey Levin, about this story and all of its twists and turns.
News Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. I'm joined now by the Harvey Levin of TMZ. Harvey, thank you for joining us.
Oh, it's my pleasure.
So I want to read off this headline today. Tanya Roberts dead at 65 after bizarre premature death announcement. You guys have been following this story every single step of the way, and bizarre is the perfect word to describe it. Can you explain what the latest is that you found out today?
Yeah, we've done this for 15 years. This is really one of the most bizarre stories we've ever done. On Sunday, we started getting calls that Tanya's longtime domestic partner had contacted them to say she died. So then we talked to Tanya's rep, and the rep confirmed it and said, yes, she died, and even gave us a quote from Lance O'Brien, who is the longtime companion. And we broke the story on the website. Shortly after we broke it, the publicist then issued a press release. And on Monday, Lance is doing a television show, and they're recording it, and the phone rings from Cedars-Sinai, and they said, well, we saw this story. She's alive. And you see his reaction, and it's like, she's what? So we talked to Lance multiple times since then. So here's the way that it breaks down. That Lance was told he could come to the hospital. This is at Cedars-Sinai, and they are riddled with COVID right now. It's terrible in LA County. And so they said, look, for compassionate reasons, we're going to let you here. You're going to let you go inside, and you can say goodbye to her. He goes over there. He holds her, and she opens her eyes, he says. And then her eyes close before they kind of roll back in her head. And he said he thought she was dead. He walks out of the room, and there are obviously nurses and doctors all over the place, but he doesn't talk to any of them. He leaves, and he's very upset. He's distraught.
Right.
And he goes down to the publicist who was waiting for him, Tanya's publicist, to drive him home. And he tells the publicist, Tanya's dead. And so he thought she was dead, but he didn't talk to the doctors, and he was simply wrong. She died last night. But this was really, as you said, bizarre.
Obviously, for the partner, this is emotional distress that's going on right now. Sometimes it's difficult to digest what's going on during a situation like that. How big of a mess up is this for the publicist?
I don't think it's a mess up for the publicist at all. No. And I even talked to him yesterday, and he was very upset. And I said, this is not on you. I mean, you know, it's not my job to be a counselor, but I felt bad for the guy because he was really doing a lot of hand-wringing. And, you know, to me, it's sort of like if the husband or domestic partner is in a hospital room, comes downstairs and says to you, she died. Why would you disbelieve that?
Right.
I mean, would you say, I want a second source to the domestic partner?
Yeah.
Never. You would never say that. You would accept it if he was taken there knowing that she was dying. He's in the room. He comes downstairs, tells the publicist, and he does what his job is. But I don't think he did anything wrong.
Yeah, I mean, have you seen anything like this before? I mean, you've been covering, obviously, these stories for several years, like you said in the beginning. Have you heard of any type of story like this?
Well, no. And as a matter of fact, we were doing TMZ Live on Monday morning, and I got a text. And I looked at this text, and it said, she's alive. And I stopped doing TMZ Live, and it's, what? I mean, it just
breaking news.
it just seems so crazy. And again, the baseline here is this is really a tragic story. She was really great.
Yeah.
You know, she was a very successful model. She was a movie star. I mean, she was a Bond girl. She was a huge TV star with That 70s Show and Charlie's Angels. She had a really great career and was really liked by a lot of people. And this is a very sad story. I mean, she was walking her dog. She came home and collapsed on the porch. And they rushed her to the hospital and put her on a ventilator. So it's a very tragic story with this bizarre twist.
Yeah. What was your biggest takeaway from covering this?
I haven't been able to process what I've learned from it yet. You know, it's like if a husband or wife tells you that my spouse died, do you believe it? And I think the answer is still yes. I mean, this was just a bizarre situation. And he didn't have bad intentions when he did this. He just, you know, was distraught and jumped to a conclusion.
Yeah, but it's official today, right?
It is official today. Yes, it is official today.
Okay. My last question for you, Harvey. I know you're a busy guy. What does this have to say about reporting deaths in the media? We've seen a lot this past year, and it's tough. You obviously want to get it out there as soon as possible because it comes out regardless on Twitter or whatever. As a news outlet, what do you think about that?
I would do it again.
Yeah.
I would do the same thing again. I mean, if we get a call from if we talk to a publicist who says she's dead, we get calls from people who are her friends saying that she's dead, and we talk to her domestic partner who said, I was in the hospital, she died, and we get a statement from him, what would you do more?
Mm-hmm. You're going to go forward with the story.
I mean, the publicist said yes, the friend said yes, the domestic partner said yes. I'd do it again.
All right. Any last thoughts?
And look, in 15 years, I haven't seen anything like that. But when you have multiple people telling you the same thing, including the guy that's in the hospital room when he says, I watched her die, she died in my arms, there you go.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tough situation to say, well, yeah, do you have a second source?
I mean, and as a matter of fact, we did. The problem is the sources emanated from him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right. Well, any last thoughts on this or any other big headline stories that you guys are following for this?
We have another story, but I can't talk about it right now.
All right. We'll talk soon then.
Okay. Good talking to you.
Thank you so much. Harvey
My
Levin
pleasure.
here on News Now from Fox.
My pleasure.
All right, and literally within hours, we kind of had a sense of what exactly that story or stories, plural, two major bombshells coming out from TMZ. The first one that we want to get to, though, at the moment is all this news surrounding Kim Kardashian West and Kanye West and their marriage. At the moment, you might have seen reports earlier today, this was just hours ago, that they are in marriage counseling and that they have separated, but divorce is on the table. You might have remembered just a couple hours ago that news broke. The New York Post was reporting that they had filed for divorce. Then we got reports from TMZ, you're looking at the tweet right here, that they are that they haven't filed for divorce, that they've only separated, and that they are in marriage counseling. Remember, back, I believe this was late summer, if you'll remember, when Kanye West, the rapper, announced that he was running for president and had that first campaign rally, if you want to call it that, in South Carolina. I remember, I covered it, where he said a number of outrageous things, frankly. And so after that, he took to Twitter and was tweeting a lot about, internal family dynamics and the like. And then it was reported that, his wife, Kim Kardashian West, was tweeting to, give them some time, that people were speculating about the rapper's mental health and mental faculties. And at the moment, we are learning just today from TMZ that their marriage is quite in trouble, but divorce is on the table, but it has not been filed yet. My mistake, I said off the table. The divorce is on the table. They're in marriage counseling, and they have separated. Probably the biggest couple of our generation, really, this celebrity couple, Kanye and Kim. I believe Kanye West is a billionaire. So they are one of the richest, most powerful couples in the country. And at this point right now, we are learning that their marriage is in some kind of trouble. So we did want to go to another story that we've been following as well. This time, TMZ is breaking this as well. We wanted to cite them because sometimes, we have to be careful with how we cite these. But right now, we also are learning that Dr. Dre has suffered a brain aneurysm and is at the ICU at Cedars-Sinai Hospital. Sources tell Fox 11's Alex Michelson out of Los Angeles that he's stable and lucid, but doctors are still trying to figure out what caused the bleeding. So 2021 seems to be following the same path at the moment of 2020, where we're getting lots of bad news, especially in the world of Hollywood. There, Dr. Dre's friend, the rapper and the actor LL Cool J, also tweeted recently that Dre is recovering nicely, with the emoji of the power fist there. So we'll be following a lot of these stories as well. Cedars-Sinai obviously is one of the major hospitals in Los Angeles, the same hospital where we just told you the actress and the model Tanya Roberts died at earlier today. And so we wanted to hit all of these stories for you on NewsNOW because we feel they're important. We wanted to get a break in with all of the Georgia coverage as well. We do have one, though, out of the world of sports as well. And we're learning who the Heisman Trophy winner is today. The Alabama wide receiver, Devontae Smith. And he's the first wide receiver to win the Heisman in 29 years on an Alabama team, frankly, that has been stacked with so many stars. He became, like I said, the first wide receiver to win the Heisman in 29 seasons tonight, breaking the monopoly quarterbacks have usually had on college football's most prestigious award. And he beat out 3 of them. He beat out 3 quarterbacks. The Crimson Tide senior is the 4th receiver to win the Heisman, joining Michigan's Desmond Howard in 91, Notre Dame's Tim Brown in 97, and Nebraska's Johnny Rodgers in 1972. He's also the 3rd Alabama player to win the Heisman, all since 2009. So congratulations to him tonight. That's quite an accomplishment. And that's your roundup of all the Hollywood and sports headlines tonight on this January 5th, 2021. There were quite a lot of them, and we wanted to get to them very, very briefly. But right now, we're going to take a quick commercial break, and then we're going to go right back into our sister station, Fox 5, there in Atlanta, and their coverage of the Senate runoffs there in the Peach State. Thanks for watching.
Republicans take the lead?
It could be a seesaw for the rest of the evening, yes.
Any issues you know about that could delay any reporting from here on out?
Not that I'm aware of.
And the vote totals are approaching 3 million now. Did I add that correctly?
The last I looked is getting around to that number, and we had 3 million cast, as we know, in the advanced and the advanced in-person and the mail-in voting already. So we knew that that was the number we were going to have. So that means we have whatever number today is going to be added to that total. So we know we're approaching that total overall.
Plus the absentees that you still have yet to...
That came in today, yes. And like I said, we're trying to have our counties at least acknowledge the receipt of them by 1 p.m. tomorrow. That's been a request we've made of the county, so everybody's an understanding what the outward bound and what available ballots are. As I mentioned earlier, as of this morning, there's about 17,000 overseas and military ballots still to potentially come in. And remember, those are different from the other ballots in that they can be postmarked today and then accepted by Friday.
So by Friday, it may be the determining vote count if it's that close.
It could be, yes.
16,000,
17 or 16,000, but we'll update that number either later tonight or tomorrow morning.
Yeah, did you say Friday?
Friday. Military and overseas ballots, if they're postmarked today, they can be accepted by Friday.
When do you think you'll be announcing them? Mr. Raffensperger will be announcing the winners.
When we finish counting the votes and certify the results. Thanks, guys. We'll come back in a little while.
Other updates tonight for us?
Here's the $1 million question that gave.
Or do you want to go home? I mean, it's kind of
refused to answer.
Okay, so
I thought he was finished, and I guess he is. And that question was, I don't know whether you could hear it, when are we going to know the winner? And when all the votes are counted. And what he was talking about was those 17,000 military and overseas ballots. Again, you heard him, could be postmarked today, received by Friday, and they could count. And if it's that close, I mean, the margin between Joe Biden and President Trump was fewer than 12,000 votes. Yeah. So 17, you know, that could be the deciding factor. Probably won't be, but it could be.
Every vote counts. I think that's what we learned in November, and now we're seeing once again. We want to take a look again at where these races stand. If we can throw up the numbers, you can see David Purdue has slightly enhanced his lead over his opponent, John Ossoff. It looks like he's about 60,000 votes ahead at this point, leading by 2%. About 70% of the votes are in. What you're looking at in the top right corner, just to be clear, is precincts. 54% of precincts reporting. Yeah,
not 54% of the vote. We're looking at about 3.2, more than 3.2, almost 3.3 million votes at this point. We know that 3 million, and we heard this from Gabe Sterling, were voted early in person or early at the ballot box. Kelly Loeffler now with 1,659,000 to 1,639,000. So 20,000 votes between them. Kelly Loeffler in the lead, but again, 50-50 with about 70% of the vote counted at this point, 52% of the precincts reporting. Well, let's bring our panel back in. We've got Lori with us, and Brian and Theron. And Lori, what's your reaction to what we're looking at? It's as as tight as it could possibly be.
It really is, and I think if you heard Gabriel Sterling, he said this could be a seesaw all night, and I think we know why. I think if you look at some of the precincts that are not reporting at all, Fulton County is only at 23% of the precincts reporting. DeKalb and Clayton, big Democratic strongholds. These are the counties that Raphael Warnock and Jon Ossoff are looking very closely at. They're at 0% of the precincts reporting. That's why it's going to be just way too close to call. On the flip side, those counties that Republicans are looking to, Cherokee County, 71% of the precincts reporting. They're a little further ahead, and Purdue is winning 70 to 34% over Jon Ossoff. Forsyth is 40% in. So it's just, that's why it's going to be such a long night. You'll have these trickles that are coming in from some of these outlying counties, and then you'll have kind of a big dump from some of the metro area counties, a big vote dump and a vote count. So I was thinking too, you know, looking back, covering politics for decades in Georgia, since 2002, really, it's the independents that have given Republicans the big wins in Georgia for 2 decades, right? And so are those independents, not a lot left of them, I'll say that, but are they the ones that, you know, could decide this race and be the ones willing, you know, either to give all of those keys to the Democrats, you know, and they'll have the Senate, the House, and the presidency, or are they the ones that may stop and say, you know what, not everything, you know, we'll have a little bit of gridlock? That's, I think, a big question tonight.
Yeah, not only the independents, but also the libertarians, as we saw with that vote. That was about 100,000 votes in November in the race before it went to the runoff. I want to bring in the rest of our panel. Theron, you've seen now both of the Democrats have gone to second place. But as Lori laid out, it looks like a lot of those urban metro Atlanta area votes are yet to be counted. So still a long night ahead of us. Is your confidence waning at all?
My confidence is still very high, Courtney, and to sort of bring a sort of a sports terminology in this, you know, we're now in the third quarter, which, you know, when you start looking at, when you start getting close to like 70, 75%, 80% of the votes in, that's when you kind of know, okay, where you really kind of stand in the race. The one thing that Gabe Sterling said tonight, he said a lot, I won't even talk about his, I think it was Appalachian metaphor, but, you know, he said something I thought was very key, and Lori touched on it. He said that this is going to be a seesaw battle all night, Courtney, so that's why I told you my good friend Brian shouldn't get too excited too fast. I've learned that, you know, when you're watching Fox 5 and waiting for the election results to come in, you got to pace yourself. But the other thing that he said is that when you got counties like DeKalb, Clayton, Gwinnett, Cobb, a lot of these metro counties, Fulton, that are still kind of trickling in with their ballots. And what I don't really know yet, but I think he confirmed it for me, is that while they've counted the absentee ballots, I think I heard him correctly, there's still a lot of early votes still to be counted. I may be wrong on that, but if that's true, then I think that definitely favors well for the Democrats, because we know that we saw an enormous amount of people who voted in November early, came back out and voted for this election. And remember what I said at the beginning of this broadcast, you know, 2 hours ago, that the significant increase by African-American voters who did not vote in the November election. And I definitely got to get a shout out to Mayor Bottoms, and she had an organization that she was running during this runoff election. It was called Battleground Georgia, and they specifically focused on bringing out African-American voters for whatever reason. I think it was roughly 900,000 plus of them that did not vote, to have them actually vote in this election. So that could be the difference when the Fulton, DeKalb, Cobb, Clayton, and Gwinnett counties, in the name of just a few, start coming in later tonight.
Okay, Theron. Gabriel Sterling said when you're hiking on the Appalachian Trail, ounces equal pounds, because when you're hiking uphill, you don't want to be carrying any more weight than you have to. And as someone who's been to the top of Blood Mountain 30 times, I can attest to that. So Brian, I mean, the point is, you Republicans of the 159 counties, many more of them are going to vote Republican than Democrat, but in much smaller numbers. The question is, did they come out in South Georgia? Did they come out in North Georgia? And it would seem that one of the more powerful arguments was to keep the Democrats from having control, to, as David Purdue said, save America.
Yeah, that was always the strongest motivator for Republican voters, and a message that Loeffler and Purdue, and President Trump for that matter, drove consistently throughout the last 2 months. And it is such a great message for a runoff, which is a turnout election. It's not a persuasion election. Lori was talking about the independents. I think for independents who really couldn't decide, they probably didn't vote. Traditionally in a runoff, it's really your more motivated partisans who show up to vote in an election like this. So, I don't know just yet what those rural counties have done. One thing Gabe Sterling said was that we don't have the numbers yet in total on what the turnout was for today on Election Day. Now, we are seeing in places like Forsyth County, a big Republican county, that Loeffler and Purdue are actually outperforming Donald Trump's numbers. That's a good sign. And then underperforming, I'm told, in Walton County over on the east side of Metro Atlanta. So there's a little bit of give and take throughout the state. But my biggest concern is that I want to see the Republicans' lead right now be a little bit bigger, because we know that there's 170,000 Election Day voters in DeKalb, and that's going to be an 85-15 split for the Democrats. So that's a huge group of votes that will be going to Ossoff and Warnock sometime tonight. And so Purdue and Loeffler really need to build a bigger buffer right now. It's great to see them ahead. If you're a Republican, it's going to make you feel good for a little bit. But there are a lot of Democrat votes out there that we know are coming in. So we really want to see that buffer come out a little bit bigger. And you look at Eric Erickson, a respected conservative radio host. He's out there right now saying that he thinks the Republicans are going to lose, and he had predicted this morning a Republican victory, and he's saying now I was wrong. So there are some Republicans out there who see some warning signs about what's still out there versus what has already been counted.
Okay, well, as Gabriel Sterling described, he really did have a lot of gems in what he said that we can pull out. He said it would be a nickel and dime, scratching and clawing scenario, and then he mentioned the seesaw metaphor as well. I also want to touch on something else Gabriel Sterling mentioned in his address, Lori. He talked about this not talked about third candidate today, Bubba McDonald, running well ahead of both of the senators right now. What does that really tell us about the electorate today and possibly the motivations for why some people showed up?
It's really interesting, and maybe it was a check the box. Bubba McDonald has been on the ballot for years. He's a statewide candidate. He's been known for a very long time, has very good name recognition, and frankly, do a lot of people pay attention to the Public Service Commission? It is a very important office, but it's one that not a lot of people follow. So that's a very interesting statistic. I think Gabriel Sterling said it was about 30 to 40,000 that McDonald had over the two senators. It's just fascinating when you think about it.
Yeah, Bubba McDonald has been a Public Service Commissioner for a long time. He's 82. Daniel Blackman, 41 years old, from Forsyth County, a consultant, if I'm not mistaken, from Forsyth County. So the fact that he's even that close to someone like Bubba McDonald, who's so well known, is interesting in its own right. So Theron, I'm interested in your expectation for the rest of the night. Brian made a good point about all those votes in DeKalb County. Is that partly why you're feeling as confident as you are at this point in the evening?
Well, Russ, I've been doing campaigns in Georgia now for almost 20 years. I mean, I can take you back to 2004 when I worked for John Barrow, who was the former congressman who represented the southeast area, Augusta, Savannah, and at that time Athens was in the district, and he defeated Max Burns, who was the Republican incumbent congressman. And I remember being in Effingham County and Bryan County, that's near Savannah, Georgia, and counting those votes. Let's not forget 2009 when I was a campaign manager for Kasim Reed, and we beat Mary Norwood by 715 votes, but then when the recount was over, we actually lost one vote. So the magic number was 714. The point I'm trying to make is that I've actually been in those rooms that a lot of the campaign leadership is in right now. I mean, you really are just so anxious, you're so nervous. I'm not, saying that this race is over. I think that right now the Democrats have the momentum because if you just look at the numbers and you look at the counties that are outstanding, I think it definitely favors us. The difference between this night, Russ, and where we were in November is that, as you guys mentioned, Trump had a big lead, but just hour after hour and minute after minute, you start seeing Democrats, you saw the Biden-Harris team starting to pick up more votes. And at that point, I knew that we had a lot of early voters who hadn't been counted, their votes hadn't been counted, but we also had a lot of outstanding absentee ballots and mail-in ballots as well. And so I believe that that's what gives the two U.S. Senate campaigns a great deal of confidence tonight. And then, of course, you know, the CEO, Michael Thurman, and the DeKalb County Election Board and the election officials there, they're doing everything they can to get these votes in as quickly as they can. But we want to make sure that it's done right, because what we don't want to do is to rush this tonight and then we're in these lawsuits. And then Georgia, again, is on a national stage about some voter irregularities. And so I'm confident that the metro counties that are out tonight will do their job and make sure they do everything they can to get the votes in.
All right. You know, as we look at the numbers in that Public Service Commission race, I'm now realizing that it's a spread of over 120,000 some odd votes. Much wider spread, much bigger lead than either Purdue or Loeffler enjoys right now. Brian, if I could go back to you, you know, I wonder if both the senators were to lose and turn over this U.S. Senate to Democrat control, if this could be one of the things we go back to, if there are some unfavorables or maybe some things that caused traditional Purdue and Loeffler voters to stay home today.
Well, yeah, I think what Bubba McDonald's numbers show is several things. One, it shows that there still really is like a generic Republican vote advantage in the state. That if people go in, they don't know either candidate, you know, they're just a slight majority is going to vote Republican. And this is kind of what the PSC race is. It's a bit of a generic ballot race traditionally. Now, that's not to contradict what Laurie said. You know, Bubba has been around a long time. People do know him perhaps a little bit more than the other members of the commission. But this basically is a race that we haven't seen any spending. Of the $800 million that's been spent on the Senate race, none of it's been spent on the Public Service Commission race. But it does show that just in a vacuum, Republicans are still very competitive. And the Republicans have had a bunch of headwinds in the Senate race that the Public Service Commissioner hasn't. You know, they have been much more impacted by the controversy over the presidential race, which has had some repercussions here. It's made Loeffler and Purdue wade into controversial issues that, frankly, don't just divide Republicans from Democrats, but divide Republicans from Republicans. And so those are things that they've had to face through no fault of their own, but it had just been thrown down in front of them during this entire runoff, and those controversial issues kept coming up time and time again, and they had to take stands that had a downside sometimes. And so they faced a different set of circumstances than Bubba McDonald has faced over these last 2 months. I think that Republicans actually should feel pretty good about how well Bubba is doing, because again, no spending in the race, and he seems to be in a pretty good spot heading into the night.
All right. Brian Robinson, Theron Johnson, Laurie Geary, we appreciate your perspective. We're very glad you're going to stick around for the next couple of hours as more numbers come in and we talk about them.
Yeah, more to talk about here tonight. We want to thank you for joining us for this part of our special coverage of the Georgia U.S. Senate runoff elections.
We are just getting started. We'll have much more for you tonight. Join us for Fox 5 News at 10, which is coming up next.
All right, this is Andrew Kraft. We want to thank everyone for watching. That was our sister station, Fox 5, there in Atlanta. And we'll be having more coverage from them as the night goes on. Remember, these races are, at this point, too close to call. We're still getting counties tallying their votes. Results are coming in. So at the moment, anything goes, really, in the state of Georgia. So it's very exciting. We'll be following it all here on NewsNOW for Fox. We want to thank everyone for watching. We're going to be live for about 3 more hours here, but just want to take a live look as well from, this is the Republicans' watch party. So I presume we'll be hearing, hopefully, from Senator Kelly Loeffler and Senator David Perdue. Remember, David Perdue is still, from what Fox 5 has been reporting, I don't believe is there, because he has been exposed to COVID and he's still in quarantine. Remember, at the president's rally last night in Dalton, Georgia, he appeared via video message there on the big screen in front of the huge rally. So we could see something along those lines at this watch party tonight. This is in the Buckhead area of Atlanta, kind of an upscale suburb for the Republicans' watch party there tonight. And we've already heard from Governor Brian Kemp, from former Governor Sonny Perdue, and from the state party chair, David Schaefer is his name there, for the GOP in Georgia. So we've heard from all those people already, and we'll be seeing who else we hear from on News Now for Fox. So we want to just take a quick commercial break. We want to thank everyone for watching. We'll be back in about 2 minutes, so don't go anywhere. All right, we do want to go back out now to Fox 5's live coverage of the Georgia Senate runoff races, where we're following Purdue and Ossoff and Loeffler and Warnock. So let's go back to that.
Right now.
Let's take a look at the results for Senator Kelly Loeffler and Reverend Raphael Warnock, 51 to 49. Look at the numbers there, 1,755,000 to 1,711,000. So we're talking about 44,000 vote difference at this point, with 61% of the precincts reporting. But again, we're talking about 3.4 million votes out of perhaps 4 million total. So we're getting close. We're not there. We're not really that close, but we're a lot closer than we were at this stage in the night on November 3rd. Let's put it that way. Let's move now to our live reporters covering each candidate. First, Senator David Perdue.
Fox 5's Doug Evans is live in Northeast Atlanta tonight for a joint event between Perdue and Senator Loeffler. Doug, what is the mood in the room?
Well, they're certainly optimistic about the numbers that they've been seeing lately. Senator David Perdue had trailed John Ossoff for much of the night. He took the lead about an hour and a half ago and has maintained it. But is it enough once these metro Atlanta counties start to report in later on tonight? We shall see, but there is some concern about that among David Perdue's supporters in this room. This event has been billed as Hold the Line, and David Perdue talked about what that meant for Republicans in an interview that he did today with Fox News.
Well, I don't care about John Ossoff. I care about the people of Georgia. That's who I've been fighting for up here. This is a trust fund baby who never created an American job, who has questionable ties to the Chinese Communist Party, whose father bought him a little business. In the last 9 years, his largest client has been Al Jazeera. This is a man that will not answer the hard questions about his own background, and all they do really is lie about everybody else's background.
That was David Perdue earlier today in an interview with Fox News. He has not spoken to any media outlets since then. He has not appeared here because he is in quarantine, having a close call with COVID-19. That quarantine ends tomorrow. He has tested negative and has said that he is feeling just fine. His first cousin, Sonny Perdue, was here, though, to thank the supporters for their hard work and for the campaign workers that are gathered right here at this ballroom at the Grand Hyatt Hotel in Buckhead. We'll continue to watch these numbers as they come in. I'm Doug Evans, Fox 5 News.
Thank you, Doug. Purdue faces Democrat Jon Ossoff. We want to go live now to Fox 5's Angelique Proctor outside the state capitol. Angelique?
Well, Russ, this race is razor thin and could very well go down in history as one of the closest races in Georgia. Both of these races, actually. Now, Jon Ossoff's campaign is not yet ready to talk about these numbers. I have reached out to them on several occasions, but they are saying it is still very, very early. Now, everyone knew this would go down to the wire. This race has not disappointed anyone, I don't think. It is just still too close to call. Now, Jon Ossoff, though, believes that Georgians want stimulus relief, and he believes in the end that will make the difference for him.
There's so much good work that we can do to lift up people in this state. We can beat COVID-19. We can surge vaccine distribution and make sure testing and vaccines are free for every American. We can put Georgia's own CDC in charge, as it should be, of our national pandemic response. We will be able to pass $2,000 stimulus checks for the people next week when we win these races in Georgia.
Now, the Ossoff campaign, no doubt, waiting on those advanced voting numbers out of DeKalb. DeKalb has historically been a very stronghold for Democrats. He believes those numbers will no doubt help him, but we will just have to keep watching this. As Gabriel Sterling said from the Secretary of State's office, this is going to be a seesaw for the remainder of the night. We are reporting live in downtown. Angelique Proctor, Fox 5 News.
All right, Angelique, thanks. Once again, Senator Kelly Loeffler and Raphael Warnock are in a tight race right now. Loeffler remains in the lead by about 45,000 votes, not by much. And this is with about 80% of the results coming in, 61% of the precincts reporting. It has been a tight race between the two for weeks now.
Now let's go live to Northeast Atlanta, where Fox 5's Denise Dillon joins us tonight. Denise, you've been following the Loeffler campaign all day.
Yes, I have, and I can tell you there are cheers here in the Grand Ballroom every time results come in that push Kelly Loeffler or David Purdue ahead just a little bit. This race between Raphael Warnock and Kelly Loeffler is just so close. It's been going back and forth for a while. That's how close it is. I don't even have to look at the actual numbers that are coming in. I can tell what's going on just by the reaction from this crowd. Just a short time ago, a number of people here took the stage to address the supporters and volunteers that have all gathered here tonight. Among them, Governor Brian Kemp. He is the one who appointed Kelly Loeffler just about a year ago now, after longtime Senator Johnny Isakson retired.
But I really felt like when I appointed Kelly that I was appointing someone a lot like the president and a lot like David Purdue, a political outsider, a novice to campaigns, as you remember, back early in the first election, but also someone that had literally lived the American dream.
And Governor Kemp also talked about what a great team Kelly Loeffler and David Purdue make in Washington. Now, I have not seen Senator Loeffler here tonight. I do know that she is in the hotel. She's with her family. Her husband and niece and her mom and dad flew in to be with her tonight, just as they did back in November, to watch these results come in. She is expected to come down and speak to the crowd sometime within the next hour or hour and a half. When that happens, we will bring it to you. Reporting live, Denise Dillon, Fox 5 News.
We know you will. Denise, thanks very much. Now, Senator Loeffler faces Democratic challenger Raphael Warnock.
Both candidates have strong support bases, helping to keep this race very tight. Fox 5's Dedra Dukes joins us live now from the Warnock campaign headquarters in downtown Atlanta, where there is no event going on behind you there, Dedra.
That's right, Courtney and Russ. Much quieter scene out here at campaign headquarters for the Warnock campaign due to the COVID restrictions. The Warnock campaign opting not to allow journalists, reporters, or their supporters inside tonight. We have seen a few staffers coming in and out throughout the night, but we are told that Reverend Warnock is with his family tonight and that he is monitoring returns here in Atlanta this evening. We did speak with him a little earlier this afternoon after he made stops in Marietta and Atlanta, where he met with his supporters, and he told them that if you've already voted, thank you for voting, but there is still more work to be done, even today, down to the wire, until the polls closed, urging those supporters to make phone calls, knock on doors, get anyone who they know who has not yet voted to do so. I talked to him about what was at stake. Here's what he had to say.
I think people understand how much is at stake, and they are engaged. You know, we say all the time that elections have consequences. Well, after 350,000 American deaths, 10,000 right here in the state of Georgia, to say that elections have consequences feels like an understatement. Tragically, we have learned this year that elections are a matter of life and death, that public policy can literally decide who lives and who dies and the quality of your life, and people are showing up. There are big issues that need to be addressed, and the only way they get addressed is if the people stand up and reclaim their democracy, and I think they're doing that right now in real time right here in the state of Georgia.
And they have given it everything that they have got. Now watching these returns roll in, no one's surprised really at how close this race is, given how much they've worked and how hard they've worked leading up to tonight. We are told that it's not likely that we will hear from Warnock tonight, but of course we are monitoring events and we'll let you know if we do so this evening. That's latest here at Warnock Campaign Headquarters. Dedra Dukes, Fox 5 News.
All right, Dedra, thanks. We will be checking back in with all four candidates throughout the night.
Well, we want to break down those races now, county by county. Fox 5 anchor Tom Haynes joins us now with that. Tom?
Russ and Courtney, let's set the table for you now and talk about where these races are. And it's so important. We've been watching county by county where the vote totals are, and no doubt the campaigns are watching it as well. Let's sort of set the umbrella for you, if you will, and talk about for the Democrats. John Ossoff here. We're going to take this race first. They are watching very, very closely Metro Atlanta. There is a spread. There is a difference. David Purdue running ahead of Ossoff right now. But a lot of, frankly, the returns in places like DeKalb County, we're seeing 0%. A lot of absentee ballot. Early voting has been counted, but not day of. We're waiting on a lot of these results to still trickle in. So the Ossoff campaign is hyper-focused on a county like DeKalb, which will have huge numbers one way or the other. And then Fulton County, where we're also watching 68% of the votes, a lot more coming in from Fulton too. So the Ossoff folks happy about what's happening there. But for Democrats, the Metro Atlanta area is really where they are hyper-focused. For Purdue, it's really the southern counties and the northern counties as well. The same can be said for Raphael Warnock and Kelly Loeffler. We are still waiting for the big counties in Metro Atlanta to come in. The vote totals undoubtedly will change. And so Loeffler and Warnock watching that very closely. These numbers have been really all over the place tonight. They are narrowing, but we're going to continue to watch these counties and the vote returns as they come in, guys.
All right, Tom, thanks. We will check back in with you as more results come in tonight. But first, we want to turn to our political analysts.
Yeah, Lori Geary, Brian Robinson, and Theron Johnson still with us tonight. Thank you for being with us. We will have in-depth analysis throughout the night, but for now, let's start with one question for each of them.
At the end of the night back in November, President Trump was up by more than 286,000 votes. A lot of us went to bed at that point, but by the time all the votes were counted, he lost his lead to Biden, who, of course, ended up by about 11,700 votes.
Yeah, we've seen the results so far tonight. Lori, obviously a much, much different night, more of a seesaw than that mountain with the slide at the end. So how do you assess what we're seeing tonight?
I think, as we predicted, it was going to be a long night, and we probably won't know the final results until at least tomorrow. And we also knew that this was going to be a very close race. So I anticipate these races tightening a little bit because we are waiting for those bigger numbers to come in from Fulton, from Clayton, and DeKalb counties. And we know that those are Democratic strongholds, and we know that is where the focus is for Democrats, as Tom told you. A lot of the votes are already coming in or have come in, not all of them, but from a lot of the rural areas where both Senator Senators Purdue and Loeffler, where they have their strength. So I think it is just kind of a wait and see, and I think the whole country is waiting to see what happens.
Yeah, the whole country is watching both of these races. Right now, Warnock is running in a stronger position than Ossoff, but both Democrats are not too far behind. It looks like it's still anybody's race. Brian, how are you feeling right now about the leads, albeit small, that both Republicans hold at this point?
It's not big enough, Courtney. That's my concern. As I said in the last segment, I think that we need to see some bigger margins to ward off the big numbers that are going to come in from the inner core counties of Atlanta, which we know will overwhelmingly go toward the Democrats. So you're seeing a few of the D.C. outfits, like the Cook Political Report, already saying that Warnock is going to win, that they don't see a pathway for Loeffler to come back, given the votes that we know are still out there. So you're beginning to see other people say that Republicans have a turnout problem now that we're beginning to get a better picture of what turnout throughout the entire state has been today. So I'm a little concerned about where we are now. It's not over. Republicans still got some more votes coming in, but I'm concerned about where we are at this juncture.
All right, Theron, you're a veteran of decades of campaigns. How do you see things at the moment?
Well, I agree with Brian, Russ, that I don't think it's over, but I do like the position that the Democrats are in right now. It is very, very similar to where we were in November. The difference was you had a presidential race. While we knew the turnout was going to be very high, I was fortunate enough to be one of the senior advisors on that campaign, so I was sort of in the war room knowing that there were a lot of early votes that had not been counted, and there were a lot of absentee ballots and mail-in ballots that had not been counted. And so I think that as Brian and Lori has mentioned, we know that Democrats are going to overperform in the metro counties. And I believe that we did better than a lot of people expected outside of the metro area. And so while we're waiting on counties like DeKalb and others, I have confidence that they're going to make sure that they do everything they can to make sure these votes are counted. You know, Erica Hamilton is the election chief out there. Also, CEO Michael understand how important DeKalb will be in determining who will be the U.S. senators from Georgia. And so ultimately, Russ, as I said, hours ago, I feel very, very confident where we are. We ran a really, really good campaign. We had a great strategy going into early prepared for this sort of surge that we saw in a lot of counties across Georgia from Republicans. We've just got to make sure that we hold on and make sure that we really built upon that Biden coalition that has been very successful in Georgia.
All right, still relatively early in the night. Theron, Brian, and Lori, thank you very much. You're going to stay with us, and we appreciate that. Our 2 U.S. Senate seats are not the only seat on the ballot today.
Let's take a look now at the results for our Public Service Commissioner for District 4.
All right, everybody, this is Andrew Kraft. We want to thank everyone for watching as the results keep coming in from those Georgia Senate runoff races. It's so close to call at this moment. We might not know official winners by the end of the night. Probably will go into tomorrow morning. So we'll make sure we cover all the angles here on NewsNOW. We're going to have a live report live from the ballroom there of the GOP's watch party, the Purdue Loeffler watch party from our own Robert Sherman in about 30 minutes time. But before we get to that, we do want to kind of cover alternately some of these other stories that are happening as well. Remember, tomorrow is quite a big day on Capitol Hill, that joint session of Congress between the Senate and the House with Vice President Mike Pence presiding to certify the Electoral College, to count the electors. So we'll be bringing you that live as well. We're going to get to something in just a moment. I talked to a professor from American University of American History, just kind of about the Electoral College itself and what we are expecting tomorrow on January 6th. Before we get to that, at the moment, I just want to go over to some inauguration news. We are getting reports earlier today that we now know former Republican President George W. Bush, this is according to Reuters, via a spokesman for the former president, will attend the swearing in of Joe Biden as the next president and Kamala Harris as vice president. Remains to be seen if former First Lady Laura Bush will be there as well. We're also hearing as well from the Associated Press out of the Atlanta bureau there that the former president Jimmy Carter and his wife, former First Lady Rosalind Carter, will not attend Joe Biden's inauguration. This marks the first time the couple, who are aged 96 and 93. They will have missed the ceremonies for the first time since Carter was sworn in as the 39th president in 1977. So right now we are following kind of who's going to show up to the inauguration and what it will look like. It'll look much different. A lot of virtual events. We know the congressional lunch that usually takes place after the inauguration has been canceled. We don't know kind of what the ceremonies, the parade will look like, if any at all. So we'll be bringing you kind of more updates on what exactly President-elect Biden's inauguration will look like. However, we are getting some news right now. Just bear with me here. That this New York Times report that happened earlier today, in which Vice President Mike Pence has told Donald Trump that, according to this report, that he lacks the power to change the election result. This is according to reporting in the New York Times. I'm going to read here for just a minute that Vice President Mike Pence told President Trump on Tuesday that he did not believe he had the power to block congressional certification of Biden's victory in the election, despite Trump's insistence that he did. You'll remember today the president tweeted that the vice president does have that power. According to this New York Times report, in a lunch Trump and Pence had today, Pence said and told Trump, it was reported, he does not have that power to block congressional certification of Joe Biden. And right now we are getting reports and a statement, actually. This is a statement from the Trump campaign, from President Donald J. Trump himself. And we just want to put this up on the screen here as well. This is in direct contradiction to the New York Times report from earlier today. And I'm going to read some of this. Statement from President Donald J. Trump. The New York Times report regarding comments Vice President Pence supposedly made to me today is fake news. He never said that. The Vice President and I are in total agreement that the Vice President has the power to act. The November 3rd election was corrupt in contested states, and in particular, it was not in accordance with the Constitution in that they made large-scale changes to election rules and regulations as dictated by local judges and politicians, not by state legislators. This means that it was illegal. It goes on to say our vice president has several options under the U.S. Constitution. He can decertify the results or send them back to the states for change and certification. He can also decertify the illegal and corrupt results and send them to the House of Representatives for the one vote for one state tabulation. Obviously, a lot of those claims in that statement are frankly, the vice president does not have that power to do that. The president was responding to this New York Times report in which they recounted this conversation between the president and the vice president, in which basically Mike Pence told Trump that he did not believe he had the power to block congressional certification of Biden's victory. You're hearing now that that statement coming from the president refuted all of that in that report. And this all kind of sets up the backdrop of what is going to happen tomorrow. And I talked to that American University professor of American history and political science and communications, and he kind of went over claim by claim what exactly is going to be taking place tomorrow in that joint session of Congress, and kind of just laid out in generic terms what exactly the Electoral College is and what is it designed to do. So here's that conversation. Leonard Steinhorn, thank you so much for joining us, especially today. This is a huge day, January 6th. A lot is going to be happening on Capitol Hill today with this joint session where they, count and certify the electors, essentially. My question to you, though, is, the Electoral College sometimes can be this very arcane, complicated, convoluted process. Can you kind of just put it into very layman's terms for those Americans who might be watching who are still a little confused about what it is?
So the Electoral College really is how we vote to elect our president. We don't do it by popular vote nationwide. Each state chooses its electors, and the winner of each state gets all of the electors from that state. And all of the electors means all of the members of Congress plus the 2 senators. So if you have a state, let's say, with 6 members of Congress and the 2 senators, that state gets 8 electoral college votes. There are 2 exceptions to that. One is Maine, the other is Nebraska. In Maine and Nebraska, the winners of those states get the equivalent of those 2 Senate votes, but then the winner of each congressional district gets the electoral college vote from that district. So President Trump received 1 vote, 1 electoral college vote in Maine for the 2nd congressional district, and President-elect Biden received 1 electoral college vote from the Nebraska 2nd congressional district. But those are the only 2 states that don't give all of their electoral college votes to the winner of the state popular vote.
And you know, tomorrow we've been getting news reports throughout the last couple of weeks, but a large number of Republicans will be contesting this certification and this count, especially more in the House than the Senate. But the number is unprecedented nonetheless. But there have been objections and contestations before, but not to this scale. Is that correct?
Oh, nothing to the scale. I mean, if you look at it in, let's say, the last century, you had it in 1969, where there's a question about a faithless elector. In other words, an electoral college voter who decided not to vote for the person who won that state. And then you had it again in 2005, when 1 senator and I believe 1 member of Congress said that there were problems in Ohio with access to polling places for minority voters in very long lines, and they were concerned that that may have tipped the vote in Ohio to President Bush. But in that case, it really went nowhere. This really is unprecedented, with such a large number of House members and senators raising these concerns. And it's also unprecedented because each of these states has certified the vote. You have Republican and Democratic public officials who have certified the vote, who have counted the vote, who have done recounts, who stand by the vote. And somehow, and for some reason, all of these Republicans have decided to challenge this without any evidence. They have not stated any evidence to do so. So whether this is a fit of anger, a sense of frustration, or, as some might argue, a sense that they are not all that confident in our democracy because they would like to overturn the votes of all of those people in the states with whom they disagree, it's unprecedented. And I think it's unfortunate. It really is unfortunate because it undercuts confidence in our electoral process and our democracy. And you know, the tables can be turned at some point in time, and then that will be unfortunate. This is a slippery slope that we didn't need to go down right now.
And I was kind of wondering, you know, there's been this back and forth as well of, you know, what will Vice President Mike Pence do? But there's not really much else that he can do. This is largely ceremonial. This is largely procedural. What do you think these House Republicans and the Senate Republicans think that the Vice President can realistically do in this situation?
Well, I think it's wishful thinking. They would like the Vice President to sort of claim or seize some sort of power when he really doesn't have any in that situation. Basically, the Vice President is there, as you say, in a ceremonial function to read off the states and to hopefully, at a certain point, make it so that they get through all of the states and affirm the presidency of Joe Biden. He does not have any more power than that. He cannot negate any of these votes. It's not in the Constitution anywhere. So again, this is more wishful thinking, a sign perhaps of either desperation or frustration and a sense of looking for a savior. But honestly, it's ceremonial, and it puts Vice President Pence in a difficult situation, because if there are expectations that he should do something and he doesn't because he can't, then people will get frustrated with him, but for no reason at all, because he has no power to do what they would like him to do. So the bottom line is this: Vice President Pence will, in all likelihood, go out there, do his ceremonial job, preside over what's happening in the joint session, and then go away when they break out into their respective sessions to debate these challenges to each of the states, and then return and keep reading off in alphabetical order all of the states. And that's really all that Vice President Pence will do, beyond congratulating President-elect Joe Biden, assuming that he's willing to do that.
Are you anticipating this to kind of go into maybe the 7th and the 8th? Because we know there will be objections, and we know that each objection gets 2 hours of debate, from what I understand. So depending on how many, I mean, that could go, well into tomorrow, well into the 7th. Are you expecting this to kind of drag out all week or kind of be wrapped up on the 6th?
Well, there's only a limit to the number of states that the Republicans will object to, because they certainly won't object to states like North Carolina that went to President Trump. So even if they objected to all of the states, even California perhaps, yes, that would take a long time. But what we believe is that there are 6 states that they're likely to object to. So starting, let's say, with Arizona, if a member of the House and a member of the Senate, all you need is one from each chamber, objects and challenges it, then the joint session disbands and each House of Congress goes into its own chamber, debates it for 2 hours, and then votes on the challenge, presumably to reject it and then get back together. Now, there may also be some floor speeches and arguments on the floor about that. It's not clear whether that will happen, but if that does happen, that will prolong it even more. So if there are 6 states that they challenge, and if there are some speeches, and if it's 2 hours of debate, and if it's a vote, and then if it takes time to get back together, yes, it could go well into the 7th of January. But it's futile. They're not going to win. There are clearly enough votes to be able to get Joe Biden to become the president-elect of the United States officially. But what it also does is it suggests that Congress should have a role in undoing the votes of certain states. So even many conservatives are saying this is deeply troubling, because it says that Congress all of a sudden trumps, pardon the phrase, trumps the state authority to be able to choose its own electors based on the voters of those states. So conservatives are arguing, the ones who are against this challenge, they're arguing that you're doing the exact opposite of what conservatives should be doing, which is withholding power from the federal government and making sure that the states have it.
And I was also kind of wondering, just lastly here, these rules have been, and these kind of procedures have been put in place, because I want to kind of go back to the 1876 election for just a moment. But the big difference there, where you had a certain number of states who never did certify. And so when it got to this point, they had to figure out what to do. The main difference here is all the states have certified, isn't that right?
Yes, that's the main difference. And in 1876, keep in mind, that was the end of Reconstruction, and there were controversies about who voted for whom and what happened in certain southern states. And that was the grand compromise of 1877 that came out of it. But the bottom line here is we have far more sophisticated ways to be able to count our votes, and they double check them and they triple check them. And we are not in the middle of an actual civil war and Reconstruction. We have what we would like to believe is a stable democracy that other countries admire. But I have to tell you, people all over the world are looking at this and saying, how is America acting so high and mighty with us when they're actually thinking about overturning the vote of their people, the popular will that elected Joe Biden president? So this is a stain on our reputation worldwide and a problem with our democracy domestically. And you have to hope that sort of saner minds will prevail and people won't push this too far, and there won't be any violence in the streets, and it won't be mob rule, that the rule of law will govern the United States and democracy and the Constitution will hold. But the very fact that people are trying to basically overturn the votes in certain states, and particularly in certain areas that are predominantly minority, African American, that brings us back to a time that we really don't want to revisit in this country. The bottom line is you win elections by persuading people to vote for you, not by overturning votes, and go back to that, and we have a much healthier democracy.
And just lastly, in your view, I want to kind of take the long view on this, going forward into American history, these certain Republicans who have come out and said that they are going to object. Is there going to be kind of an endnote, a paragraph in American history textbooks going forward? Like, will their names, be remembered for this effort and what they're trying to do at this moment?
Well, it depends how much damage they ultimately end up doing. But if they continue to sow doubt in our democracy and our electoral process, if they sow doubt in the honor of public officials, whether they're Democrats or Republicans who are doing their job, And if that creates a great deal of uncertainty and a loss of confidence in our democracy, which is something we have been bequeathed by generations through blood and through sacrifice and through protest and through their own voices of believing in our system. If that sows more doubt in our system, then yes, they will be remembered as people who potentially undermined our democracy, but they also may be remembered as symbols of the polarization of this moment in time, of the deep partisanship, of the unwillingness to let go of your side, to leave your tribe, to be able to adhere to facts and evidence. And so one way or another, I don't think they're going to be looked at kindly by historians. And for now, they're not even being looked at kindly by members of their own party who are wondering what they're doing, why they're doing it, and the consequences of what they're doing.
All right, Professor Leonard Steinhorn, thank you so much for joining News Now from Fox. We'll have live coverage of all those proceedings today on News Now, and have a good day. We hope to see you again.
Thanks so much.
All right, well, we hope you found that conversation enjoyable. That was just a conversation I pre-recorded earlier today, just speaking with a professor there from American University on what to expect tomorrow and trying to put in context how truly unique this moment is. Usually this certification process in this joint session of Congress takes place in a matter of minutes. In previous election cycles, rather. So tomorrow it will look quite different. You'll be seeing those 12 Republican senators object and contest. You'll see more than 100 in the House. Republicans in the House do that as well. So we could be setting ourselves up for hours of debate. Remember, when that happens, each chamber has to go into their own sessions and debate what has been objected and what has been contested. So it is looking to be quite a marathon event. Like I said, historically, that's not the case. This electoral college certification and counting of the electors takes place in a matter of minutes. So, and you even saw, historically, we saw, Al Gore preside over the joint session in 2000, even though he was ultimately declared the loser of the 2000 election. We've seen Dan Quayle as vice president, I believe in 1984, do that as well. So, so we're going to be following that here. We'll have special live coverage on News Now from Fox. Right now, though, we want to go and take it back out to the Georgia Senate runoffs. We're going to take a quick commercial break, but then we'll have more live pictures and more coverage from our sister station out there in Fox 5 Atlanta. Remember, the results are still coming in. The races are quite close at this moment, and we'll be following them here for the rest of the night on News Now from Fox. Thanks for watching. See you back here in 2 minutes. Well, we want to welcome everyone back here on News Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. You're taking a live look there. That's in Buckhead. It's a suburb of Atlanta. It's the GOP watch party for Senators Loeffler and Purdue. We haven't seen anyone come to the podium since Sonny Perdue was speaking, but that was almost 2 hours ago. So hopefully we'll have some state Republican dignitary come to the podium soon to give some remarks as we are watching these results come in. We do have another new live picture that we want to show you here. This is a ballot processing center. And this is in Gwinnett County in Lawrenceville, Georgia. So there you can see right now poll observers, poll workers, ballot processors getting to work. This is democracy in action. People have their masks on. Obviously, pulling an election off like this in the middle of a pandemic is quite the heavy lift. So we just wanted to bring you this shot here as well. We've been bringing you these live pictures throughout the night of these polling locations and ballot processing centers as these counties keep reporting results. Remains to be seen if we will have a projected winner tonight or early in the morning hours of the 6th. Remember, here on NewsNOW from Fox, we will go by what the Fox News decision desk reports and calls. In the meantime, we do want to go out now to coverage, live coverage that Fox 5 Atlanta, our sister station, is doing at the moment. So we're going to go out there right now.
Today and in these Senate runoffs will be accepted by both sides.
Well, I think with this being as close as it is, I think you can expect either side that loses to really question these results and also file lawsuits. I think we already know that President Trump is tweeting about another dump of votes later this evening. So we know that it's far from over. And Russ, as you mentioned, we're waiting on DeKalb County because there are 170,000 in-person votes from today left to be counted there. And as you know, David Purdue is running about 115,000 votes ahead. This is why this makes such a big difference and why it's so close. And the race is even closer between Kelly Loeffler and Raphael Warnock. And so as we see some of these metro area counties come in, and I think it would be different if this were an anomaly, but for those of us who have been covering Georgia politics for decades, we know that DeKalb and Fulton and sometimes even Clayton, those results come in so much later. They have many more votes to count.
As we come down to the wire here, Theron, I know that David Purdue right now is in a stronger position, although the more we look at it, the more it seems like with 171,000 votes to come in this DeKalb dump. What are the possibilities, that it could be a split, that Purdue pulls out a squeaker here and Warnock wins his race?
Yeah, Courtney, and Lori is right. I mean, DeKalb County had a big turnout today, but I got some numbers to share with our viewers. Just got this text. So out of the numbers that are still out, the votes that are still out, as Lori mentioned, there was a huge vote in person today, 170,000. But keep in mind, there were absentee ballots, mail-in ballots, early voting. But they got roughly about 117,000 advance voting ballots to count and about 12,000 election day ballots to count. And so that's to just kind of let our viewers in, Courtney, that while we're still waiting on DeKalb, I wanted to give that real-time update to our viewers because I think that they're working very hard to get those numbers in. Now, how does that affect us in the race? Well, you've got to give this to the Democrats. I mean, 80+%, I believe, of those votes that are outstanding are probably going to go to Reverend Raphael Warnock, John Ossoff, and Daniel Blackman. Now, if Purdue and Loeffler and Bubba are able to get more than 20%, I still think that will give the Democrats the bump that they need to try to close the gap. And keep in mind also is that, as Lori mentioned, these counties have a huge amount of votes to count. And so I think that one thing that we've learned is to continue to be patient. But I wanted to give those numbers about DeKalb because DeKalb County played a pivotal role in the November election. I believe that they're going to play an even more important role in this election once all the votes are counted. And I think that those votes will definitely favor Democrats.
All right, Darren, thank you. Secretary of State Raffensperger made some news on this air about 15 minutes ago. Brian said that he thinks that they'll have enough numbers for a good projection by about noon tomorrow. How do you see things developing at this hour?
Well, I would be shocked if it took that long, Russ. I mean, it looks like we are getting close to that 4 million mark that will sort of be the finish line here. So I would be surprised if it really does take another, 14 hours for us to have some conclusion. You're beginning to see some of the national groups begin to make some bold statements about what's going to happen tonight. The Democrats that I'm hearing from and what I'm seeing on social media feel like the Warnock race has been won for the Democrats. But you're seeing the Democrats not really quite as optimistic in the Purdue race. And there's some reasons for that. Obviously, Purdue has built a bigger cushion, a little bit more of that margin that I was talking about earlier. He's in a much better, much safer spot right now to be able to withstand that dump of votes coming from a county like DeKalb, but also from the other core counties in Atlanta that will have a huge Democrat advantage when they come in. So I'm beginning to think that we're going to have a pretty clear indication of what's going to happen by midnight, and I could be wrong.
All right, we're just going to dip out of this for now. We've been showing you Fox 5 Atlanta's live coverage of the Georgia Senate runoff races, but we have a live report at the moment. We're being joined by Fox's Robert Sherman. He's live on the ground there, like we said, in Buckhead, there in Atlanta, the suburb. Robert, do you have me? I think we just lost Robert's shot there, but we're going to try to work and get him back. Obviously, sometimes the cell signal can be interrupted, because there's so many people with the press and the media there in the room. I would imagine at the same time, if you've covered something like this, you know that the press just descends on these events and the signal can be quite spotty. So if we get Robert back, we will bring you that live report from Atlanta. Hopefully we can get that back up and running. But in the meantime, let's just go and take a quick commercial break. But when you come back, hopefully we'll get up Robert's shot and he can talk to us about what the mood is like in the room. We're in the watch party for Loeffler and Purdue. So stay with us here on Fox News. All right, right there, you're looking at a live picture of the vote counting, the ballot processing happening right now in Lawrenceville, Georgia, in Gwinnett County. It looks like we do have Robert Sherman back, and we want to bring him up right now because he's going to kind of give us a sense of the mood in the room there at the Loeffler Purdue watch party. Robert, thanks so much for joining us. We have your shot now.
Yes, and your suspicions are confirmed, Andrew. It is a pretty busy scene here, which is why the cell service gets a little bit spotty here. You look all around this ballroom here at the Hyatt Regency in Buckhead, and this room is pretty much packed shoulder to shoulder at this point. Lots of enthusiastic supporters are out here to cheer on Republican Senators David Perdue and Kelly Loeffler. But But in the room, you really have this conflicting set of emotions here. On the one hand, you have energy, you have excitement, you have anticipation, optimism that David Purdue and Kelly Loeffler are going to be able to pull this out. But on the other hand, you have tension and anxiety. You go into the lobby room over here and you see folks that are staring intently at the TV screens, watching the numbers go back and forth, not lifting their eyes up whatsoever. You know, everyone that we've spoken with here today remembers vividly November 3rd, where they thought that President Trump was going to pull this state out pretty handily, a historically red state. They thought that the energy and the enthusiasm that they were seeing on the ground from the Democrats wasn't going to be enough. And then they saw President-elect Joe Biden declared the winner here in the state of Georgia. So no one is taking anything for granted here right now, even though the numbers at this moment bode well for the Republicans. Right now, you see David Purdue owning about a 3% lead right now, 51.5% of the vote, with 87% of the vote in. Kelly Loeffler has consistently lagged behind slightly so far today, right now at 51.1% of the vote to Raphael Warnock's 48.9%. So that's a question that some people have had here. Is that why do you see a margin that is about 0.4% at this point? But still, you know, it's a lot of people here don't really know what to think. It seems though you're one of two people here. You're either the person who is mingling and having a good time and, you know, here for the excitement and for the festivities that are on hand, or you're the person who's sitting in the corner right now watching the TV screens looking like a nervous wreck right now. You are one of two people here in this room. So, you know, pick your poison, so to speak here. It's one of those two camps. But we are expecting Senator David Purdue to speak here virtually tonight. We are expecting Senator Kelly Loeffler to speak here later this evening, no matter how the race is going. So that is kind of what we're waiting on here at the moment from the official election watch party of the Georgia Republican Party.
And, you know, Robert, I just kind of want to talk about, and you've been covering this race essentially since, you know, before the general. I want to talk about money. We saw a number today about the money in ads spent since November 3rd till now, upwards of $500 million. And we know that for a lot of Georgians, digital ads, their TV ads have just been inundated with these political commercials. So I just wanted your thoughts on that, but also your thoughts on turnout. We've been seeing these crazy turnout numbers, especially in early vote totals. But right now, I just want to read, I don't know if you saw this is coming from the AP, but in Fulton County, where I believe you are, that's where Buckhead is in Atlanta, Georgia's most populous county, Election Day turnout is higher today for the runoff than it was for the general in November. That's according right now to the AP. So just kind of give me your thoughts on those two really big elements of this race right now, and just kind of reflect back on what you've learned being in Georgia for as long as you've been.
Number may be a surprise to those of us who cover politics here. It is not a surprise to the people who live in Georgia. You flip on the TV, and it's pretty incessant. It's whether it's a Raphael Warnock ad, a John Ossoff ad, David Purdue, Kelly Loeffler. Sometimes they go back to back. Just about every person who we've spoken with says that they're absolutely sick of all the political advertisements that they've seen here. The historic moniker, that you could attach to that number, I think we blew past that a while ago. 500 million really outkicked anything that we've seen in Senate races such as this one before. So huge, exorbitant amount of money being pumped into these races here with what's on the line, control of the United States Senate, because the Republicans need at least one of these races to go their way in order for them to hold control of the United States Senate. Moving over to turnout a little bit as well. We talking with the Republicans, we know that they, up until for the past couple of days, they had been talking about how they had seen some of the counties that they needed to have success in. The word that they used was lagging. They weren't seeing the turnout that they were seeing in some counties around the state. Today, the Loeffler campaign told us that the turnout that they were seeing in some of those counties, Cherokee County being one of them, was pretty good. They were pretty optimistic from what they have seen so far. Fulton County, on the other hand, let's remember how much of the state is condensed into Fulton County and into the Atlanta metropolitan area, which is definitely going to lean much more towards the Democratic side of the aisle here. So I mean, with turnout being up, all around the state, it is going to be interesting to see how all of these counties come collide, and how all these numbers work out from both camps. Throughout earlier in the day, we heard John Ossoff say that he felt confident that he was going to pull this one out. We've heard optimism from the Raphael Warnock camp for the days leading up to this. We've also heard a lot of optimism from Kelly Loeffler, who insists that she has the momentum in this race. David Purdue's team insists that if everything continues as it did on Election Day, November 3rd, if those proportions are the same, they will win this race because they did outperform John Ossoff on November 3rd. So this is a whole new ball game, though, and it's just going to come down to, as we always call it, a turnout election. Whose base decides to show up, who makes their voices heard, who does it in larger numbers. That's what it's going to come down to.
That's right, Robert. And obviously, the Senate makeup is so crucial, especially going in to a new administration. Joe Biden will have to contend with whatever Senate he's presented with and his cabinet appointments. And you're also going to look at, will there be this 50-50, split amongst the parties there in the world's greatest deliberative body? So we'll be following all of this. I did want to just kind of touch on the cast of characters we've already seen speak at the event that you're at right now. We heard from Sonny Perdue. We heard from Governor Brian Kemp. I thought it was interesting, especially in light you were at the president's rally yesterday in Dalton, Georgia. Has there been any kind of murmurings or talk about what the president said regarding Brian Kemp last night at his rally, in which he vowed to basically support an electoral challenge against him in 2022 when he's up for re-election?
That subject just a little bit. When Brian Kemp did take the stage, he received a very warm welcome from the people who came out today to support Kelly Loeffler and David Perdue. And, despite, the back and forth between the governor's mansion here in Georgia and 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, Brian Kemp has not been wavering in his message that he wants both Kelly Loeffler and David Perdue to win their Senate seats. So with how expected this race is going, how tight we are expecting this race to be, we are hearing from some people saying is that they'll take all the help that they can get. Whether it comes from Brian Kemp, whether it comes from President Trump, doesn't matter. They want to see these two get into the United States Senate. No real murmurings here, anything from anybody here not wanting Governor Kemp to be here in Atlanta. We haven't really heard anything of the kind right now. Haven't really heard too much on the subject of the president's rally last night. Aside from the fact that Kelly Loeffler said earlier today that she's pretty insistent that the president's rally is going to help her and David Perdue try and get over the finish line, trying to bring out as many of those Georgian voters that they needed. And remember, the Republican strategy, still a large reliance on Election Day turnout. Yes, there's the mail-in ballots. Yes, there's the early voting that we've seen here. But they still are expecting and needing a large turnout here on Election Day. They're feeling pretty good, but of course, a lot can happen in the last couple of hours of vote counting.
Oh, yes, Robert, that is so true. Those day of vote totals really matter, especially at a crucial time like this and a crucial time of night as we are right now. It's about almost 9 p.m. here Mountain Time, almost 11 p.m. Eastern where you are. We thank you so much, Robert, and we'll probably hopefully talk to you again. I don't know, but thanks for your insight, and we know you've been doing such a great job covering this race. We don't know if it'll be called tonight, but if it is, thanks for all the info. All right, and we've been having just so many great insights and great information from reporters on the ground, bringing you here at NewsNOW just the latest information, the latest updates from this very crucial moment in electoral politics, essentially the first full week of 2021, and we're going into it full steam ahead with this race here tonight and tomorrow, that joint session of Congress between the Senate and the House, where they will count the electors and certify the election. There will be some objections and contests to that on the Republican side, but we'll bring that here for you on NewsNOW from Fox, live as it happens, live, raw, and unfiltered, rather. And so we've been following a lot of stories here on this Tuesday. We've been following all of the news with Jacob Blake out of Kenosha, Wisconsin, all of the news happening with Kyle Rittenhouse out of Kenosha, Wisconsin. We've been bringing you sports and Hollywood news as well, but primarily focusing on this runoff election here in the Peach State. So we hope you've enjoyed our coverage. We have about 2 more hours left of live coverage, but we're going to go to a quick commercial break. So don't want to go anywhere. I'm Andrew Kraft, and we thank you, as always, for watching. And this is Andrew Kraft. You've been watching just for about the last couple minutes here, just this live look of the Loeffler Purdue party there in Georgia, in Atlanta. And we're going to be coming in and out of this throughout the night just to see who comes up to the podium. If you heard there from Fox's Robert Sherman that we should expect video message from Senator David Perdue and live remarks from Senator Kelly Loeffler. We don't have those just yet, so we want to transfer over to another story we've been following throughout the day, and that is that story out of Kenosha, Wisconsin, in which the district attorney there refused to file charges for the officer who shot Jacob Blake last summer in August. Remember, Jacob Blake was in this confrontation in the backseat of his car. He was armed with a knife, and he was shot several times by officers there when they were responding to a domestic violence call in Kenosha, Wisconsin. In the aftermath of that, there were a lot of protests, there were a lot of riots, and that's what National Guardsmen are preparing for at the moment tonight in Kenosha, Wisconsin. But earlier tonight, we also heard from Jacob Blake's father. He was accompanied by the civil rights activist Jesse Jackson. And so we're going to play out those remarks, and you're going to see on the other side of your screen the preparations that police and National Guardsmen are taking there in Kenosha, Wisconsin tonight. And so we're going to play that. It's about 14 minutes, and then we'll come back and hit the Georgia stories once again here on News Now from Fox.
Who was our national field director, engaged in serving in Kenosha and Milwaukee when it happened. Let's say before bringing Brother Jacobs on, we'll check on. The decision about this was fundamentally unfair. He didn't make a decision. He equated the guy who shot the man 7 times with the boy who got shot in the back 7 times. Kind of ham and egg justice, you know. They're not the same. Chicken dropped the egg, hog dropped the leg. It's not fair. And police have something called qualified immunity. They live above the law. They shoot the brother Taylor in a little bit of walk away free. Gone in New York, walk away free. We must bring an end to this madness, killing people without paying a price. Shoot men back 7 times, it's attempted murder. She should be fired and should be arrested. She should go to trial. I want to express my thanks to Mr. Blake for being the father he has been, standing tall in this struggle. We've also been on the phone today with people in Washington because already Trump has created a certain climate in the country. It's all right to shoot and kill. You can get away with it. They're in Washington right now with loaded guns, AK-47, AR-15s. The Congress is intimidated on the issue of security. Urging people in Washington to stay out the streets. They want to shoot somebody for a race riot. Trump would then bring in troops to save the nation from a race riot for undermine the election. Over in Kenosha last night, 100 of the Proud Boys under guns with a confrontation. So we must use wisdom and prudence in this season. I want Bishop Grant to go on top of this case to share a word and then bring on Brother Blake. Bishop?
I'm Bishop Tavis, T-A-V-I-S, Grant, G-R-A-N-T, the National Field Director for Rainbow Push. We're here today to respond very succinctly and very directly to our disappointment, yet we are not surprised with disappointment that justice has once again been delayed. Such as the case was with Emmett Till, such as the case was with Medgar Evers, such as the case was with Trayvon Martin, and most recently with Breonna Taylor. We spent several evenings ago with Mr. Blake, Breonna Taylor's family, and George Floyd's family, talking about how to react to delayed justice. Mr. Blake was in Kenosha last night under duress and under threat from the Proud Boys. He's endured a number of death threats through all of this, and yet has stood tall beside his family, namely his son. And so we know what we know. We know what we felt. We know what we saw. We know what we heard when we heard the shots, the 7 shots, when we saw the video, and the prosecutor has given us a brand of justice that represents the group that wants to overturn this election, that wants to challenge our birthright, that wants to make us 3/5 human. And so Reverend Jackson has communicated with national activists around the country who are calling for calm and a sense of consciousness as it relates to how we're going to respond to this. We're going to be proactive and not reactive. And those who want to take to arms have failed at realizing civil rights has not been about taking lives, it's been about saving lives. Jacob Blake Sr. has been an example of a freedom fighter and one who has sought justice, and the fight is not over. Reverend Jackson will be leading these families just prior to the inauguration to address the Biden administration and the Justice Department. We want this case to be a premium priority in a nationalized attempt. Most recently in the city of Columbus, 2 African Americans were gunned down, almost executed. And in that city, they did the right thing. They terminated those officers, they took them off the street, they took their badges, and now they're facing potential indictment and conviction for murder. Just up the road from Kenosha in Wauwatosa, an officer who killed 3 people was not fired, was not terminated, was bought out. We must come up against this system of allowing law enforcement, bad actors to live above the law, and we demand equal justice under the law. We demand it. And so we're glad to have with us this evening to respond to this, the father of Jacob Blake Jr., Jacob Blake Sr.
We're here, well, I'm here on behalf of my son and my family. We're unhappy with what was said today. We expected it. It did not sideswipe us or jump us from the backside. We understood what was going to come when they called in the National Guard. We understand what the Proud Boys are here to do. They haven't been able to kill me yet. So that means God has my back. Because they've had ample opportunity to do what they wanted to do to me. I don't hide from anyone. I fear nothing. So now our battle must go in front of the Congress. It must go in front of the Senate. We must abolish the right for a policeman to be seen on a higher plane than citizens of the United States. You cannot have a Bill of Rights for the police and then have a Bill of Rights for the people. We're all people. We're all the same people. So there can't be anyone. There's no big I's and no little U's. All right? That's not how it works. So our fight is not over. We will take it to D.C. And I'll see you all there. And these wonderful brothers behind me, we'll all see you in D.C.
Mr. Blake, can you talk about your son's reaction today? Have you had a chance to talk to Jacob?
He'll tell you about it himself.
How's he doing?
That'll be soon. He's in pain 24 hours a day. But sometimes he has better days than others. And, of course, his body has been peppered with bullets, 7 in his back. They did a surgery on his back, a fusion surgery. But the incredible amount of pain from the muscle spasms, to sit there and have to watch it day in and day out, as demoralizing as it is for you, think about how that is on a 29-year-old that was fully functional before this.
Mr. Blake, you say you're going to take it to D.C. Are you talking about protests? What are you speaking of specifically?
No, we're talking about to offices. We're going to protest right into the office. We'll go see Nancy first, Nancy Pelosi. Then we'll go see the Senate till we're seen, till we're heard. And hopefully my friend Uncle Joe is going to make all this so that we can see these people.
There's still a federal investigation, federal civil rights investigation.
Exactly.
What are your hopes?
My hopes is that the federal, you until that's heard all the way, you know, you look at it, it's a Kentucky-like scenario. There were no charges, but the officers end up getting fired. I don't understand how that works. I don't understand how you get fired, but you don't get charged. I don't understand how that works.
The president, if you'd like to take a personal interest in this case and usher through the legislation you're proposing?
Yes. Yes.
The Civil Rights Commission should be revived. Joe Biden has subpoena power. It's a pattern of behavior. Trayvon, Jake, Eric Garner, kid in Atlanta shot in the back by the police. This reign of terror must end. The President of the United States has set a climate for it. People feel they're being taken advantage of, stolen from. Black people come overseas on black people. We'll challenge the issue of qualified immunity with the new Attorney General of the United States. Police have the right to shoot people, walk away. One McDonald's shot, killed, he'll take back 400 days, shot 16 times. Policeman went to jail. First time police have been indicted in Chicago in 50 years. And when George Floyd was killed in Minnesota, the police who lived in the city and they were indicted for the first time ever. This pattern must stop.
Reverend Jackson has equally raised the issue.
Please, if you don't mind.
Reverend Jackson has equally raised the issue of equating the shooter of Jacob Blake Jr., equating them in this decision. There is no equation, no moral equation to shooting an unarmed man who was outnumbered and unarmed, and in your decision trying to moralize, minimize, or marginalize his life in that he lost more than everyone on that day. Equally so, we're raising a fundamental question. This prosecutor's office, the sheriff, and many other electeds are lined up with a philosophy of overturning the vote, making people feel less than, not giving people insurance, treating immigrants less than human. How can this office be trusted to prosecute an individual that has raised over $2 million for his defense? Over $2 million, has on one hand treated him like a patriot and on the other hand like a folk hero. Kyle Rittenhouse is a murderer and should be treated as such.
Undoubtedly.
Is a murderer and should be treated as such. We have grave concern if this office will prosecute him with the same vigor and the same aggressiveness that's required to bring justice. And so this is not the end, this is the beginning, and the fight goes on.
Mr. Blake, how are your children, how are your grandchildren doing?
It's hard on my grandchildren, but we're there to support them. It's very hard on them because they don't understand. They don't understand why daddy can't get up and chase them around or play with them anymore. But they're understanding that they saw with their own two eyes. They didn't believe, and this may sound, the first 2 weeks, they really thought we were lying to them probably. They thought that their father was gone and that he wasn't gonna come back. And I had to keep telling them, no, he's here, because we couldn't take them in because of the COVID to see their father. You know, a child needs to see what's going on, and that's what they wanted to see. And away from that question for 1 second, I don't care how long you talk in front of a microphone. There's no justification what was done to my son, because your story was you were afraid that my son was going to kidnap his children.
That's right.
If he was fearful of that, why did he fire into the car? So, with the children in the car. So it's either going to be, you're not going to keep flip-flopping. This is not hopscotch. This is not ping pong. This is my son, man. My son cannot walk right now.
On legal instruments. Legal instruments. Thank you very much. Thank you.
And we did want to show you that. That was from earlier where you saw the Reverend Jesse Jackson with Jacob Blake's father. And it was kind of hard to make out the words that Jacob Blake's father was saying, but you could tell the emotion and the pain in his voice, saying essentially that his grandchildren, Jacob Blake's children, don't really understand. They're too small. They don't really understand what exactly has happened to their father. You heard him there. Really, you can see his heart is just so, aching and in pain for his son. He said his son, Jacob Blake, cannot walk. He's in a wheelchair because of being shot by the police there. So he was calling for calm tonight in the wake of these decisions by the district attorney there in Kenosha to not charge the police officer who shot Jacob Blake. Also have to say as well that Jacob Blake himself was not charged with any crimes as well. Remember, police were responding to a domestic violence call that someone was violating a restraining order that was already put on them. So, and then proceeded this melee in the back seat of their car with his children in the seat, and he was shot several times. So we'll be following that story still on News Now from Fox. I want to thank everyone for watching. We're going to go back out now because one major big county in Georgia has submitted their results. That's DeKalb County. It's one of the major counties we've been waiting for all night. So we're going to go out now to Fox 5 in Atlanta, WAGA, our sister station there, for their live coverage of what exactly is happening on the ground there right now with these runoff races.
We will be uploading early voting results shortly. We will continue working tonight until probably around 2 a.m. and hopefully we'll get all the results complete tonight.
Now, Richard Barron went on to say that he is thankful for the hard work of all of the poll workers. They have had 6 elections in just the span of 8 months. We are live at the Georgia World Congress Center. Claire Sims, Fox 5 News.
Boy, Fulton County really doing a different job, a better job of getting it done quickly. Claire, thank you so much. Let's take a look at the numbers now in the Warnock-Loeffler race. They have just changed. Now it's 50-50, but Warnock's in the lead by something on the order of 30,000, 33,000 votes as we get well now over the 4 million mark. Brian and Theron both making the point, Courtney, that the turnout has been extraordinary for these runoff elections.
Yeah, 4 million plus people turning out in a runoff, extremely unprecedented number of people voting.
State election officials say voters can be confident their vote will count. We'll take you live to where the top election official is monitoring the results as they come in. That's when we come back.
There's no reason.
Didn't know how to play it, but he knew for sure that one guitar felt good in his hands. heavy downpour. Thought he passed his own shadow by the backstage door, like a trip through the past.
And for all those watching this,
or early in the morning. We're not quite sure.
Any surprises in this to you at all?
I've seen a lot of surprises in these two races. So, yeah.
Bubba McDonald, who's running for PSC, he has more votes. He's a Republican, 82 years old, been there in several terms. He has more votes individually than either one of the Senate candidates. What does that say to you?
It says to me that these two U.S. senators should have never cannibalized their Republican voters and attacked their own team.
Ultimately, you don't think it helped them at all?
It's obvious it did not help them.
Well, what about the President of the United States' role in this? He of course, if you're talking about cannibalizing the party, I think a lot of people think that could be said of the president as well.
Yeah, he's probably to blame for a lot of this.
There's been a lot of emotional turmoil through all this. It's been tough on you, hasn't it?
Well, it's made me question a lot of folks' judgment at this point.
Okay, Deputy Secretary Fuchs, Jordan Fuchs with us here, and you heard it. We've got votes still coming in. They're going to be from heavily Democratic areas, so we'll just have to see. It's a seesaw, as Gabriel Sterling said earlier tonight, and we'll see where that seesaw ends up, whether it's up or down. Reporting live from Southeast Atlanta, Dale Russell, Fox 5 News.
Some interesting commentary we heard there from the Georgia Secretary of State official. Dale, thank you. We have full coverage tonight on the two U.S. Senate seats up for grabs in Georgia. These races are extremely tight. We're following all of it. Stay with us as we bring you the very latest results.
Then a change in policy for Atlanta police regarding pursuits. But there are a number of...
And this is Andrew Kraft here with NewsNOW from Fox. We are still in continuing coverage of the Georgia Senate runoff races. And remember, we probably will not know final results until well into tomorrow. There was some reporting that Gabriel Sterling, the election official there in the state of Georgia, we've been bringing you his live press conferences ever since November 4th after the general election. But he recently said that he doesn't expect a winner to be declared until lunchtime tomorrow. So we'll be following a lot of that as well. But remember, this is the moment, especially for Senate Republicans, to keep their majority. They need a win from Loeffler and Purdue to maintain their Senate majority, to kind of counterbalance some of the incoming Biden administration's ambitious ideas, ambitious agenda, and their line items there. So remember, whoever is in charge of the next Senate, Biden's appointments and Senate appointments have to come up before them, and so it remains to be seen if they'll have a hard time in a Democratic-controlled Senate or in a Republican-controlled Senate. So I know that's what I'll be looking out for as we continue our coverage here on NewsNOW from Fox. There's been so many breaking news stories today, and we've tried to bring you all of them, and I think we have successfully, though we have about an hour and a half left of live coverage, so we're going to go back to Fox 5 Atlanta and their continuing coverage. But first, we want to take a quick commercial break for us here at NewsNOW, but don't go anywhere. This is shaping up to be quite an exciting night. We're getting these major counties and their results and their totals coming in drip by drip, but sometimes that's not the case. Sometimes they come in batches and in dumps as well. So we'll be watching all of that here. But first, let's go to that commercial break. See you back here in 2 minutes.
Secretary of State, that what's left, Lori, is votes primarily from majority Democratic areas, and she seemed to lay the blame for what we're seeing in these results tonight at the feet of President Trump. Your reaction?
She did not hold back. I don't think we should be surprised, considering what's been going on between Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger and also President Trump. But also remember the two Senate candidates, the Republican Senate candidates who called for Brad Raffensperger's resignation. A little unusual to hear this kind of talk on election night, but not surprised considering the dynamics there.
Yeah, absolutely. Brian, I want to give you a chance to respond. Some pretty strong words talking about cannibalizing their own in terms of the Republican Party.
Yeah, I tell you what, that was quite a statement from my friend Jordan. And we need to take and appreciate the pressures that she and the secretary and Gabe and the lawyer Ryan Germany have been under over these last 2 months. I mean, they've dealt with death threats, they've dealt with protests. I mean, just horrific 2-month period for them. And they have pulled off what has been one of the most smooth and well-run elections in Georgia history during this runoff. I mean, there were no lines today. Only one county reported any problems with the key cards that start the machines this morning. It is an incredible accomplishment to run a good election while dealing with all of this outside drama. And so I think that Georgians owe them a debt of gratitude for the integrity they have shown, for the hard work that they have put into this election, and just say we appreciate what you have been through to make sure that we could all go and exercise our rights. We all got to have our voices heard. We all got to see our ballot printed out to verify that it showed correctly who we voted for, and then we saw that ballot go in. They deserve tremendous credit for it. And Jordan is right. The president put the party in a position where it had to take stands that divided the Republican coalition. And that could be the margin of difference. We've discussed it on Fox 5 for the last 2 months. Republicans in a 50-50 state cannot divide their coalition. It's something we must learn going into 2022.
Brian, thanks for that Republican perspective. Theron, your turn. Do you think that what the president had to say may have, on the margins, depressed Republican turnout in parts of the state?
Absolutely. I think the president definitely suppressed his own vote. And, you know, shout out to Jordan. I mean, Brian has been telling me for a long time that, you know, Jordan and Gabe are both his friends. But he said, you know, if you think Gabe has a lot to say, Jordan has really been the one, as Brian mentioned, that's been kind of holding back. And so what you're seeing now, Russ and Courtney, is that she has sort of said what I've been saying for months and talking to you guys, is that there's a huge proxy war going on within the Republican Party, because you had President Trump attacking the governor and attacking the Secretary of State. You had the 2 Republican U.S. senators calling for the Secretary of State to resign. And so it's just been total chaos in the Republican Party for the last few months. And so I've also said on this program that many Republicans, now pretty much all of them, have got to figure out what does life look like after Donald Trump. And so what you're seeing tonight is a shift in the narrative and the rhetoric from Republicans to prepare for life after Donald Trump.
Yeah, there will be a lot to break down in terms of all of that. Thank you guys again for all of your perspective.
We'll be back after this.
All right, this is Andrew Kraft once again. We want to thank everyone for watching. We have about an hour and a half left of our live coverage here on NewsNOW. This has been shaping up to be just a really stunning and monumental race. Exciting, interesting, really on the edge of our seats here as the margins are so close right now. At the moment, David Perdue is leading John Ossoff statewide by around 10,000 votes. But Raphael Warnock is leading Kelly Loeffler by around 25,000 votes. And that's after more than 90% of DeKalb County has submitted their results. Just to give you some more kind of trivia about how important this race is for both Republicans and Democrats alike. You know, Reverend Raphael Warnock, if elected, he would be Georgia's first black U.S. senator. If John Ossoff is elected to the Senate as a Democrat, he would be the youngest person in the U.S. Senate in about 40 years' time. He's only 33 years old. So those are just some of the more interesting, factoids and tidbits that I think are important. They really set kind of the historic precedence of this race at the moment. Also, if elected, Warnock would be just the 11th black senator in U.S. history and the first black Democrat elected from the South. Remember, right now we do have an African-American, but he's a Republican. He's serving as senator from the state of South Carolina. That's Tim Scott. And once again, I'm Andrew Kraft, and we want to thank everyone for joining us here at NewsNOW to bring you this historic election coverage of these Georgia Senate runoff races. Although we do want to just give you an update on the story that we were following earlier. Remember, we told you in kind of our Hollywood and sports segment for the day, that was probably 3 or 4 hours ago at this point, but we told you that Dr. Dre, the very famous rapper, was hospitalized after suffering from a brain aneurysm, and right now we are getting just an update on that story for you because he has posted on his Instagram account at the moment. Apologize for that there. And I'll read this out for those who are interested. Posting a photo of himself in what seems to be a recording studio, he says, "Thanks to my family, friends, and fans for their interest and well wishes. I'm doing great and getting excellent care from my medical team. I will be out of the hospital and back home soon. Shout out to all the great medical professionals at Cedars," that's referring to Cedars-Sinai Memorial Hospital, and then he says, "One love." So the rapper Dr. Dre sending this message to his fans and well wishers that he is, quote, "doing great and getting excellent care." That's after earlier news was reported that he suffered a brain aneurysm. and was hospitalized. According to TMZ, he was rushed by ambulance to Cedars-Sinai and was taken directly to the ICU. He's 55 years old, is, quote, stable and lucid, but doctors don't know what caused the bleeding, and they're doing just a number of tests. This is just following TMZ's reporting. Dr. Dre is in the middle of a very contentious divorce at the moment with his estranged wife, Nicole. TMZ reported that Nicole wants $2 million a month in spousal support and $5 million for attorney's fees. Dr. Dre has been paying all for expenses. That's according to him. TMZ also reported that his wife wants a judge to reject their prenup agreement that she signed in 1996. She claimed Dr. Dre ripped it up early on in the marriage. Dr. Dre strongly denies that. There's a hearing Wednesday, tomorrow, in downtown Los Angeles on both of those issues. But the main news at the moment right now is the rapper Dr. Dre has posted on his Instagram page that he's doing great and getting excellent care after being rushed to the hospital after a brain aneurysm scare. And just like I said, so many stories happening on this Tuesday, this January 5th, only 5 days into the new year, 2021. So it kind of still feels like 2020. 2020 was a monumental year for breaking news stories. We brought you so many of them here on the platform. And remember, we do have a Twitter account. It's at NewsNOW Fox, so we'd love a follow. We just became verified on Twitter, so that's a big deal. Hopefully we can get our sound bites and our viral videos seen more widely across the platform that is Twitter. You can follow me at NewsNOW from Fox if you enjoy my reporting and enjoy my hosting here, bringing you the top stories of the day. That's at Andrew Kraft, that's C-R-A-F-T. You're not going to want to miss tomorrow, because tomorrow is another very special day, especially, politics-wise in the nation's capital. That's that joint session of Congress between the House and the Senate, with Vice President Mike Pence presiding, as we see what he will do. Constitutionally, he's bound to do this, to count the state's electors and certify them. We know there will be contestations and objections to that, but we'll be playing all of that for you live here on News Now, with some more analysis and context as well from experts around the country. So you're not going to want to miss that. But right now, we do want to go out to Fox 5 Atlanta for their continuing coverage of the Georgia Senate runoff races.
Specifically, but they appear to be predominantly Democratic counties, at least in terms of past voting patterns?
In terms of the amount of votes that are potentially out there coming from largely Democrat counties, there are some Republican counties, Floyd, Forsyth, Appling, but they are smaller in comparison to the DeKalbs, Gwinnett's, Cobbs, and Fultons.
So what does that tell you when you look at the vote total?
That tells you what you have outstanding will likely be leaning Democrat at best. What else?
What are you going to be doing the rest of the night?
Looking at spreadsheets, trying to figure out what's going to be happening and trying to prepare for what's going to be happening tomorrow, because we do have these close elections. And there's a potential where some of these elections could be within a half a point, so the second place finisher will have the opportunity to potentially ask for a recount again.
Is it possible you'll know the answer tonight?
It's possible, but it's not likely, especially with the number of absentees we anticipate being counted tomorrow in the larger counties.
And how many do you expect tomorrow?
We have no way of knowing right now. Okay. But we've told all the counties to get their information in to the ENET system, voter registration system, by 1 p.m. tomorrow.
Any surprises in this election? I'm not talking about everything that led up to it.
In the election itself, it was a very smooth election. We had a couple of things here and there with Columbia County with their issues the first thing in the morning, but in general, it was a very smooth election. We didn't have any issues. The election night reporting has gone relatively smoothly, so we feel like the counties are kind of getting in the groove, despite the fact we know they are all exhausted.
Any idea yet on numbers today, voters today?
Yeah. Give me a second. I can look them up real quick. I hate to do it on the fly. We ended up having probably close to 1 million altogether right now. In fact, I'm looking at so far and this may have all of them, we're looking at 1.244 million votes, which was more than we anticipated, actually. We were looking at, that's today, that's election day votes, 1,244,374. And the absentee by mail so far is at 995,410. And the advanced voting that's been reported so far is 2,054,776.
Are results coming in faster than expected?
One of the things about having only 3 contests on a race and having smaller actual physical ballots this time, every ballot was 11 inches for the absentee ballots, we knew it would be faster. So obviously it'll be faster than November elections because there's just fewer steps in the process and it's easier to handle smaller pieces of paper at the end of the day.
Knowing what you know now, what are the possibilities that there might be some contentious comments made as this vote is so close, just as there was after November 3rd?
Frankly, John, I'd be shocked if there weren't contentious remarks made about the outcomes with them being so close. We have a state that is very closely divided amongst a partisan divide right now, but I want to emphasize the point again that Bubba McDonald and the race that most people didn't think about today has more votes than both the senators, which shows there's potential that there were Republican voters who chose not to vote for the 2 Republican senators, maybe because of all the contention, but that's speculation on our part. Anything else?
So that's it for tonight?
I think that's going to be it for tonight. I don't see anything else big happening. The biggest thing we had hanging out there were that really giant tranche of DeKalb County advanced votes. They may load the additional 20,000 tonight. It may be tomorrow, depending on how they have to work through the 2 memory cards they're dealing with. And all that was they sent 2 scanners out to 2 advanced voting locations. And instead of making individual cards for each one, they only made 2 so they could upload one or the other. So they're likely going to have to rescan some of the stuff out of those 2 ballot boxes.
And just for our morning folks, do you anticipate any briefings as late as your night's going to be in the morning, perhaps a mid-morning or late morning?
I anticipate we'll have a mid-morning discussion about what's going to be going on, whether it be here at the election night headquarters or back over at the Capitol, depending. Again, we are happy with the election administration that we saw today. We saw a smooth election rate. We did have some issues potentially in Fulton County that was delaying some of the absentee ballots getting there. There were cars that were interfering potentially with the vehicles that were transporting those. The Atlanta PD was brought in. We understand we don't have all the details yet. But again, this is a contentious time. We want people to, be patient. Know at the end of the day, in every election, there's a person who comes in first, there's a person who comes in second, and it may be your person that comes in first, it may be your person that comes in second. Be kind to those on both sides either way. Understand that you get to live to fight another day. There'll be another election in 2 years. Whether you win or you lose, whether you're a Democrat or Republican, we need to learn to be civil in our ability to disagree with one another as we turn the page from the 2020 election to move forward, as these people are going to be the ones governing us for the next 2 years. So thanks a lot, guys.
Okay, that's Gabriel Sterling, a Republican in the Secretary of State's office, confirming what we heard from Jordan Fuchs about 15 minutes ago, speaking with Dale Russell, that the majority of the votes that are left out there would seem to come from Democratic counties. This is from a guy who this morning tweeted that he was hoping that people would go out and vote Republican because, in his estimation, divided government would be better.
Yeah, we want to bring in our panelist, Lori Geary. Lori, another thing he said that I found interesting was the fact that he said about 1.2 million people came out and voted as part of the election day turnout. Now, Republicans had felt confident that if they reached even 800,000 vote turnout on election day, that it would be a foregone conclusion if there was a million. But 1.2 million, and it looks like these races are not quite going well for Republicans.
That is a stunning number when he mentioned 1.2 million on the day of in a runoff election in Georgia. I mean, if you think about that, that's just an incredible number. And you're right, Courtney. Republicans said if they got to 1 million in overall turnout, they would be sitting pretty. And that's not the case. I don't think they were counting on the fact that a lot of that turnout would be in Fulton, DeKalb, Clayton, Rockdale counties, a lot of the Democratic strongholds. And I think now, we expect probably the Purdue race to flip if a lot of the majority of the counties that are outstanding and the votes that are outstanding are Democratic. It's about 384 vote difference between Senator Purdue and John Ossoff right now. That's not a lot of votes, but there are a lot of Democratic votes, as you heard from Gabriel Sterling, to come in.
Well, let's look at the slate so we can see the numbers. You mentioned it, but it's really stunning when you consider how many votes we're looking at and that tiny, tiny margin at this moment. Senator David Perdue with 50% to John Ossoff's 50%. But as you look at that small number there, look at it, 2,147,000, the difference, as you say, 384 votes. Obviously, it's not going to end up that way, particularly because of what we've been saying about the majority, it would appear, of the votes that are outstanding are in mostly Democratic counties.
Let's bring in Theron and Brian if you guys are ready to talk about this. But first, let's show you the way that this race stands. The race between Warnock and Loeffler. Warnock is in the lead by about 34,000 votes. To you, Theron, I mean, you heard about the numbers that were shared in that news conference with the Secretary of State's office, saying over 1.2 million people voted on Election Day, which was a number that Republicans thought would grant them double victories today in these runoffs. What went wrong?
Well, Courtney, I think, as Lori mentioned, 1.2 million people to turn out on Election Day. I think none of us would have probably predicted that the number would be that high. But what it shows, Courtney, is that I just think that Georgia voters deserve a lot of credit, and we really knew what was at stake. And what's at stake is the future of this country. We're literally deciding the future of our country and the future of democracy in this country. And so when you see that number, people definitely were ready to vote. Clearly they were inundated with ads and text messages and calls and knocks at the door. And so I'm just really proud that Georgia voters, quite frankly, just turned out and voted. And I think this has really hit the Republican narrative. A lot of people, Courtney, said on this show and for months and months that Democrats were going to lose because we don't come back out in runoff, and particularly African Americans don't come back out in runoffs. And so what has happened tonight, win or lose for Raphael Warnock or John Ossoff, we have dispelled that myth in Georgia that has been there for decades, that African Americans don't come back out in runoffs. And I think when the votes are all counted and the total number of votes are in, I think that number, as I said in the 8 o'clock hour, Courtney, you remember, the rise in the numbers of the African American votes, many of them who did not come out in November, will be the difference maker in this race.
Right, and Brian made that point earlier tonight as well. And Brian, the Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger, said on our air earlier tonight, he's in the reporting business, not the prediction business. But here we are in a circumstance where you've still got votes remaining to be counted in Cobb, DeKalb, Fulton, and Gwinnett counties. Yes, Forsyth, which would tend to go Republican, obviously. But is it too early at this point, 9 minutes until midnight, to say that this is over?
I think in the Warnock-Loeffler race, we can say that we have a senator-elect with Raphael Warnock. I think the Purdue-Ossoff race is still obviously too close to call, but as Lori indicated correctly, the votes that are still out there are going to go toward the Democrats more than likely. So Democrats have got to be feeling good about where they are in this election right now. And I think the takeaway, Russ, is with an election this close, in a runoff that traditionally has benefited Republicans in this state, a Republican Party that was unified would have won this election. The Democrats had much less reason to be motivated. They had won the presidency. They had kept control of the House. For the Republicans, they had everything on the line. They had every reason to be scared and energized and wanting to turn out in record numbers. And Democrats, to their credit, even with less incentive, they showed up because they were unified. They stuck together. Republicans have spent 2 months fighting each other. For as much money as has been spent attacking Warnock and John Ossoff on TV, what has really driven the news has been the fighting between Republicans. And I hate to be repetitious, but I've been saying this for months, and I've been saying this for years, that demographic change in Georgia is going to change the political calculus here. Republicans began to believe we would be a red state forever, but people were moving in, and the numbers, the racial numbers, the ethnic numbers were changing. And we have become a 50-50 state. And if Republicans want to win, they cannot have the internecine warfare that we have had the luxury of having for the last 15 years. We must be unified, and we were not unified in this election.
Well, let me ask you just a thought experiment to follow up on that. Suppose that Senator Purdue and Senator Loeffler back in November had said to President Trump, sir, we support you, we love you, but Brad Raffensperger is a man of integrity. We believe that this was an honest and fair election. Would that have redounded to their favor, or would they have been crushed?
I think we can say beyond a shadow of a doubt that Trump would have lashed out at them had they not done what he told them to do, and would have ended their campaigns right there. They took the path that they had available to them. They had to keep the Trump base on their side. They had to keep them motivated. They had to get them to show up to the polls. If Trump had sent one tweet attacking the Republican senators, that would have been the end of it. They were in a corner, in a box, and they took the best route that they had available to them.
All right. Well, thank you to our panel for your continuing analysis of all of this. We're going to continue to follow this, and we'll be right back.
Depend on Ken Rodriguez.
This is Andrew Kraft once again with NewsNOW from Fox. We're just waiting. Hopefully we'll have some speakers come up to the podium soon at this this watch party on election night there in Atlanta. We're expecting in-person live remarks from Senator Kelly Loeffler. We're expecting also some video remarks from Senator David Perdue, who couldn't be there in person because he's quarantining at the moment after one of his campaign staff members came down with the coronavirus. He didn't test positive himself, though he was exposed. But it is very late there at this point in time. Almost midnight on the East Coast. We just heard, though, from Gabriel Sterling. He's the top Georgia elections official after the Secretary of State there, but he says there's about 27,000 early in-person votes left to be reported, including approximately 19,000 from DeKalb and 7,000 from Coffee County, which is a predominantly GOP stronghold. But at the moment, you're seeing a lot of speculation on Twitter that this is a very good night for those two Democratic Senate candidates in the Peach State. However, us here at NewsNOW from Fox, we will not go with a call until the Fox News Decision Desk calls it, and then that is what we will report out. They, I don't believe, are in any hurry or rush to do that, but we will follow suit once they do. As you know, this election has huge stakes, especially for the makeup of the Senate majority. If Ossoff and Warnock clinch victories, then it becomes a Democratic majority Senate. Or let me be more precise, that it would be Democrats would win control of the Senate. It would split 50-50, so they wouldn't necessarily have a majority unless they needed one in Vice President-elect Kamala Harris's vote if any legislation got down to the 50-50 split there. We do want to go back, though, to Fox 5 Atlanta's coverage. They have comparisons right now of 2020 in November, the turnout and the numbers there, and what we're seeing tonight on the ground in January. So let's listen to that.
Checks, from going from 600 to 2,000. Also, you had Democrats run some really unconventional campaigns in terms of, Raphael Warnock's ads. They weren't going after Kelly Loeffler. He let the outside groups and the PACs do kind of his dirty work. His were cutesy and folksy, and they really, introduced us to his personality. And when you talk about John Ossoff, his strategy, he hired 2,000 young people across the state of Georgia, and they used an app to compare their contacts with the voter rolls. And so they were able to make personal contacts with thousands of young people across Georgia. Those are the personal.
And we lost that feed there. We apologize. We'll see and work on getting that back at the moment, but for now, we're just going to keep it on this live look there at the Loeffler Purdue election watch party. For those watching, we're going to go to commercial. We'll see you back here in 2 minutes.
alright. You say you got a real solution. Well, you know, we don't love to see the plan. You ask me for a contribution. Well, you know, we all do what we can. But if you want money for people with minds that hate, all I can tell you is, brother, you have to wait. You know it's gonna be alright. 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 Constitution, well, you know, we all want to change your head. You tell me it's the institution, well, you know, you better free your mind instead. But if you go carrying pictures of Chairman Mao, you ain't gonna make it with anyone anyhow. You know it's gonna be alright. Alright. Alright.
All right, and you were just having a live look there at that watch party for the Senate Republican candidates Loeffler and Purdue. It's a little after midnight there on the East Coast in Atlanta. We still haven't heard from anyone up at the podium for quite some time. It remains to be seen on if Senator Loeffler will make an appearance and will make remarks there on stage. We hope to bring that to you live while we are live here for about another hour on NewsNOW from Fox, though we do want to kind of transition for a bit because there's another story that we've been following, especially the one that's happening tomorrow in the nation's capital. As you know, that a lot of pro-Trump protesters have descended on the streets of Washington in anticipation of an event that the president will be speaking at tomorrow. The president tweeted earlier he'll be speaking at the Save America rally tomorrow on the Ellipse, that's right in front of the White House, at 11 a.m. Eastern. He said, arrive early, doors open at 7 a.m., big crowds. And so at the moment, other than that, the president's schedule remains somewhat clear at the moment. He will work from early in the morning, this is from the White House, until late in the evening. He will make many calls and have many meetings. The president will depart for the Ellipse at 10:50 to deliver remarks at a Save America rally. Well, Fox News correspondent Mike Tobin chronicled these protesters today who gathered in front of monuments and monumental buildings around the nation's capital. So let's listen into that, and then we're going to take a live picture because they're still there at this moment, a little after midnight, on the streets of D.C., right outside Lafayette Square, outside the White House. So let's listen to this story first.
Supporters of President Trump are pouring into D.C. to rally and pressure Congress ahead of the certification of the Electoral College vote. With names like Stop the Steal, Rally for Revival, and March to Save America, the demonstrations are the last challenge before Congress makes the election of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris official. Despite loss after loss in the courts, dedicated Trump supporters still insist the election was stolen and the outcome can be changed.
Spoke with him 4 days ago. He's 100% confident like I am. It's all good. All the evidence will come out.
D.C. storefronts are once again boarding up as demonstrations in the spring, summer, and last month turned violent. Metro police have posted signs warning demonstrators that firearms are not permitted in Metro D.C. or within 1,000 feet of a First Amendment event. D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser is encouraging people who live near the Capitol to stay home.
And especially avoid people who are coming here to look for confrontation.
Missouri Senator Josh Hawley blazed the trail in the Senate to oppose the certification of the election. Now as many as a dozen Republican senators and at least 70 House members are part of the effort. Demonstrators massed outside Senator Hawley's home with his wife and kids inside.
When democracy is under attack, what do we do? Stand up, fight back. What do we do? Stand up, fight back.
The senator blasted back over Twitter, accusing Antifa members of vandalizing and terrorizing the neighborhood under cover of darkness, writing, "You're scum. We won't be intimidated." Meantime, the leader of the right-wing group Proud Boys and vocal Trump supporter Enrique Tarrio was arrested shortly after arriving in D.C. He was initially arrested for destruction of property, having admitted publicly that he had a hand in the destruction of a Black Lives Matter sign, one of two that were taken from historically black churches in D.C. during protests last December. Those protests turned violent when counter-protesters conflicted with each other, according to Metro Police. Tarrio, who has a felony on his record, had high-capacity magazines with him, so he was also charged with possession of a high-capacity feeding device. Tarrio entered a plea of not guilty and was released with an order that he leave D.C. until his court date. President Trump tweeted this demonstration would be wild. What it's proven to be is wet and cold. You can see by the number of people behind me, the demonstrators who showed up here in D.C. are not discouraged. There have been 2 arrests resulting in 7 different charges, ranging from firearms to traffic violations, even one charge for illegal possession of fireworks. In Washington, D.C., Mike Tobin, Fox News.
And we just wanted to kind of preview that, especially in the wake of that Save America rally that the president will be speaking at tomorrow. We do have live pictures, though. This is at the White House. Well, a couple of blocks outside the White House, to be more specific. We don't want to bring up the audio on this because we're not sure exactly what is being said. There could be some swear words and kind of profane language. So we're just going to show you these live pictures very momentarily. But there you can see, and we might have to get off this as well because some of these signs have profane language on them as well. But you can see the police in the distance. This is D.C. Metro Police, but there is a gathering of people there in what seems like this intersection, trying to get a sense of the actual intersection. I used to live in D.C. to see what the cross streets are there, but it looks like it's right outside Lafayette Square. It seems like they're chanting something. I feel like we should listen in just for a moment. And it seems like they are marching at the moment. And we apologize for that language. Remember, viewer discretion is advised because everything is live, raw, and unfiltered. It looks like those pro-Trump protesters beelined for that news photographer there and were harassing them. You could hear the profanity in the background from someone there in the shot. So we're not going to stay on this for very long. We just wanted to give you a taste of what to expect outside Capitol Hill, outside the White House tomorrow once this joint session of Congress takes place, which should be starting, I believe, at 1 p.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific. So we'll be following that here on News Now. But for now, we're going to kind of get off that at the moment, just because we don't know if things could turn violent or not. But, you know, these situations are always quite volatile. And remember, everything here is live, raw, and unfiltered on News Now from Fox. But we will bring you that rally tomorrow and the live joint session of Congress, where this will all be quite interesting. Remember, essentially, the role of the Senate and the House, with the Vice President presiding over that, is to certify the electors that the states have certified themselves, and to count the electors, essentially. And what that means is, normally this takes, 30, 40 minutes. It's a very quick process. It's mostly ceremonial, mostly procedural, but at the moment, you're seeing a lot of Republicans in the Senate and the House contest it. And so that's what we're going to be seeing tomorrow, and we have that covered for you live here. So we are going to go back out to Georgia, to Atlanta, and it looks like the podium is getting cleaned off at the moment for possibly someone to come up and speak, we hope. We're expecting Senator Kelly Loeffler to come out and speak. As you know, she is down in the state to Reverend Raphael Warnock by some 30+ thousand votes. So at the moment, it's not looking good for her prospects in the Peach State, but obviously nothing has been called. Here at News Now, we will go with the Fox News decision desk and follow suit with whatever they call. But remember, like I've been saying throughout the night and throughout the evening, that we could very well, at the end of our coverage, not have a declared winner yet. We've heard from state officials that they might not know the final winner until tomorrow around lunchtime. But that was promising that there might be a speaker coming to the podium soon. You saw that worker there clean off the microphone and the podium itself. I'm just going to bring up some of the audio and maybe we can listen in here.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Sonny Purdue.
Thank you, guys. Thank you very much. Obviously, we're going to hear from the candidate here in just a second, but I want to, on behalf of David, so again, thank each and every one of you. You know how close it is. It looks like we're not going to know the final result tonight. We've got ballots out, 17,000 overseas military ballots to come in on Friday, and we're still in this and very hopeful and praying for a great outcome. But once again, God bless you folks. Thank you so much. You laid it everything. We left everything on the field. Proud of you. God bless you. Thank you. God bless it. Go.
So it remains to be seen on if anyone else will speak. It kind of seems like there won't be. Like that was kind of an ending coda on the night for this watch party that we've been showing you live pictures from. That was Sonny Purdue. He's a former governor of Georgia, former Republican governor, and he also serves as President Trump's Secretary of Agriculture. We do have Senator Kelly Loeffler. Let's listen in.
Yes, it's going to be another late night. There are a lot of votes out there, as y'all know, and we have a path to victory, and we're staying on it. That's right. I love you guys. Thank you so much. And I want to thank each and every one of you, every phone call, every door knock, every conversation, every yard sign. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much. You know, it took every single person in this room to get where we are right now. I thank you from the bottom of my heart. We got lots of thanks to go out, but we got some work to do here. This is a game of inches. We're going to win this election. We're going to save this country. That's right. That's right. We're going to win Georgia and save America. But you know what? It was very clear. Our election was a choice. It was a choice between the path towards socialism. You know, it was very obvious. My opponent campaigned on a platform of high taxes, socialism, government control of our health care, stopping our school choice for our children. My campaign's about saving our country, fighting for the American dream. You know, that's right. It's about this generation and future generations. So, you know, it's worth it for this election to last into tomorrow. We're going to make sure every vote is counted. That's right. Every legal vote will be counted, and I'm not going to stop working. In the morning, in fact, I'm going to be heading to Washington, D.C. to keep fighting. That's right. We're going to fight for this president, so I'm asking for every single Georgian, every single American, stay in the fight with us. We are going to keep fighting for you. This is about protecting the American dream. I'm never going to stop fighting for this country, for the American dream, for each one of you, so that every Georgian has a voice in Washington. I work for you. I don't owe anyone up there anything. We're going to get this done. God bless you. Thank you so much. God bless Georgia. We're going to get this done. Thank you.
All right, and there you were listening to Senator Kelly Loeffler there, quite optimistic, despite the very, very close numbers that she is facing at the end of the night right now. She said she still sees a path to victory. She said this is a game of inches. She said it is worth it to go into tomorrow, meaning the vote tallying and the vote counting. She said every legal vote will be counted, and she said she is headed to D.C. tonight. Remember, she needs to be there for that joint session of Congress tomorrow on Capitol Hill between the Senate and the House. Because remember, she's one of the dozen Senate Republicans who have vowed to object and contest to the certifying of the Electoral College tomorrow during this joint session. So remember, we've been following this for so long here on NewsNOW. But she said even after this very, very long night that it's almost 12:30 at night there in Atlanta, Georgia. Excuse me. But she said she is heading back to D.C. to be there in the chamber tomorrow to contest the general election results for President Trump's loss there in the general election. She said she's going to be back there to fight for this president. And so it remains to be seen what that essentially will look like tomorrow in Congress and on Capitol Hill. But there you saw Senator Kelly Loeffler remaining optimistic, even though at the moment she is down by some 20 to 30,000 votes to Reverend Raphael Warnock there in the Peach State. Obviously, there is many, many more votes to be counted. So we go by the Fox News decision desk. They have not called this race yet. So that is what we will go on here at NewsNOW. But just to repeat some of her points, she said she does still see a path to victory and that this is a game of inches, repeating the mantra that she's been using to criticize her opponent, Reverend Warnock, that he would bring in a radicalist socialist agenda in the U.S. Senate. And so essentially she said this America is essentially on the line. The future of America is on the line. So very, very brief remarks from Senator Kelly Loeffler. We thought we were going to get very short remarks as well via video conference from Senator David Purdue. That remains to be seen. We'll be monitoring the feed for that in case he does decide to speak. At the moment, it's so close between him and John Ossoff in the state. A mere hundreds of votes is what separates them at the moment. So that's kind of how you have it right now, as we have about 35 minutes left of more live coverage here on NewsNOW. We're going to take a quick commercial break, but you just heard Senator Kelly Loeffler say they still see an avenue and a path to victory in this Senate runoff race. So don't go anywhere. I'm Andrew Kraft. We want to thank everyone for watching. We'll see you back here in 2 minutes. And this is Andrew Kraft once again. So we're just keeping it there for a little bit more on that live bump shot, is what we call it in the industry, of the Purdue Loeffler watch party. Though remember, at this time, usually when there's not an election happening, we do like to play some of the great stories and content that our Fox affiliates put together for us throughout the day. And this is on a number of different topics, including the coronavirus vaccine, the coronavirus pandemic, exactly kind of what's going on with these Georgia Senate runoff races, just kind of a basic explainer for those watching. So usually at this point in time, we do that, and we're going to do that right now. So we're going to start off with our Chicago affiliate, Fox 32, and they did a story talking about the vaccine and an update on the progress of the rollout. So let's listen to that right now.
From COVID-19 every 33 seconds. Those numbers from Johns Hopkins University, and that is why the vaccine and the rollout are so important. But as you know, it has hit some snags, and the hopes of vaccinating 20 million people by New Year's Day just didn't happen. So to talk about where we are now and how much better or worse this can get before a national rollout occurs, we are joined by Dr. Chris Colbert, University of Illinois at Chicago. Good morning to you, Dr. Colbert. Nice to see you again.
Good morning to you and Happy New Year.
Yeah, Happy New Year to you. So hearing that statistic is scary. And then we are being told that December was said to be the deadliest month yet of this pandemic. Not to mention, on Sunday, more people were hospitalized with coronavirus than on any other day during this pandemic. So it's believed this has all largely been fueled by the holidays. And then we're hearing what's going on in California, where they're telling emergency medical workers not to pick up people who don't seem like they're going to make it. We're in a bad place right now. What do you see happening before we go through this rollout of a national vaccine and anybody being able to get it?
Well, at this point, we are preparing ourselves. In fact, the emergency rooms across the country are preparing for the increase in patients that will present secondary to the Christmas as well as the New Year's coming together of some individuals. Ideally, our recommendation, of course, was for everyone to maintain space, distance, and not to really go out and celebrate for Christmas as well as New Year's. However, we are prepared. There are beds available that we best we possibly can as resources for this possible influx of new patients over the holiday season.
Yes, you know, Illinois is doing better than a lot of other states nationally. There is no doubt about that. But you still have to be a little concerned, you know, that there's always a possibility. We've seen the positivity rates double in some cases, you know, within a matter of days. Right now, they are saying that 4.2 million people have been vaccinated. That's far beyond what officials had hoped for. And it's far beyond what we need for herd immunity, which is still many months away. And now this is what's so interesting. There's word that to help expedite the vaccinations, the U.S. might actually start giving half dose of Moderna's vaccine to people age 18 to 55. So I guess the question is, if you get a half dose, is that as effective as getting the full dose?
So that is, in fact, one of the conversations that is going around in reference to what we can do to offset these numbers and to enhance providing the vaccine to the audience and to the public. So there's two things to keep in mind. Number one is that the data that we have at this point is based on 2 doses of the vaccine. Now, by definition, one use of 1 dose of the vaccine is significantly better than absolutely no dose of the vaccine. We're extrapolating from the data that we've collected that utilizing 1 vaccine and not 2 of the doses will be as effective. It's our understanding, and with evidence that we have at this point, that at least you can provide a little bit of immunity and enhance that for a larger population. But at this point, this is a part of conversation in reference to addressing some of the concerns in reference to the distribution, because there's more of an issue of infrastructure and distributing the actual vaccine that it is providing.
Yeah, we're hearing a lot about that. Okay, so what do you want to say to people who have just returned or are returning from holiday travel about what to watch out for, getting tested and quarantining?
Perfect. Ideally, our recommendation, in fact, if you're returning from any sort of vacation, from New Year's celebration, to remain home, to quarantine. Right now, the hospitals are busting at the seams with available beds. And the best way that both you and I can decrease the spread of COVID-19. Number one is to wear your mask, continue social distancing, and if you have traveled, maintain distance and quarantine yourselves to ensure that we mitigate a significant amount of the spread of this virus.
Okay, Dr. Colbert with the University of Illinois Chicago, we thank you for joining us as always. Have a great day. Appreciate your perspective.
Thank you.
So getting vaccinated?
Good morning, Marina Del Rios. I'm an emergency physician at the University of Illinois Chicago.
Good morning, Dr. Abha Agrawal, Chief Medical Officer at Norwegian American Hospital.
Getting vaccinated?
Good morning, Barbara Shields Johnson. I'm the Director of Nursing Services at Loeffler Hospital.
Dr. Dagoberto Camacho, I'm the Medical Director of Ambulatory Services at Norwegian Hospital.
Good morning, my name is Elizabeth Zimney. I'm an ER nurse at Norwegian American Hospital.
Good morning, my name is Rosa Miranda. I am the Employee Health Supervisor here at Norwegian American Hospital.
Good morning, my name is Jamila Hill and I'm a patient care tech at Loretta Hospital.
Good morning, my name is Dr. Henry. I am a family medicine resident.
My name is Mark Hooks, and I'm an emergency room nurse at the Loretto Hospital.
Bertha Nunez, telemetry nurse at Norwegian American Hospital.
All right, perfect. So thank you to all of you for being our ceremonial first folks to get vaccinated, and I think we can go ahead and get started. And I'll just talk through a little bit while this is going on. So the second dose, I'll let you get that first one first. Yeah. We'll go one by one, yeah. Mm-hmm.
David McMillan is a law student here in D.C., originally from Kentucky, and he says he was here at this Giant in Brentwood shopping on New Year's Day. He walked by the pharmacy. The pharmacist said, "Hey, I have these doses of the Moderna vaccine. Do you want it?" Listen.
We were just getting groceries, and she said, "Hey, I've got these extra doses of the Moderna vaccine, and would you guys like to get vaccinated?" And I was like, "Yes." How is this going to happen? I'm excited that I have it. Obviously, I'm still wearing a mask. I'm still distancing at least until I get the second dose, and then probably a little bit beyond that. But I'm excited that I've got some protection.
McMillan documented his vaccination in a TikTok, of course, saying his new year was now off to a good start. So here's how this happens. Once vaccine vials are punctured, they can only be unthawed for several hours. So this Giant pharmacy giving the vaccine says it had extra doses to use or lose because of missed appointments that were meant for first responders and others in the first phase of vaccination in D.C. It is unclear how many extra doses are typically left at the places giving the vaccine across the city, but it's likely this is happening in Maryland and Virginia, too. D.C. Health Director LaQuandra Nesbitt says at hospitals they have organized lists of healthcare workers they can call to get it, but the same systems are not in place at grocery stores like Giant and Safeway, where the vaccines are being distributed in D.C.
Our goal is to have minimal wastage of vaccine, and if there are people who are available at the end of the day to be vaccinated, then you should vaccinate them. Many of our hospitals and health systems have on-call list of employees who will come in to be vaccinated in order to prevent wastage.
And it is not clear how many doses are going to waste across Maryland, D.C., and Virginia. Those numbers are being kept track of. They have to be reported to the federal government, but none of those states are reporting it to us right now. Back to you.
The global pandemic, global vaccination campaign continues. Health officials are debating how to distribute second doses. Some countries have already decided to postpone booster shots. Denmark has approved a delay of up to 6 weeks between doses, hoping to protect more people against the virus. And Britain announced last week it will wait 12 weeks before administering final doses. So should we stick to the designated schedule between doses, 21 days for the Pfizer vaccine, 28 days for the Moderna vaccine? Joining me now with more on this is Professor of Medicine at the University of Maryland School of Medicine, Dr. Wilbur Chen. Dr. Chen, I love having you on because you make things simple for us to understand, and this is especially an important topic for you to do that for us. Good morning to you.
Good morning, and thanks for having me back, Jeanette.
Of course. So let's jump right into this. There's different strategies that are being proposed. Delay the second dose or do half doses. Can you break that down for us?
Yeah, these are all strategies that we actually talked about 10 years ago with the 2009 pandemic. And so these are all strategies where you can take fixed or low quantities of doses and try to expand them out to the population. And so if you take a half dose and you give them to people, all of a sudden you've increased your supply by twofold. If you are able to space your doses so that you give the doses instead of 3 weeks apart, 12 weeks apart, you also are able to give more of your fixed doses to more people in a shorter amount of time. However, the trade-off is that we really don't know what the efficacy will be when we make those maneuvers.
I want to get into that because for those of us who aren't medical experts, we think, okay, this can't be safe, but maybe it is if this is something that they're pushing, unless we're just at a point where it's urgent that people have some level of protection. So the question is it safe?
So it's not a question of actually increasing or decreasing safety when we make these maneuvers. It's more of a question of, are they going to result in the protection, the efficacy that we desire? And so we only have studied giving the 2 full doses at the spaced intervals that we've studied. And that's where we know that we have that nearly 95% efficacy, which is terrific. We don't want to have any question about that efficacy. And so that's why I'm not an advocate, and you're hearing from the FDA that they're also not advocates at all of spacing these doses or to have these doses halved.
Is there a precedent for this at all?
Well, the precedence is that we've had the discussions during the last pandemic. And, you know, in times where, say, for smallpox vaccination, there were times, or yellow fever vaccination, we have administered half doses and still been very successful. Those are very powerful vaccines where, again, the half dose does not diminish the immune response and the protection for a short period of time. However, the longevity of those vaccines is what is being curtailed. So again, for those vaccines which we've studied for a long period of time, we know that the duration of protection might actually be a little bit diminished when we make those maneuvers.
Dr. Chen, I'm hoping you can answer this question because one of the things that people thought about immediately when this was proposed is we're already dealing with a logistical nightmare in terms of just getting the vaccines distributed. And so people are wondering, shouldn't we focus on just the rollout itself? Wouldn't that be the first thing you'd have to address before getting to this part, or is this logistically easier to do?
I completely agree with your notion. And so I think that right now, you know, maybe others are worried about our fixed vaccine supplies and our resupplies that will be later on in Q2 of this year. But I agree with you in that our real problem, the boots on the ground problem with the vaccination clinics that I'm involved with, is that we don't have enough people, enough space, enough IT infrastructure to be able to administer all the vaccines that we have supplied to us. So that's really the bottleneck, is our ability to physically administer these vaccines in safe environments with the personnel that are trained, and to have the IT and all the other infrastructure that needs to be in place for these vaccination clinics to be able to be performed at their optimal speed.
All right. We appreciate you breaking all that down for us. Dr. Wilbur Chen, professor of medicine at the University of Maryland School of Medicine. Always great talking to you, Dr. Chen.
Well, thank you.
All right, Mike, I'll send it over to you.
All right, Jeanette, we got a cool.
Hello, everyone. You're watching News Now from Fox. I'm Regina Gonzalez, and we are continuing to follow the Senate runoff races in Georgia as Election Day is underway January 5th. So I am joined right now by political analyst Anna Cruz, who I thought it would be great to have her on to kind of explain what we need to know following these races. Anna, thank you so much for joining us. How are you?
I am great, and thank you for having me, Regina. I appreciate the opportunity.
So, Anna, my first question to you is, what does runoff election really mean? Why are we doing this in January instead of November?
That's a really good question. And so we are seeing what is called a special election between Warnock and Loeffler. You know, Loeffler was actually appointed by the governor after U.S. Senator Isaacson left his term as senator midterm. And so she has served as a U.S. Senator for 1 year and had a very tough primary election against Collins. And so she beat him by a few points. So now we are going to a runoff where she is now running as a Republican against Democratic candidate Warnock. And he has been unencumbered by not having a primary election that he had to run against another Democratic in.
Who are these candidates? Tell us a little bit about who we are voting for.
It's very interesting. You have very, very interesting candidates all the way around. Candidate Warnock actually is a pastor, and he is a pastor at Martin Luther King's church. He has a very large following, and we are really seeing some incredible numbers as it relates to not just the fact that this is going to be a razor-thin election, but we're seeing incredible numbers as it relates to voter turnout. And particularly, and this is of great interest to me, out of 120,000 individuals that have already voted in this election that's going on right now in Georgia, they did not vote in the general election in 2020. And those age groups fall between the 18 and 25-year-olds, and they are predominantly African American, and they are far outpacing their prior voting history and voting performance. That speaks volumes to the turnout and the ground game that we are seeing in play right now. Certainly doesn't mean that the Republicans don't have their own ground game as well. You know, as of this morning, we've over 3 million people have voted in the 2021 Georgia runoff. And the stakes could not be higher, quite frankly, in both of those races. So we talked a little bit about Warnock just now as being a pastor, a large following. And he was also of interest, presided over John Lewis's memorial service, the one that President Obama attended. And there's just such deep history and such respect and such a large following that he has. You know, you also have his opponent, Loeffler, who owns the WNBA Atlantic Dream team, and is, you know, what most of us would consider a self-funder. And she had a really tough race in a primary against, she had a really tough race in a primary election, and they really, you know, just kind of duked it out. And when that happens in a primary election, you know, you spend a lot of time and a lot of money, you know, duking it out inner party and not being able to actually stay focused on the general election or, you know, the race at hand that you ultimately want to win. Nonetheless, though, we also have John Ossoff, who actually ran in 2018 for Congress and lost, but gained a bunch of notoriety from that race. He really had a great showing in his first debate against his candidate, Purdue. And now, unfortunately, Purdue is unable to campaign. He's been quarantining and probably will be quarantined through tomorrow. But he also actually refused to debate Ossoff again after the first debate where John Ossoff did such a great job. You know, again, this is a 49-51 Senate that we currently have right now. So again, the stakes could not be higher. Something interesting to know, if Republicans win both these seats, they remain in control of the Senate. Even if they win one seat, they remain in control of the Senate. Democrats must win both seats And then it would make it a 50-50 split where our Vice President-elect Kamala Harris would be the tiebreaker. So huge stakes. This is a nationally watched and closely watched and election where we're seeing a lot of money from both sides pour into Georgia and a lot of action on the ground over there right now.
And Anna, something interesting going off of that Sunday, the senators were sworn in on Capitol Hill, but they can't really do anything until the outcome of this election. Is that correct?
That is correct. And, I think that hopefully we will know the outcome of these elections by the end of tomorrow. But because they are such razor thin, we could see recounts actually as well, and which could cause further delay. But hopefully, and then you also have to remember that Joe Biden, won the state of Georgia, and which is remarkable considering.
And we just want to welcome you all back. We were having some technical difficulties there, but this is Andrew Kraft. This is News Now from Fox. And just to close out our coverage for the night, we were showing you some of the great content from our sister stations and our affiliates around the country that they produce for us that we could show you here on News Now from Fox. But back to the Georgia Senate runoff races, we are getting this virtual video that Reverend Raphael Warnock posted just a matter of moments ago. And so we're going to play that out for you. He declared victory in this video, so we want to just play this out for you. He was about 30,000 votes ahead of Senator Kelly Loeffler. Clearly, the Fox News decision desk has not declared victory for Warnock just yet. But what we want to do right now is show you. This is about a 6-minute video where he does declare victory. The Reverend Warnock from Georgia. Here we go.
I come before you tonight as a proud American and as a son of Georgia. My roots are planted deeply in Georgia soil. A child who grew up in the Caton Homes housing projects of Savannah, Georgia. Number 11 out of 12 children. A proud graduate of Morehouse College and the pastor of Ebenezer Baptist Church, the spiritual home of Martin Luther King Jr. and Congressman John Lewis. A son of my late father, who was a pastor, a veteran, and a small businessman. And my mother, who as a teenager growing up in Waycross, Georgia, used to pick somebody else's cotton. But the other day, because this is America, the 82-year-old hands that used to pick somebody else's cotton went to the polls and picked her youngest son to be a United States Senator. So I come before you tonight as a man who knows that the improbable journey that led me to this place in this historic moment in America could only happen here. We were told that we couldn't win this election, but tonight we prove that with hope, hard work, and the people by our side, anything is possible. May my story be an inspiration to some young person who is trying to grasp and grab hold of the American dream. And so, Georgia, I am honored by the faith that you have shown in me. And I promise you this tonight. I am going to the Senate to work for all of Georgia. No matter who you cast your vote for in this election, in this moment in American history, Washington has a choice to make. In fact, all of us have a choice to make. Will we continue to divide, distract, and dishonor one another? Or will we love our neighbors as we love ourselves? Will we play political games while real people suffer? Or will we win righteous fights together, standing shoulder to shoulder, for the good of Georgia, for the good of our country? Will we seek to destroy one another as enemies, or heed the call towards the common good, building together what Dr. King called the beloved community? Here's what I know. I know that we can beat this pandemic with science and good old-fashioned common sense. I know we can rebuild a fairer economy by respecting the dignity of work and the workers who do it. An economy that honors those whom we now call essential workers by paying them an essential wage and providing for them essential benefits. And so to everyone out there struggling today, whether you voted for me or not, know this: I hear you, I see you, and every day I'm in the United States Senate, I will fight for you. I will fight for your family. To our supporters, our incredible campaign team, and to my family, thank you from the bottom of my heart And to every Georgian who marched with us, organized with us, prayed for us, fought for us, believed in us, or shared their story and their pain with us. Thank you for all of your love and support. In the words of Dr. King, who grew up just a few blocks from where I'm sitting right now, we are tied in a single garment of destiny. We are caught up in an inescapable network of mutuality. Whatever affects one directly affects all indirectly. I remember my dad in this moment. He used to wake me up every morning at dawn. It was morning, but it was still dark. It's dark right now, but morning comes. And scripture tells us that weeping may endure for the night, but joy comes in the morning. Let us rise up, greet the morning, and meet the challenges of this moment. Together we can do the necessary work and win the future for all of our children. Thank you. God bless you, Georgia, and God bless these United States of America.
And there you have it. That was Reverend Raphael Warnock, who is declaring victory in that virtual message that he aired on his Facebook page there. Obviously, the Fox News Decision Desk has not called any of these races yet, and that's what we go on here at NewsNOW from Fox. But there you saw Raphael Warnock declaring victory against Senator Kelly Loeffler, saying the improbable journey that led me to this place in this historic moment in America could only happen here. We heard him cite the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., quoting that he is tied in a single garment of destiny. Those were King's words. But he said that he thanked his supporters. He thanked the countless people who stood by him and marched with him and proved that with hope and hard work, anything is possible. We did bring you as well Senator Kelly Loeffler's remarks just about an hour ago from her event there in Atlanta, Georgia. So this is all up in the air at the moment. You've seen some people on social media and Twitter, some political analysts, some polling experts, determine how they think this race will turn out. At the moment, we do know, though, that Warnock leads Loeffler about 30,000 votes, and Purdue is just about a matter of hundreds of votes ahead of Ossoff at the moment. And so you heard from Georgia election officials that we will not probably have a finalized winner until around lunchtime tomorrow. So we hope you enjoyed our coverage here on NewsNOW from Fox tonight for these really crucial, important two Senate runoff races and the countless other breaking news stories that we brought you today here on NewsNOW. I know there were a lot of them. We hope we provided some context and clarity and just the facts for those watching. And for everyone here, I'm Andrew Kraft. We want to wish everyone a good night. We'll see you back again 6 a.m. Eastern in Orlando, Florida. That's our East Coast outpost. Familiar faces there, Rain, Regina, and Pilar. But as we do at this time of night, we start our overnight playlist. That's a compendium and a compilation of the live events we've showed you throughout the day. So for our final sign off here in Phoenix, Arizona, we wish you a good night. We'll see you tomorrow for it's going to be another busy news day.
We kept finding supplies anywhere we could. There were a lot of heroic efforts by New Yorkers in the government and beyond who made things happen. And we partnered with the private sector, with universities, with anyone who offered help to create PPE here in New York City, ventilators as well, whatever it took. We created a whole pandemic response lab in this city. All of these efforts came from the heroic desire of New Yorkers to protect and save New Yorkers. And time again, they saved the day, and I honor them for that. Then it came time to create what we knew would be key to fighting back, a test and trace corps. We created the biggest, strongest test and trace corps in this nation. Our healthcare leaders, our healthcare workers did that. People contributed to make that work. Then it came time to open the nation's largest public school system. And once again, our healthcare leaders, our healthcare heroes, our healthcare workers were there working with educators and staff together, doing what many said was impossible. Not only opening the schools, making them the safest places in New York City. This is a clear record of achievement, and I want to speak up for our healthcare heroes. I want to speak up for our healthcare leadership and let everyone know how exceptionally they have performed. And I think it's about trusting the people who have actually done the work, trusting the people who have accomplished so much time and time again, trusting people who have devoted their whole lives to protecting and saving the lives of others. That's what we are doing here in the city, and it has worked time and time again, and it will work again going forward as we mount the largest vaccination effort in the history of New York City. Trust is crucial, and I want to express to everyone, I want to express clearly my trust in our healthcare leaders and our healthcare workers, all the healthcare heroes. And I want to say very clearly, there are healthcare heroes in cities and counties all over New York State doing the exact same thing. They should be trusted too. They should be respected too. Look, all the people at the front line have done the work, deserve our trust and respect. And we need to listen to them. We need to listen to them to know what will work. So to all those city health officials all over the state of New York, all those county health officials, thank you for what you do. Let's all work together to vaccinate people and move forward. Look, this is a moment for cooperation. This is a moment for trust. This is a moment for partnership. What we need is the freedom to vaccinate. We need to listen to our healthcare leaders and our healthcare workers who are saying, give us the flexibility